all of a sudden Arizona goes and beats BYU this week. That's not a great system. It's fun football, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's not great for the landscape of the Big 12 because they've got to try to vie for every little spot that they can. And that's why I think you saw BYU not make it into the playoffs last year, is because there's just so much parity there where it was easier to say, well, this conference, it can go any one of two ways. Plus, they lost to Texas Tech twice, in that season. There was no differentiator there, and so it's easy for them to overlook the Big 12.
You hedged your bets there with Houston. Are you just scared that it was so many close wins last year that the law of averages has just got to bite them?
I think so. I mean, like I said, I've got them at 25. I don't know that that's probably going to be sustained. I think a team like Arizona is probably better suited to get there, but I think Houston felt like a really good team at the end of the season. They're still holding over a lot of the same roster that it can get there. But if there's a team of that forward to kind of drop back, I honestly think it could be Houston. I don't trust Kansas State fully. So to me, it's Arizona State. Arizona State, I know PK loves his alum, but I don't know that there's too many questions there, right? I don't know what Arizona State's going to look like.
So many
this
transfers.
Year, right? Exactly. Like Sam Leavitt last year coming back, there was a lot to believe in Arizona State. I just don't know that we have those same answers here. But I think that group of four right there, group of five, I think there's so many more questions than the three above them. Utah has a ton of questions, but I think there's been more consistency over the last few years to help them that kind of emerges from that other group. So, it could be Houston, like I said, it could be Arizona. It's a coin flip in a lot of respects on who could be that last team in.
So because of the depth, which can work against you as far as the one or two great teams, probably you're looking at only one team from the Big 12 getting in the playoff?
That would be my assumption. I mean, barring two of these teams really kind of separating themselves and just dominating the entire season, which could happen. I mean, Texas Tech has a really weak schedule. BYU and Utah don't have hard schedules. Their biggest differentiator is probably themselves playing each other, I should say. BYU does have to play Notre Dame, so that's a challenge there. But, I think you're going to have two teams that are dominant the entire season and really just kind of blow people away. And even then, it may not work like you saw with BYU last year. So to me, the Big 12 is still a one bid league until they can prove it otherwise. And I think, until that happens, that's always what it's going to be.
Well, I'm going to use my burner account to send you an email right now because I just don't like your attitude.
Do it.
You suck, Josh.
I'm the worst. I should be fired. I'm the worst balloter ever. How did they give it to me?
You clearly don't know anything about football.
Nope, none of it.
All right. Well, good luck with all the fun, hate, social media and email and whatever else you get, Josh. And you just do this job for the money, right? I mean, they're paying voters a ton of cash, not like back in the day when PK had to do it for free.
I got $0.
I'm rolling in cars and watches and everything. They're just loading me.
Yeah, right. All right, Josh, we appreciate it. Thanks. We'll see you up at a practice sometime. All right.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There's Josh Furlong. He covers the Utes. He's up there for all of Morgan Scalley's press conferences, media availabilities, covering the team. You can follow him at KSLSports.com and the KSL Sports app. You miss those days as a voter?
No.
It was fun. You said you did it, and then you moved on.
You summed it up exactly.
There it is.
Yeah, my exact feelings when I first got to do it and everything was fresh and new. Yeah, it was awesome. But after a while, you're traveling and you got to have the thing up. It's actually easier to do the preseason one because you got all this time.
Right.
But in the season, most of these people are on the road or at home, and football Saturdays for us are long days. And
you have to be doing multiple things at the same time, and you just can't be.
Right. And so you're trying to follow all these teams, and then you got to have it by like 8 o'clock the next morning or something. Mm-hmm. And if you're and especially in the West Coast here, or the west part of the United States, we're doing these late games and all this stuff. And it became too much after a while for too little pay, which is zero. Yeah. And so let somebody else have it. So I had my time doing that stuff and all that. The one thing I have kept is the wooden. because of my respect for John Wooden.
Right. And it's not the weekly grind in the same way.
No, it's not.
It's a totally different beast.
It's 1,000 times easier. Yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We have talked about a lot of stuff this morning, some golf, some baseball, a lot of college football. As always, everything you missed, we'll get to it next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. You know, money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves, because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating, so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, It's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here comes the summer, the summer.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to get you updated on everything we've been talking about in this show. There's a big piece over the weekend about Kalani Sitake, ESPN.com, about how he has great relationships with all these coaches across college football. And they had quotes from a bunch of them, and it's just pretty unusual. And people are looking for stuff to write for this time of year. It'll be more about the games and players and all that kind of stuff soon. But they had time to write this, and people just love him, PK, and all the quotes. He's authentic, and he's warm, and he loves to talk and connect. And they were talking about just a few minutes before the game, media days, wherever.
He's a lovable, roly-poly kind of guy, and it's real. That doesn't mean he can get mad. I've seen him mad. Mm-hmm. I've talked to him. He's told me stuff. I feel like I got a pretty good read on him because I've been around him for a long time, and I'm by far not even close to the only one who's got a pretty good read on him too. And I think the public can look at it and see, because normally with folks that we interact with so much, you can get some nasty stories that the public doesn't see. Like when we would tell people, I was at a party once, and I think I was with Gordon, and we were telling people, John Stockton's not the easiest guy to cooperate, expect cooperation, and a lot of time in the training room, which is off limits. And they didn't want to hear it because that's their stars. Not to say he was a bad person by any stretch, and that's just a small example. But with Kalani, a lot of stuff that you hear is exactly who he is. And so the public is endearing, and we're seeing it in this little beef that they got going on, which I don't think is insurmountable, and I think will get taken care of. That the sentiment is overwhelming to his side. And it's funny how this story comes out right at this time, and I wanted to make sure that I spoke that they didn't see this stuff last week and then, we got to get this story. No, this was something that the interviews were done at the Star, which was 5 weeks ago in Texas outside of Dallas there. And when they interviewed Rich Rod, McGuire, Sonny Dykes, Brennan down at the U of A, and these are guys that have all interacted with him, and it's legit, man. Your peers are telling the truth when they say this stuff about him, and away you go there. And he's winning at such a high level that it's a fresh story. And plus, too, you have to look at the element of him being a Polynesian. Because the fact is, there's not that many. Most of the head coaches are white. Let's call it like it is. And he's not. And so that's an angle, too, that's important. That's why I really think BYU, man, they got to make sure he's happy because you have so much riding on what he's able to bring. And I spoke to this earlier. So many of these people that are on staff, assistant coaches, supplementary people, they're there because of him.
And because he's right here and because he's been here for so long, although there was the quick detour to Oregon State, I don't know if people get how he's seen around the country. Typically, these stories go national, and it's a super familiar story locally, but it's new to people nationally. And certainly with the Penn State.
And this is a national story.
Right. But with him being, the guy Penn State wanted. So now people in the rest of the country are like, well, okay, tell me more about this guy. They've watched a late game or two or whatever, and they've seen a little bit, depending on how much they're into it. But I thought the thing that was telling for us locally was there was a quote there from someone who didn't want to be identified at Penn State, but it's like, he was the guy. Slam dunk. He was the guy they wanted. And there's the quote in the story making it just crystal clear about what a strong candidate he was. And they had other people, and obviously got somebody else, and he may do great. Campbell may do a great job there. But, like, they want Kalani big time. You know, they've watched him. They've talked to people about him. They've seen how his team plays. I mean, they were they were all aboard on Kalani Sitake.
Yeah.
And that just makes me wonder, okay, we get to the end of this season, we get to 2 years from now, you know, this is going to keep happening for a while. The story points out, you know, he's early 50s. I mean, this guy could coach.
He could be the new Majerus in terms of the rumors.
He could. And he could go somewhere else and coach for 15 years. You know, it could
easily.
be
Yeah.
It could be a Chris Peterson type deal where he stays one place a long time, but then he does go somewhere else. And he does do really well.
Chris Peterson's hand was forced because at that point there was starting to be a divide.
Mm-hmm.
And he had no choice.
Right.
If you want to be on the end, you got to get over there, and he did. And that's why BYU needs to make sure that they can take care of him because he may be left with no choice. And you don't want that.
Right. But that story really laid it out. If you thought, you know, what's Penn State, and I'm sure at BYU they know because they saw the offer and he came to them and said, well, I'm getting offered this and this and this and this and this, because it isn't just about what he's getting his offer for his salary, right? It's about the way the entire program is going to be staffed.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
budgeted.
You got to go A to Z.
Right.
And the good thing from Penn State is I think that didn't get out until late in the process.
Mm-hmm.
And I got an email that somebody said, and it was an anonymous email, and I'm not going to go back and trace the IFPD or whatever the heck that stuff is called, but it said
the IFPD,
whatever it is. Yeah.
The IP address?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
The IFPD.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about. And it's
the Indiana Fort Wayne Police Department.
I knew you were going to come up with some kind of police department. But that would be IFPW.
That would be, right.
That, hey, this is about to happen. And it was literally an anonymous email. And then right around that time, it just took off. Mm-hmm. And then it became big-time public. And BYU solved that at the time. Now they got to follow through. Harmon with a column yesterday about, hey, these are contracts. Meet the contract stipulations in a timely basis. All right. Who can argue with that?
There's no way around this. And I don't know, nor are they going to say, but this whole notion that it's pushing more money to basketball and less money to football and all that, you got to push the money to football.
You have to. Yeah.
Number one, you have to just because of that's the way sports is working. It depends on what story you read, but football, and it probably depends a little bit on the school, but I mean, football is at least 70, if it's not 80 or 90% of your money. I think the number I see most often is like 85%. I mean, it's such a staggering total of the revenue. I mean, it's such a staggering, right? So you got to. But on top of that, let's assume you don't meet the how did Dick phrase it? The stipulations of the contract in a timely manner, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, and then Kalani leaves for whatever the next big time program is, right? USC, Oklahoma, Texas. We can go down to Notre Dame. We can, whatever.
Well, that'd be cool. A Latter-day Saint head coach at Notre Dame,
right? Then you. Presumably, right, Jay Hill would be, in my mind, the number one candidate. Probably in a lot of people's minds. He'd be the number one candidate. And so he's coming.
Somebody at Michigan would be.
I see what you did there.
Jason Beck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
go down the list.
Okay. So, well, just presume it was Jay, whoever's going to come in, they're going to say the same thing. It's good. You're going to be right back in the, hey, we need more money for X, Y, and Z. And the thing is, like, there are candidates for BYU, but it's not an endless supply, right? We know there's certain parameters you got to meet, and a lot of people don't meet them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're going to have a short list, and so the next person's going to come in, and man, coaching's a small circle. They all know. It's such a small business.
But that doesn't mean he wouldn't take the job, though, because...
No. He's going to come in and there's going to be pressure on you to fulfill it. And then if you don't, then it's on you because now the same thing's happening a second time. So you got to fulfill it. I mean, there's no way around it.
Right.
You got to. There's no end game where you can get around it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Makes sense.
All right, other stuff we talked about. We just had Josh Furlong on. Get it wherever you get your podcast. You can get the whole show wherever you get your podcast. Go to KSLSports.com. Go to the KSL Sports app, YouTube, wherever. Enjoy. Your thought on the top 25, which officially is going to 15 minutes here on the other side of our show. Tim and Scott will have a nice topic to start their day off with.
I think Josh Furlong's poll will reflect fairly accurately, if not significantly accurately, of what the poll looks like.
It's not going to be that different than the coaches' poll, is it?
I don't remember what the coaches' poll was, but I put more emphasis into this one.
Yes, agreed. This one has more credibility than that one. I think the coaches kind of did it in saying, well, I have the SID do it, or
that's what we hear.
Have the grad assistant do it, or somebody, or whoever. The coaches' poll had BYU at 15 and Utah at 21. Josh had BYU at 16 and Utah at 20. And I just think that's going to be the ballpark.
I think BYU, I would probably put them a couple spots higher, if not 3 or 4 spots higher.
Who are you moving them past?
I don't care.
Okay. I do. It's fun.
Yeah, but I know, but you always do that. If I say somebody should be in, you say who should be out.
Oh, you have a lot of opinions. I figure you have somebody in mind, somebody you're looking at thinking, not those guys.
Just because my knowledge of BYU is a little stronger than my knowledge of those teams around them.
Mm-hmm. Even down at 21, when you look at the preseason poll a year ago, Oklahoma was 18, they made it. A&M was 19, they made it. Indiana was 20. Ole Miss was 21. Texas Tech was 23. There are a bunch of teams in that neighborhood that made the playoffs. So you're in the mix. That's good enough. It's a good enough starting spot. Go win, and you can do it.
I want the Big 12 to get the respect that, okay, you can sustain a loss or 2 in conference because the conference is that good. As long as you have some really good wins. And the perception isn't there yet.
The Notre Dame game is an opportunity. There are not a lot of them for the Big 12 this year.
Yeah, but the conference games are a lot of them.
That sounds good, but I don't think...
I'm talking about the conference getting its respect in the conference.
Yeah, I just don't think
so.
You
if Vanderbilt beats Alabama, okay.
Yeah, they do because they're the SEC, but you don't.
Right, and that's why I want to get to that point. Yeah, I'm acknowledging that, and I want the conference to get to that point.
If you're going to move BYU up, move them past USC, move them past LSU. USC doesn't have it figured out. I just saw the stat. USC is 15-15 in the last 30 games against teams in power leagues.
I don't know what the poll is yet, so how do I know who to move up?
Well, they're behind them in the coaches poll. I was using the coaches poll at 14. Move them up. Baseball, the Dodgers continue to struggle. 5-11 in the last 16 games. Brewers beat them, won 3 out of 4. Brewers with the best record in baseball. The Brew Crew.
Well, of course, because Pat Murphy was the head coach at ASU.
See? It's all about the Devils. And the nature of baseball. Debut on Saturday. Hit a home run on your first swing. Hit 3 homers in your first 3 at-bats. But how does Sunday go, PK?
He was 0 for 5 with 3 Ks. I think I would have retired Saturday.
Hang it up. Good night, everybody. It's money to be made, PK.
Best start, best finish. He's only 23 years old. Big kid. Joshua Baez there. We'll see what he does. He'll be a name to follow, man. You have that type of introduction, the best ever in the history of the sport. And every single player has had a first day. The thousands have played. They've all had the first day. It's impossible not to. And look what he did. I also want to put in there, Tommy John died yesterday. The surgery is named after him, obviously, and he had 288 wins. I'm shocked he's not in the Hall of Fame.
86 years old. A good long life. He should be in it. Yeah, 288. I mean, 300 you're in for sure, so why wouldn't you get in? Given the injuries he had, he could have easily gotten to 300.
Yeah, and you have a surgery named after you. Wow. That's him and Lou Gehrig, right?
Lou Gehrig with a disease and him with a surgery. Yeah, it's rare. But right, you say Lou Gehrig's disease, we all know.
Yeah.
Tommy John surgery, we all know.
Right.
Anything else you want to tell the people about?
in the world of sports or what's in my heart?
Cap. We got a new producer today. We talked about Alex. Our 7th producer.
Lucky 7, number 7.
I called him captain. He was captaining the ship in the early days, as rotating in occasionally here and there as a producer on shows, and before that on games. Good to have a solid schedule now. You were all over the map before. You never knew where you were going to pop up.
It is a little bit, I can plan my day, around the schedule that I know now.
Oh, I'm excited for him because, in all seriousness, because you got to get your start, and this is a full-time opportunity, and now you got both feet in the door. And we all needed that. We all had that. Again, like this Joshua Baez, you all have a first time.
Yep.
Right? Mine was the Casa Grande Dispatch.
KTMS in Santa Barbara.
You all have your first opportunity, and he's been knocking on the door. And the great thing about it is, as I've done my research on you to find out what you're about, who you are, and the big thing for me is overwhelmingly your work ethic. If I sense somebody is lazy, I have no respect for them. If I sense somebody is a hard worker, I'll give them not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but as many chances as possible within reason, as long as they're a hard worker. And so that's the thing that I want to see. And now you've got this opportunity, and I'm excited to see what you can do, because you get to be my age. You want to help people. You want to give back, because so many people helped you, in this case, me, if I want to go in that way, along the way. And I want to see that same type of thing, if there's any way I can help anybody along the path. I did it with Christian, and now you're the latest, and I'll do it. And I did it with a guy, and DJ can vouch for this. Then it freaking brought me to tears.
I was telling my wife about this the other day.
I helped a guy who is now on ESPN regularly, and he came on the air probably 2-3 years ago, and he credited me. And fortunately, I was on remote, and I wasn't here, so DJ couldn't see me wiping the tears. Not that it would have been a tad awkward, but that's how moved I was to know that my influence, he saw that. And I want to make sure I do the same thing for you going forward. That when I'm sitting there drooling on myself on a porch, I want to hear your name in 10 and 15 years from now doing whatever it is that you want to do, that you've worked for the opportunity to do it.
Maybe 30 when we're done. You might have to wait 30. Okay, 25.
I still think I can do the show when I have a little bit of drool.
Well, we've seen people in other markets fall asleep on camera while doing the show. I have seen that. That was something. All right, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable. We can't do this. The issues that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on their roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Ski Chevy is back. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now and get a season pass to Solitude Mountain Resort when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. Retail value per pass is $999. Optional Icon base pass upgrade available for purchase by the customer. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/26. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, eligibility, and restrictions. Get ready to hit the slopes and see your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every year summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for your feedback. Everything you've got to say about today's show. None other than Pete Futak picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season. Can it be true? Jared, if Notre Dame decides to show up,
I think Notre Dame will be here.
They may cancel so they don't lose their number 5 ranking and lose to a number 15 Cougar team.
I don't think so. I think they'll play.
Shane says it's going to be a good game. BYU has a good team this year. It could happen.
Sure it could. Why not?
Jared said, it'll be a great win for the Kitties if it happens.
Oh, yeah, it'd be an incredible win. Absolutely. Most likely an undefeated Notre Dame team. And you beat them at home for your fans and national TV, and it's deep enough in the season where, there's so much ramifications on stuff. Oh, yeah, it'll be gigantic.
I figured Jared had to be a Ute or an Aggie. It turns out he's got 2 schools, but it's not Utah and Utah State. It's Utah and USC, class of 2014. Taking shots at the Cougars. Kitties isn't particularly creative.
Right, and plus that's what we call Arizona, so we already got that.
Oh, you do?
Cougars aren't kitties. And they're mean, ferocious animals.
Jared, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Can they finally top the Miami win?
36 years later?
How big would it be?
Yeah,
where will Notre Dame be ranked? I'm holding on just to find out.
Oh, I think Notre Dame will be top 5.
When we come back, we'll have the poll for you. Scotty G and Tim next, right here on The Zone.
All right, big finish.
Show's over, folks.
That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to Motley Crue with Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets at livenation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well-lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit ZeroRes.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! It's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeComb, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Monday, everybody. Let's get it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim LeComb. What's up, Coach?
Hello, my shed-building friend. Man, this guy, I'm telling you, at first I was like, yeah, good. This can keep him busy. You know, he's like me. He stews a little bit. And I'm telling you, this guy's turned into a master craftsman. This is impressive what you're doing. And I have to tell you, dude, I could not do it. Even with all the help, all the technology, I could not do it. No, I can't draw a straight line. I can't cut one. I can't see one. Just take me there, sit me there when it's all said and done. But dang, you're doing a good job.
Trusses are up. Got that all done. Everything's locked in, anchored down. And now we got to learn how to shingle. I've never done that before.
But as I had noted last week, instead of a bright sweater like I'm wearing, he's wearing stuff that he can go straight to the yard when he gets home. Yard when he gets home.
Well, that's because you can't be messing around.
Not wasting sunlight in good weather.
Yeah.
Right? And it's cooler, man. I hope everybody's enjoying walking out to a little more brisk in the morning.
Yeah. Look, football weather, you can feel it. It's coming. And it's coming down pretty quick. We're getting there. I'm fired up.
It slowly announces itself through the weather, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, you just feel that little
tinge.
Now we'll have, that's it's fake fall, and then we'll have summer again for another week or two, and then it'll be real fall.
Due to my tie to Europe, I like to use the term faux.
Oh, okay.
Faux fall.
Yeah, that's what your friends like to say.
Yes.
All right. Your European friends.
Many of them.
Faux fall.
Faux fall. But yes, I'm with you. There always is that. My hope is that we get a long fall. Typically, the way it works around here, it starts to get cold, and then, for me anyway, I take my kids out to Halloween, trick-or-treat, and you're getting hit in the face with a blizzard some nights. It's like, we're here, and we're not going to give you one more day to get through this holiday.
Yeah, it's like, it's Thanksgiving time right now. Winter's here. But, no, I got a sneaking suspicion we're going to have a good... I don't know. Maybe we ought to get K-Bank on. Maybe I shouldn't be speaking out of turns here.
Well, to have access to that guy.
You know what happens when we drive into his lane?
He doesn't like it.
Well, but I will tell you this. He did tell me when I did finally see him, he's like, I'm kind of hurt. You haven't had me on more. So I don't want to, I don't want to cause a rift. I think we should have him on at some point just to talk about what we're looking at for the fall. He can see seasonal prediction here.
I'm just kind of curious to know if how far in advance he can look. Like, I saw some that El Nino is going to hit, or El Nina, or whichever one is going to hit, and it's going to be like
still one of the funniest bits.
It's going to be like one of the worst in 500 to 1,000 years. Like, that's how bad it's going to be.
I am an El Nino.
I think it's La Nina.
Oh, that's the other one? So it's El Nino and La Nina.
And La Nina.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes. We don't have Alex anymore, but I can help you a little bit.
I do know that. I do know enough to do that. I don't always remember, however. But yeah, man, I am jonesing for it. You feel it. You walk out the front porch today, and I was like, okay. I mean, we got high school games under our belt.
Yeah.
A lot of games. I think somebody told me, in fact, I got to tell this story. I get home from work Friday, and I'm hanging out. I see my Twitter. I've got a DM, and I look in the DM, and it just happens to be the head of recruiting at Michigan football. And it was like, Coach, do you have any idea if the West Arborview game is going to be streamed by KSL tonight? So then I went on a mad dash and called Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Called DJ. I didn't get DJ. He was running around. He's busy.
Oh, yeah.
Hardest working man in sports.
For sure.
Jeremiah was getting ready for all those games. So they did 27 games, but that wasn't one of them. So I had to tell the dude, hey, man, we're not doing it, but here's the email and address and phone number for the AD at West. And if they're doing it internally, anything for Witt. So I went the extra mile for Michigan.
Look at you. Helping out Michigan poach the state of Utah.
Yeah, helping the enemy. What the heck?
No, it ain't the enemy, dog.
No,
These kids deserve to get banked.
Yeah, they do.
I'm with them now.
See, that's the thing. You're like, you know what? There's one person Tim's loyal to. Tim's loyal to people, not brands.
Yeah, and Witt, I'm telling you, love that man. And I'll tell you a quick Witt story. I was at the depths of despair. We had lost a game we should have never lost. And it was Utah Valley at home. And it was just one of those nights where, seriously, anything that could have gone wrong did. And we just had at the time, we had horrible chemistry on the team.
Yeah, I think I remember that game.
A lot of push and pull inside, for people wanting things instead of.
Pope was coaching there, wasn't he?
Right.
Yeah.
So they came in, beat us at the Marriott Center. We then went up and played in, it was Energy Solutions at the time, Delta Center now, our yearly game up there. And I had the scout for the next game. And so I did all my scout stuff. I got done like 3 a.m, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't know that I've ever felt this low as a coach. This is bad. And I emailed in the middle of the night, Kyle Whittingham. And I just basically said to him, Coach, watched you forever. Amazing the way you've handled, been so resilient. Any tips? I'm lower in whale dung right now. And I turned my computer off, went to bed, and woke up at like 7 for a meeting. And there was an email back from Kyle in that short period of time. And it was actually at like 5 a.m. He'd seen mine and he wrote me this big long thing. And I mean, to me, like that is the essence of a guy, right? People can say all the different things, and he was arrogant, and the reason BYU fans hate that guy is because he kicked their tail for 12 straight years. That's why they hate him.
Yeah,
I mean, they'd have loved the guy if he would have been affable and rolled over and gotten beat, but he built that thing into a dynamo. So for all those reasons, that's why I love that dude.
That's awesome. And that's the thing. Like, he's reaching out to a BYU coach.
Right. Who I'd never met him. I was just a name, and it was, during the middle of his season, he could have just, or given it to somebody to give back, and, 5-something in the morning, big long email back. So you can always pretend that for what you see with your own eyes and what you have access to, you can make a judgment on who somebody is. But to me, it's stuff like that really takes the cake.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lloyd, do we have a poll out yet?
Waiting on the top 25.
Yeah, we got the first top 25.
Well, I am seeing something that looks like, I think it is actually out. I'm just trying to find the full list. I just saw Utah come in and add. I won't tell it.
Whoa. All right.
Ever done radio before?
Let's get to it. Starting lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is top 25 football as the AP expected to make its announcement of where they stand. So, are you seeing things rolling in?
I do see it.
I see Texas A&M already putting out that they're 8th.
Texas A&M is 8th. How do you want to do it? Backwards, forwards?
Let's start with number 25.
All right, at number 25, Missouri comes in with, they've had good momentum the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, he's doing a good job. Row that boat, man. Row it. Louisville, 24. Our first Big 12 entry, Houston at 23. Iowa, 22. Utah, 21.
All right, Utes come in at 21.
Then we go Tennessee, 20. SMU, 19. Penn State, 18. Washington, 17. Michigan, 16. And then we have a tie. We have 2 14s. And they're both Western teams. One, USC.
Yeah.
The other, our boys from Provo.
BYU.
BYU comes in at 14, tied with 839 votes. Then above BYU, it goes Alabama at 13, 12, Texas Tech.
Whoa, hold on a sec. Alabama's 13. That's got to be the lowest Alabama's ever started.
And it's too high.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Because they have a couple losses. Texas Tech comes in at 12, so just 2 spots above BYU. And then it goes LSU at 11. Your top 10 is Oklahoma at 10. Ole Miss, number 9. They're a dark horse to me. I love that quarterback.
I love that coach, too.
I do, too. I'm all about them. Now they got a new one.
Yeah.
Texas A&M comes in at 8, as you said. Miami of Florida, 7. Signetti's not going to be happy. 6.
Oh,
for
wow.
Indiana.
Defending champs all the way down to 6.
Texas at 5. The Golden Domers of Notre Dame, who will visit this illustrious state, at 4. Georgia, 3.
Go Dogs.
Oregon, 2. And those Ohio State Buckeyes, your preseason number 1.
All right, so not a big shock. I think that's where a lot of people have Utah and BYU. BYU checking in, as you mentioned, a tie for 14th with USC, and Utah checking in at number 21. Going down the list, you've got, in terms of Big 12 teams, let's see, the highest ranked would be Tech at 12, right?
Yep.
If I'm reading that right?
Yep, Tech at 12.
So you got Tech at 12, BYU at 14, Utah and Houston, so 4 teams.
Yep, 4 in the top 25.
Yeah.
Arizona receiving votes.
A lot of Big 10 teams. Whew. Ohio State, Oregon, yeah.
I thought
Indiana.
Oklahoma State would be making it on there. Everybody seems to really love. They're like the darling.
I tell everybody's throwing their hat in that ring because they think they're going to look so smart.
Hey, they got 8 votes. So there's 8 people out there at least that think.
Oklahoma State got 8 votes.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever voted Oklahoma State in their top 25 should have their vote revoked, honestly.
Vanderbilt got 8.
Vanderbilt should get more than 8. I mean Vanderbilt, I can make that claim. It's not a great claim, but I can make that.
Diego or no Diego?
Yeah, but when it comes to Oklahoma State, no, you can't.
They were so bad like the last few years.
Yeah.
They've been really bad.
I'm surprised that Indiana's that low.
Yeah.
And I understand they lost a lot, but like this guy's proven that he can do amazing things. Right? It's a system for sure. So I would say that one seems low to me.
So the one thing you want, though, if you're a Utah or BYU, you want to be in that top 25 to start. And it's sad, but it's the reality of it. I know that the college football playoff poll doesn't come out till October, but so much momentum has to be gained if you're on the outside of the top 25 looking in. So you've got so much ground to make up. And sadly, that college football playoff committee is very much influenced by a lot of factors, the polls being one of them. And so if you start inside the poll, even if you're at 21 like Utah is, or even if you're at 25, doesn't matter. As long as you're part of the big kids table at Thanksgiving, you've got yourself an opportunity to move up in a quicker fashion than you would otherwise. And so that is absolutely critical. especially BYU, hoping to make the college football playoff starting at 14. That gives them a little bit of leeway for an early season loss to not knock them down too far. Utah really needs to start 6-0 because if they have an early season loss, first off, it's going to be a team that they're probably favored against, so that's not going to look good. It'll drop them out of the top 25, and then they're spending the rest of the season kind of trying to catch up.
And the season is backloaded for sure.
If BYU drops week 2 against Arizona, okay, that sucks, but you'll probably fall to 18-19, and you still have a little bit of room to go on a heater and get yourself back into the top 10. So I love where BYU's at. Utah just being in there is good, considering their schedule that they can go 6-0 to start the season. I think, I don't want to say fairly easily, but, it's in the cards for them.
Yeah, they'll be favored in all those games.
And that's all you can hope for. So I think this sets up nicely for both those schools because if Utah is 6-0 to start the season, that means they're probably in that 10-13 range just based on attrition from everybody in front of them. And so, I think this is a golden opportunity for the Utes and the Cougars.
No, I totally agree. I mean, you want to be in that group. You almost look at the top 25 as the season begins as the rungs of the ladder.
Yeah.
And like you say, to be able to be positioned there already and a bunch of teams wanting to get on it, but right now you occupy that rung. And the cool part from now, it's up to you. BYU can go out and they can play great football. They can play inspired football. They can take care of the challenges as they come. And they have a couple more on the front end. Arizona is going to be no pushover, even though it's at home. And Fafita is magic. And there's certain nights where, you can throw the kitchen sink at the dude and he's just having one of those nights. So they're going to be challenged there. And then to go on the road to Texas, and you and I have talked about it a bunch since I got on board. But that game to me stands out because they're going to be facing great talent. Sonny Dykes is awesome. And they're going through a revamp. They have been a little bit susceptible because they did not possess the football a ton in that air raid. A lot of the time, it was a lot of more throwing. Put the defense on the field. The defense hasn't been good, so they're just kind of mixing things around. But I think they're going to be a very, very good opponent. And I think that quarterback, having been in college football and thrown for, I don't care if you're doing it in high school, you throw for 5,300 yards. That's saying something. So. I do believe that those two challenges for BYU will really help galvanize them. But they're also, if they can take care of business, they're in the game. And the cool part is they have an opportunity that nobody else in the Big 12 has, and that is number 4 preseason ranked Notre Dame, which I expect them to be, hovering around there. They have to come to Provo. And I've watched many a team come in there that, thought it was going to be a regular old game, and you find out. And the game day environment, the excitement, all that. So BYU's got that, pardon the pun, that little golden nugget.
The band.
In their possession, right? The band. That's just right. That's putting the whipped cream and cherry on top of the thing. But I can't, just have that hanging out in the horizon. That's a real weapon for BYU when you talk about the playoff.
There are so many things that are looking up for BYU. That Notre Dame game is absolutely huge because if they're able to win that game, somehow beat Notre Dame, or even just really, let's say it's a one-possession game right down the stretch and Notre Dame's able to eke out a 2 or 3 point victory, that all eyes are going to be on that game in college football. If BYU goes into that game undefeated, Notre Dame undefeated, all eyes are going to be on that thing. And if it's a one-possession game and BYU goes toe-to-toe, even in a loss, that's going to elevate them in a big way.
For sure. Because, again, they get that opportunity that nobody else in their league gets. They get to play these guys. So, no, it lines up for both teams. Like Morgan Scalley couldn't ask for a better situation in year one. They did a great job of retention, and they brought back names. And that's what this really is at the end of the day. It is doing your best to try to decipher who's going to be what with a bunch of talent that is, in large, some of it unknown. So they go with the known, and to get the guys back that Utah got, that was massive for Utah, and it puts them in a position here to make a difference.
Yep, absolutely. All right, top 25 poll is out. We'll continue to break it down. College football, folks, is just around the corner. Week 0 coming up next week.
Woo, baby.
Next week.
Keep your head down. We told you that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking 30 days, and it's already next week.
Yeah.
And it'll be one of those teams we just talked about, TCU, in that week 0.
Yeah. Lot. And frankly, I think I think you probably ought to adjust your schedules a little bit, because it would not surprise me one bit here in the next couple of years that week 0 becomes week 1. Like I think the college football season is going to get bumped up a week, which I ain't going to hate that at all. All right, 10:25. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit Zero-Res.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything, automatic shipment straight to your door, insurance billing, and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Amanda, every business needs IT help, and sometimes you've got that guy who already works for your company who knows how to do this stuff, but sometimes you don't, or the guy who knows the IT stuff, that's not his actual job.
Right. So Les Olson IT they can be your 24/7 help desk. They can support your existing help desk. They can do advanced cybersecurity protection. Maybe just come and take a look. Are you subject to phishing or ransomware or other things? What are the cyber threats you're facing?
And you've got to make sure that your data is secure, so both cloud and data backup solutions, they can help you with that. Plus, everybody's got to use a computer. That's where hardware comes in, infrastructure support. You don't have to know all this this stuff because Les Olson IT knows it.
And most of the time, they can help you fix whatever's going wrong remotely, just off your computer. Plus, of course, they have copiers and printers. They always will at the very best price.
Les Olson IT is your trusted local IT partner. They've been in business for 70 years, and they've got 9 locations from Logan to Las Vegas.
Find out more at lesolson.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Happy Monday. Hope you're all having a spectacular, awesome day to kick off your week. College football's pretty much here. NFL preseason underway over the weekend. Did you catch any more preseason football?
Bits and pieces, but nothing substantial. I did see Jackson Dart had a whale of a game.
Jackson Dart's going to be a star in this league.
Yeah. He, again, a guy I saw on Twitter way back when made a little comment about, I can see them when they're young. I see dead people. I see future quarterbacks. I don't know. But this guy, it was not hard to tell. This guy in high school was unbelievable. But cool part about him, he just wants to get better, seeks opportunities to get better, and just gets better.
And he's got that city is that city can chew you up and spit you out.
Oh man, fast.
And we saw, now here's the thing, the Giants are a much better run organization than the Jets. And so you get drafted by the Jets, number 2 overall, the spotlight's going to be on you in a big way, and you don't have a strong infrastructure around you to be overly successful. However, you go to the Giants, you still have that media scrutiny, but you've got a better infrastructure around you. You got better weapons around you, a more dependable organization to build you up. And I'm not saying that if Zach Wilson got drafted by the Giants that he'd be Jackson Dart. I think Jackson Dart's a much better quarterback than Zach Wilson. But I also think that that Jackson is the beneficiary of being in a much more stable situation in the Big Apple than Zach Wilson was.
Yeah, he's got a moxie to him.
And that's the other thing too. He can handle that.
Yeah. He's got a moxie to him, and he got sideways with a couple teammates this year. And the bottom line is you work that stuff out. And the play he made the other day, jukes a guy trying to make the tackle, and then he has 2 options, kind of at the near marker, touchdown marker, or in the back of the end zone, and he kind of floats that thing over the top with just great touch. So he showed so many things in that one play that make him great. He's elusive. He can lower the shoulder if he has to and get a yard. But then also, to be able to scramble, buy time, and make that touch play over the top. He seems to have it all.
One thing about New York is you're either going to be, it seems like you're either going to be Zach Wilson or Jalen Brunson. Like Jalen Brunson will never have to buy another meal the rest of his life. He could retire tomorrow, and he will always. He brought an NBA championship to New York City, so he will walk on water in that city forever. You got a guy who hit a few home runs in October in the World Series, and that dude still reigns supreme in that city. Derek Jeter, same thing. Brought some championships, had some iconic moments. He's golden.
He's golden.
The rest of his life.
He's got the New York All Access card.
Exactly. And so your position gets elevated if you're good in New York, but it will also be completely destroyed if you're bad in New York. And Jackson Dart, if he brings a Super Bowl championship to New York City, he's good. I mean, let's be honest here. Eli Manning, he was a good quarterback. Is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? I don't think so. But you know what he did do? He won 2 Super Bowls in New York City.
Yes, he did. And that matters.
And that matters
It almost
a big
matters
way.
time double.
Yeah. So I think had he done that in Cleveland, had he done it in Cincinnati, everything else being equal, he'd be in the Hall of Fame, but I don't think he would have been like a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think they may have made him wait a year or two.
A perfect example of what you're talking about is Walt Clyde Frazier.
Yep,
Right?
absolutely.
He won the Knicks 2 titles back in 70 and 73. He's 81 years old, and he is Mr. Nick. Like, he's still on the broadcast team. You know, he's still rolling around in
Wearing
his
those
sweet
crazy suits. Yeah.
But Clyde, again, I think the dude has made all the money that he's ever made, and he's never had to spend a dime. You know, the people say, hey, you want that house? Take it, Clyde.
Take it. Yeah. You want that that penthouse and that high rise? Yours.
Need a table tonight at the most difficult place to get a table? Hey, we'll get you right in the middle of it all. Like, this guy's got it all, and he has. He's 81 years old, in his life in New York, he's like the king. So we're basically just fast forward. We're going to watch Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
It'll be him. You know, they're going to be talking about him at 80 and how he won that, elusive title. New York they'd been in the desert for a long, long time, and he got him there.
I mean, they still love John Starks there. And he didn't even win a title, but he got him right there on the cusp. I know that 30 for 30 on Reggie Miller tried to run him through the mud. People forget John Starks was a hell of a player.
Oh, man.
And
tough.
he connected with that city. And, Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley. I know Oakley had his things with the ownership group, but those, early, mid-'90s teams that all they did was just not back down to Jordan.
Right. They just brought an identity.
Yeah.
It's just a bad, Detroit got the bad boy identity, but these guys were just as bad. I mean, Anthony Mason, who won any part of that? Imagine him backing you down every night.
Want no part of that.
No.
Rest in peace.
Love you, man.
Have I told you my Anthony Mason story?
No.
I'll tell you off the air.
Okay.
That's not an on-air story I can share.
I'm excited to hear it. I love the off-air stories.
Oh yeah, that one. It's an interesting one. All right, so the fact is Jackson Dart is poised to have a very special NFL season, and honestly, for a kid, Utah had not developed a really big-time star quarterback that grew up in the state of Utah. Now, look, Steve Young. There's been a bunch of BYU guys that have gone on and had success, but they weren't homegrown Utah guys. They came and played college ball here, and you've seen, guys come in here, play Alex Smith. There's been a lot of guys that have come in and from out of state and played here for college and have had success at the NFL level, but we really haven't seen a homegrown guy. If I'm missing somebody, let me know, but I think Jackson Dart has a chance to be a superstar in this league.
A total superstar, and I love his journey. He went out, took a chance, went across the country. It still boggles my mind that he got out of here with the two teams, particularly the advantage Utah had with his dad playing there and everything. His dad was a warrior.
Yeah.
I mean, his dad, I think he got multiple redshirt years for injury, played 7 or 8 years, and, I mean, he was as nasty when he was all banged up as he was. So I just loved his attitude. So you can see the carryover. But that kid's got what he needs, and in a city that can really make somebody a star. I mean, another guy that did it in New York, Joe Namath.
Yeah,
yeah. Right? Like, you do it in New York, man, you're different than everybody else. So I'm excited to watch his trajectory. But outside of that, tried to watch what I could of the preseason. I, like you, I'm jonesing for my first game as a Raiders fan. Like, I can't wait.
That first game didn't do it for you?
Well, I mean, it was preseason.
Oh, okay. All right.
The
first real game.
First
season
real
starts.
I mean, you can't discount how good he looked.
Well, he's not going to be starting. Cousins looked pretty good too.
He's still recovering from Max Crosby's fist to his face.
He's still drinking his food through a straw.
Is he?
Thanks to Max.
2 X's. You got to take him serious.
Well, yeah. I mean,
true.
He was too rough for Baltimore, for crying out loud. They didn't want him.
Who is this maniac?
Wait, we take that trade back. We don't want him. By the way, how about the I only say this because my Broncos are involved, but everybody's already killing Tua in Atlanta because he looked miserable in that game against Denver. Just miserable.
You imagine the money, like the dead money that Miami's just watching him be miserable.
Hey, I feel like he's looked miserable for a long time. Like, he hasn't looked great.
I mean, I guess you asked the question, was he ever that great?
I don't think so.
You know what I mean? I mean, I know he wasn't in college, right? Because that was the big. I mean, he was for a minute.
Yeah, he came in and won that national championship game, but other than that, was kind of back and forth.
Consistency. I hear Will Hardy talk about it all the time. I mean, that's what you're looking for from dudes. Anybody can get hot and cold. You look at a sales team and somebody's out. Like what was the guy in Seinfeld? Another sale out of the garage. I mean, everybody can get hot, but it's who does it on the daily.
This is what concerns me. If you're an AFC West guy, like all three of us are, and we're not a Chargers fan, which all three of us are not Charger fans, this is what makes me nervous about them, is that Mike McDaniel was the only coach that made Tua look like a real NFL quarterback. And Mike McDaniel now is in L.A. coaching Justin Herbert and that Charger offense. So that gives me a little bit of pause, because that makes me a bit nervous that, Chargers may be for real. They may have actually had between him and Harbaugh, those are two really great offensive minds. As much as weird as Harbaugh is, and as weird as Mike McDaniel is wearing his capri pants on the sidelines or whatever those things are, hey, you know what? The dude knows ball, and he knows quarterbacks, and, yeah, the Chargers could be scary.
But in the end, it matters, the guy that's under center being able to make a play when it matters. And that's always been, I don't think it's necessarily been a coaching problem. I just feel like that guy behind center, whether Phillips or Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
Phillips or Rivers. Rivers or Herbert. Like, they just, when it comes down to it, when you need to make a play, it's like, no, they can't do it. They don't rise to the occasion.
Look, when Phillip gets a phone call before a playoff game, and his wife's like, hey, Philip Jr., and Philip, they're fighting, and I don't know what to do. Can you call them and tell them to knock it off? And he's like, I'm playing a playoff game. I don't have time for this. All right, well, you got a daughter who just got asked to prom, but it's not the guy that she wanted. So can you, we got to figure that out.
And then follows it up with, is this where you want to be when the Lord comes?
Yeah. And then she's like, oh, and by the way, the test came back and I am pregnant again. So, and he's like, oh, what? What is that, number 9? Jeez, we don't have time for this. She's like, and the kitchen needs to be renovated. I need a new van, a passenger van, because we have these kids. He's like, oh, man. And then he goes out and throws 3 interceptions in a playoff game. You wonder why. Now you've got...
And Herbert's very similar.
Like
Not in the amount of kids, but...
No, but he's got the actress, singer girlfriend who's going to... She's going to... Who was it Andre Agassi was hooked up with and it wrecked his career?
Oh, Brooke Shields?
Brooke Shields, yeah. She's going to Brooke Shields him.
She might. I mean, when you're seeing those two just sitting down at practice, and the pictures just of those two on the practice field, it's like, geez, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's rough. I think the best chance that Herbert, or Sunshine, as I like to call him, has is that whatever McDaniel's taken, like the lewds that he's on, that he gives him a couple. Because I think he'll just slow him down a count. Seriously, he just slip him one of those pills you're on, McDaniel. Because that guy is out in space. I have never seen a guy more space, like he's on something. Yeah?
Oh,
Are you buying?
I might be buying there.
So, I mean, maybe Herbert's issue has been he gets a little tense. He's like, hey, Matt, try one of these blues.
That's going to bring you down a little bit.
Blues at game day, they make everything slow down.
You run you're wound a little tight there. Well, I got something for you. Take this little manila envelope and you'll be all right.
Yeah, he's not media friendly.
No.
He's not. You're right. He's a brilliant guy. He knows the game, but that's a tough one. He almost needs a clone that can go out in front of the media and convince people he actually, because he presents himself like he plays video games all day.
Oh yeah, which I think in his mind that's how he looks at the game, as a video game.
It's like, dude, man, that I mean, he's just his vernacular. So maybe a little media, tie him up.
Yeah, figure it out.
Or maybe get him a radio show.
Hey, it's all good. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, coming up in about 20 minutes. Our good friend Riley Jensen. I was thinking about him because we got Jackson Dart. And, well, there's a couple reasons why. We were trying to figure out this restaurant and this taco place that Coach went to. And I mentioned this place, and I'm like, you know what? Who made an appearance in Drive-Ins and Dives? What is it?
Diners, Drive-Ins,
and Dives. Our good friend Riley Jensen, back in the day, this is like 20 years ago, made an appearance on that show at this taco joint. And so I was thinking about Riley, and then we were talking about Jackson Dart, and we're talking about quarterback play. This dude knows quarterback play and can break it down better than anybody else. He's going to join us coming up at 11:05. So we'll chat with Riley coming up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed next.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable, we can't do this. The issue is that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on their roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar WB, folks, that is where you need to go. Whether it's in Nephi or having it shipped to your home, there is no doubt about it. Bar W Beef is going to provide you the best beef in the state of Utah because these are cattle that are raised and processed right here by Utah farmers and ranchers. You know exactly where your beef's coming from. And, Coach, you can taste that difference.
Absolutely. I mean, you cannot fake what they do down there. It is tried and true. And the coolest part is it's Utah. Utah ranchers, you can trace it back to the ranch here in Utah that it came from. All parts of the processing handled by Bar W Beef. So they basically handle it from start to finish, which means you get great quality on the back end. Highly recommend it. It is the best beef that you'll ever put in your mouth.
All you have to do is go to barwbeef.com. It'll be shipped to your house. Any order over $150 or more, you have free shipping. And I suggest you just hop in your car. Great date night. My wife and I were down for the steakhouse for our anniversary. It is the best steak I've ever had at a restaurant. I'm kidding you not. It is an incredible experience. The sides, everything that goes along with it is top notch. Do the smoked burn ends. Trust me on this one. It's all available for you at Bar W Beef off exit 222 in Nephi or barwbeef.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees are off tonight, but they're back in action, hosting the Reno Aces in Game 1 of a 6-game series. Tomorrow night at 6:35, listen on 97.5 and 1280 The Zone. Real Salt Lake is back home Wednesday night, hosting FC Dallas. Pregame starts at 6:30. First kick at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach new potential customers and introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you're a big fan of horns, also bells, too.
Well, just think about any song, like For Those About to Rock has a bell. Anything has a big old gong in the beat.
Yeah.
Just be prepared. Put on your seatbelt.
You're a sucker for that.
Cinderella, one of the great bands that, I say I listen to Cinderella and what the? Yeah, they dressed up and they did their thing. But goodness gracious, can they play this thing?
Yeah.
Tommy Kiefer. I actually paid for a meet and greet with him.
Related to Adam Kiefer?
No relationship. No. This is a much different dude. But,
Kiefer Sutherland? Any relationship there?
Maybe a family relation and named, I don't know. Maybe Kiefer was named after Tom's dad. They were colleagues.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But all I know is these boys rock and roll.
How was the meet and greet? Was he
was
decent?
so cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, yeah.
'Cause some of those can go one of two ways.
I went with Ray Giacoletti.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We were in Dallas for a Party Hound show. And the night before we were playing, Cinderella played, or Tom Kiefer. He doesn't play. They don't play anymore. It's just Kiefer and a band, and they play all the stuff. And, I mean, he looks rough. He definitely
those dudes lived a life, that's for sure.
He came out in like sweatpants and like those duck boot type things and a tank top. And his hair was everywhere. And he's like, yeah, man. He was so cool, though. He signed a bunch of stuff and talked to us for probably 15, 20 minutes. So it was worth it.
Nice. The stories that guy could tell.
Oh, man. Yeah, I should have asked him more. But, I asked the old, like, where was your favorite place ever to play? And they played over in the Eastern Bloc, he said, early on, kind of when they started letting some things in. And so they played something over there in, I want to say Germany. No. In Poland.
Oh, yeah.
And, it was very, during the Cold War, and it was all very dicey. But, yeah, that was one of the things that stood out.
There's no David Hasselhoff, but,
David Hasselhoff did the Stadium of Fire one year. I went to it.
They had the Hoff at the Stadium of Fire?
Yeah, Hoff and the car. Kit.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the Cars. And I'm like, okay, I can handle that show.
The car was driving around the stadium.
So Kit was actually driving.
Come over here.
From Knight Rider.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like in the 80s.
That show, by the way, was awesome. Has not held up. You find those on DVDs?
But we didn't know.
We didn't know what we didn't know.
But the tech looked cool to nose.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't know the tech, what we'd have today is you have a television screen in your car.
Dude, the holy trinity of 80s shows for kids that were, that are Gen Xers now, MacGyver, Knight Rider, A-Team. Those were the big three. And you're like, okay, any one of those dudes, I wish I could be any of them.
Here, hand me a paperclip.
I'll even do, I'd even be Murdoch, for crying out loud. That guy was weird, but you know what? Still
was he
cool.
the guy that went around and solved crimes in the seersucker suit? Murdoch?
No, Murdoch was the
member of the A-Team. He was the
he was the crazy guy.
I was thinking Matlock.
Matlock, yeah, I know.
Oh, Murdoch was the guy that had he was out of a
mental institution. Yeah. I mean, if you had to choose one, you're going to be Face because that dude got all the girls.
Yes, absolutely.
But Murdoch, I mean, look, and then you wanted to hang with Mr. T because Mr. T would fight anybody that got in your way. All right. The Heisman apparently did not pay any attention to what we did on the top 60 and 60 back in the day because they are opening up Pandora's box. We got a couple of Heisman voters here on staff. JJ's one. Who's the other one, Lloyd? We got JJ and it's me. That's right. Yeah.
Wait, you're the other one?
I'm the other one.
You vote for the Heisman?
I thought we had 3.
Do we have 3?
I think
Are you serious?
No. I think it's just 2.
Stand up and do the pose.
No.
You really vote for it?
I do
I
vote.
like how you said that. Oh, it's me.
I was hoping you'd give me a little bit of a layup there.
The voter, they have a pencil and a pad, but they have their hand out saying, no, I will vote, but you will not.
You know what? You have never thrown that in our face.
Never.
Until now.
Well, and he did it with such vigor.
I didn't even expect it.
Oh, that's why I was
You
thinking.
hit me right in the face.
I thought I'd give you a little assist.
You did, and I was like, wait.
I was giving you the hockey assist. Like I was going to give you the puck, and then you were going to give it back to me.
Toe pick. I toe picked it.
kinda
I totally toe picked it.
In an indirect way, he third-personed.
Yeah,
a little bit, yeah. I'll own
And
that.
you Karl Malone there.
I've never bragged about the Heisman vote before.
He hasn't.
No.
You threw me.
But I think it becomes a little less of importance now because the Heisman Committee, here on What You May Have Missed, has now expanded and will have a fan vote, much like how we did on the top 60 and 60, where we had all of our writers all had a vote, and then we did a collective fan vote, and that would represent one vote. I believe that's what they're going to do here. Not a big fan of that because
it takes away from your power.
It takes away from JJ and what he's
intending to do with his vote.
Yeah, exactly. And me. It's interesting though. Like when people find out you have a vote, like I've got a lot of coaches that throughout the years that look, I do play-by-play at Utah State, so I know coaches that have come and gone, and they're all from OCs and DCs and special teams coordinators, and some of these guys that end up having on like Oklahoma or some of these other schools will reach out like, hey, you got a vote? Yeah. Like, hey, have you seen my guy? Like, wow, you guys are actually stumping for your dude. That's impressive. But yeah, now the Heisman hopeful website can allow you, the viewer, to have some level of interaction with Heisman voters.
Oh, and I know I don't have a vote, but I actually like that. Just because it's one vote. I mean, come on. It's, millions of people just screaming as loud as they can and trying to get the meter to where their guy gets the vote.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, the level of security on that thing is crazy. Like, they give you, right after the last game of the year, they let you, they give you this link, and it's only open for an amount of time, and you have to do all this third-party verification, all this stuff, authentication, to make sure it's you.
The authenticator.
Yeah, you have to do all this crazy stuff to get your vote heard. All right, Riley Jensen joins us next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fired up. Tomorrow, Dave Nellis is going to be hanging out with us in studio from America First Credit Union, one of my favorite guys on the planet because he is America First. He is approachable, he's cool, he's kind, and he wants what's in your best interest. And that's who America First Credit Union really is, because they want you to be part of the family. They're going to incentivize you to be part of the family. 2 ways in which you can earn $350 just by becoming a new member. Number 1, open up a checking and savings account. That's it. And then you're going to get $150. That's right. Free money right in your back pocket. Save it, pay some bills, whatever the case is, that's yours. Let's add to it, though. Let's throw another 200, so 350 total. You do that by signing up with your work to have direct deposit. Now, if you have direct deposit and you have 60 days to get at least $1,000 directed deposit into that account, then they'll give you another $200. So that's $350 right in your back pocket just for doing something you should already be doing, and that's becoming a member of America First Credit Union. All you have to do is go to any local branch. There's a bunch of them, but they're going to treat you like family. You're not a number on an Excel sheet with America First. They love you up. They treat you like family. They care about you and your financial situation. Go to americafirst.com or, again, any of those local branches, and pretty soon you're going to be like Norm from Cheers walking into that branch. They're going to love you up. All you have to do is go to americafirst.com or the branch near you.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with zero-res carpet and air duct cleaning. And upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit zerores.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
It looks like science fiction. This is metal and plastic and sensors. But for one man, it is very much real. It changes the game of being able to use a prosthetic. Connecting man and machine with cutting-edge AI, giving him something he lost decades ago. I'm going to be able to actually feel with my hand. That's an insane concept. Technology of touch, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Riley Jensen's going to join us coming up here in just a moment from right now. It's a busy Monday. We got a lot to break down. Some news out of the NBA. Oh, trust us, we will talk about this coming up here in a bit. The NBA has found no evidence that LA Clipper owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through sponsors to circumvent the salary cap for Kawhi Leonard. Let's see. The NBA is now focused on whether teams' introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constituted a violation of the league's rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention. So they're going to say, like, oh, you know, you guys can't introduce. Okay, here's a $200,000 fine, Ballmer. Don't do that again. This is dirty. This is dirty, dirty, dirty. Instead of getting slapped by Thor's hammer, they're going to get slapped by one of those little bracelets you had back in the 80s because they're going to say the Clippers could be guilty of failure to supervise the situation.
I mean, this has to be just maddening to...
If I'm Ryan Smith, I'm losing my mind
like
over this.
maddening, because it is so on point, and you would think that after 11 months, when basically you can sit where we sit and not have to see anything, get all of the friggin' information, and you can see that it's a dirty deal. And the NBA's what they've done is they're trying to go in there and figure out what's the least we could do to these guys.
Yes.
I mean, that's what it feels like.
Yeah. If all things were equal and it was the Jazz that did this, everything else is the same, but the Jazz did this, the Jazz would lose draft picks. They would be fined more than 7 figures. Like, this would be a monumental punishment of the likes we'd probably never seen before in the NBA towards an ownership. Like, this would be historic, what the NBA would do to the Utah Jazz if they did this. Let's say the Jazz were able to, snag or Darren Peterson. They want Darren's up for a max contract, and they're like, "Hey, Darren, look, we know we can only give you so much, but we're going to introduce you to our good friends down here at Bar W Beef, and they're going to hook you up with everything else that you need to make all the money you could possibly dream of, and free beef forever." And the NBA found out about it. Darren Peterson resigns, and the NBA found out that this was going on. Holy smokes. The amount of monumental fines would be historic against the Utah Jazz. I mean, who's the guy, the old ESPN guy, Pablo something?
Torre.
Yeah. Pablo Torre found out all the evidence he needed.
He handed it to him on a silver platter.
He handed it to him. And then you're saying that the NBA can't find anything? When Pablo Torre, and this isn't any disrespect, Pablo Torre's a hell of a investigative journalist and reporter. But he found it. But yet the powerful arm of the NBA could not find any evidence? Shut up. This is disgusting. This is why NBA fans have such a hard time. I take that back. This is why Utah Jazz fans have a hard time with the NBA. They love their Jazz. They love everything about their organization. But every time you feel like you're trying to get on even footing with everybody else, you see a story like this, and you realize the deck is always stacked against you. The NBA wants no part of Utah doing anything of any value. But yet, the Clippers, you talk about the integrity of the game, the Clippers gave a middle finger to the NBA in their hopes of signing Kawhi Leonard and every other team around the NBA. And Adam Silver cannot find any evidence. Adam Silver's the most neutered, most disingenuous, most disgusting commissioner in the history of sports, letting this go. All right, with that, let's bring in Riley Jensen.
Put a pin in it, because we were definitely coming back to that, right?
Riley Jensen, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, quarterback guru, and overall good dude. How you doing, Riley?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Scotty, Tim, always good to be on the show.
Oh, man, you're the best. Hey, you watched Jackson Dart the other night?
Yeah, and Zach Wilson. I watched a couple of guys play some good football.
What did you with Jackson? Some of the big plays he made just kind of seems to have a little bit of everything you need to make a team work.
Yeah, you know what? Jackson is very interesting in the sense that, I mean, look, when he was in high school, he put up video game numbers. When he was at Ole Miss, he put up all the stats that you need to get to the pros. But I think the thing that stands out to me about Jackson is, regardless of stats, the dude plays to win. And he's just not afraid to make the plays and to do the things that it takes to win. And, you know, I was a little bit surprised last year that he didn't throw more interceptions, because he's just one of those guys that's willing to – he's not afraid to throw an interception if he feels like he can make a big play. And his interceptions were down. And again, on Sunday, you see him rolling out to the left, making a throw that – I'm telling you right now, 99% of this world can't make that throw, including quarterbacks in the NFL, where he throws it up high, middle of the end zone, to where his guy can get it and nobody gets it, and it's a touchdown. So he's really fun to watch. I know people are frustrated because he's always in the blue tent. I think he's frustrated because he's in the blue tent. I do feel like there's a little bit of me that feels the same way as Jackson. Like, seriously, we're putting him in the tent for that? I mean, it was a big hit. It wasn't I don't know. I'm frustrated with the blue tent with him a little bit.
So I remember last year in preseason football, he was throwing a bunch of interceptions, and the New York media started to go like, what's up with all the interceptions? He's like, because I want to know what I can get away with and what I can't get away with. And the preseason is all about that. So I'm going to attempt some throws in the preseason that I want to see if I can get away with. And if I can't, then I take a mental note of that and apply that to the regular season. The dude is just really smart at another level than I think a lot of people give him credit for. And that's what's allowed him to be as successful as well as the God-given talent.
Well, I got to tell you, I got to tell you a little bit of an interesting story about him. So I know Brandon, his father. Brandon and I played against each other. Brandon, we always joked with him that, you know, lots of people graduate in 7 years, because he's one of the first guys that had like 3 medical red shirts, and he played at Utah. It felt like for 10 years, you know. And I've known Jackson. I was his quarterback trainer from the age of about 10 on. We've talked a lot. He transfers to Ole Miss. He's in his second year at Ole Miss. I believe it was his second year, maybe his first year. I can't remember. But he'd been playing like most of the SEC season with a torn left groin. And then I can't remember the game just before the Alabama game. He tore his right groin.
Ew.
And I'm talking to him on a Tuesday. He's in the tub, and I'm like, Jackson, what's going on? He's like, dude, I can't freaking walk. And I'm like, dude, how are you going to play this week? I mean, it's Tuesday. You can't walk on Tuesday. How are you going to play against Alabama? And he goes, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, what are you going to do? And he goes, I'm going to do the same thing I always do. And I go, what's that? He goes, I'm going to thug it out. And the thing is on that Saturday, he had 4 shots at the end zone to beat Alabama at Alabama. And it was the most incredible performance that I've ever seen, knowing what I knew, right? Like, I just can't believe how tough he is mentally, physically. He has all the skills to make the throws. He's just mentally, and like this moxie that he has is a little bit different level than any other quarterback I've been around.
Did you see that at 10 years old?
I didn't see it quite yet. I mean, look, always a kid that was coachable, always a kid that wanted to work out, always wanted to play hard. I started to see it in high school, and then I would talk to Eric Kerr, and I would talk to their defensive coordinator, who's now the head coach at Corner Canyon, and I was like, dude, what's he like with the guys? And they're like, dude, I think he's the best leader I've ever been around, you know? So I think it's all translating. I know there's some bravado out there. I know that he's in a lot of ads and he's doing some of those things, but I actually think it's pretty authentic to who he is. there's some guys that go and do that, and that's not really authentic to who they are. Like, they're not a big personality. They're not a fun personality. And then, if Eli Manning was doing everything that Jackson's doing right now, I would feel like, ooh, that's a little bit out of character. Like, are we getting, are we a little bit not focused? But I just feel like that's who Jackson is. And my biggest thing in coaching and playing is you've got to be who you are. You've got to be authentic to who you are. I think that's why Kalani's a good coach. I actually think that's why Bronco's a good coach. I think that's why Morgan's a good coach. I mean, look, you may not like the way Bronco coaches, but he's definitely authentic to who he is. He's just a little bit quirky and a little bit different that way. That doesn't mean he's a bad person. And he doesn't try to be something that he isn't. He just, that's how he is. And I think that's how Jackson is. And I think that's why you're seeing dividends and you're seeing him play really well, is because he's a big personality.
Riley, you've done such a great job, coming on the station, talking about performance and athletics and, how the mind plays a massive part in that. When you talk about moxie, because I used that same word earlier in the show to describe Jackson when I saw him in high school, it was just apparent that he had a little of that. What's the biggest misconception athletes have about confidence?
Oh, I think the biggest misconception in when I talk to athletes is you cannot mistake certainty for confidence. So no one is ever certain. We're all playing the odds a little bit, right? We're you can be 80% certain, 90% certain, 70% certain. There's always going to be a little bit of risk in there. And if you can understand that you can play really well and that you can win without your A game, then all of a sudden you can be a really, really good player. It's like, Tiger Woods has said things like, it's not how good your good shots are, it's how good your bad shots are. And what he's really trying to say is can I be pretty dang good even when I don't have my A game? And if I can do that and I can compete and scrap and win when I don't have my A game, then look out when I do have my A game. Because I just don't think that we're in the zone. I don't know about you, Tim. I don't know about you, Scotty, but how many times you felt in the zone on a call or in the zone, playing sports. But it's a handful of times. If it's more than a handful of times, you're lucky. You know what I mean? And so you just can't count on everything to be perfect. But if you can count on the fact that you can compete with your B game, your C game, your C- game and still win, then that can build a lot of confidence. But a lot of athletes that I work in think, conditions have to be perfect. It has to be 70 degrees, no wind. My line has to be 300 across the way, and I have to be able to do, that. Then I'll be able to play well. Well, that's just not going to happen very often.
That's why you got those 7-on-7 All-Stars that don't necessarily translate to Fridays and Saturday nights.
Scott, don't get me started on 7-on-7. And Tim, you guys ruined football because you brought the AAU attitude to 7-on-7 football, and that's a freaking joke now.
I am right there with you. There is AAU is a scourge.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's guys like neck jamming people, and they're like putting it out on social media, and I'm like, 15-yard penalty. You just cost your team a first down and probably flipped the field. Nice play, guys. I'm glad you're freaking putting, some music to that and advertising that as good football at 7-on-7.
Yeah, we got under Riley's skin. This is good. We got something burn the saddle.
Angry Riley is my favorite Riley.
I'm just telling you, I'm a little surly about that. I'm so glad that it's real football right now so that penalties get called and physicality lives strong in the game because, my gosh.
Hey, I love talking quarterbacks with you. Obviously, a little bit about Jackson Dart, but I think that we are poised to have a really special year in the state of Utah with Dampier at Utah, certainly Bachmeier. And look, I've always been a big fan of McKay Hillstead. I thought he'd take over that BYU job, and Bear just came in and ripped it away from him. And I know it's a big if because of his stature, but seeing him up close and in person, when Coach and I were up there a week ago, McKay Hillstead's put on a lot of weight. Now, look, he can't grow vertically. That's the big man upstairs who defines that. But he's put on a ton of muscle because I think he's like, if I'm going to go 12, that's the way I'm going to be able to do it. I expect a big season from him too with Robert and I.
No question about it. He's got all the support around him to have a great season at Utah State. The last time I saw him is I went down to a quarterbacks meeting last fall, it was last fall during the quarterback competition, and he looked great then physically. I haven't seen him in a year, but the guy's not a stranger to the weight room. He's not a stranger to hard work. This is a guy who is also a competitor like Jackson. In his own way, he's got a lot of moxie. And like you said, Scott, we saw him play a couple of years ago. Was it 3 years ago now, Scott?
Yeah, 3 years. Remember that James Madison game? He put on a show.
Dude, he showed some flashes of incredible football. Now, he did struggle a little bit with injuries, and I think that's what. But look, we say that about every quarterback, Scott. We say that about Bear. We say that about Dampier. We say that about. I mean, that's just something that we talk about with quarterbacks. Like, man, we got to keep this guy healthy. Well, that's true at every school, no matter what size they are. We're talking about that, and so McKay's going to be McKay. He's going to play the way that he knows how to play, and I'm telling you, when he's healthy and when he's running around the field making plays, he's as good as anybody in the country, especially on the college level.
Yeah. So Bear Bachmeier, all right. So I like talking to you and guys who really know the game, because us in the media, we use these cliches, and sometimes they're true, and then other times guys like you like, okay, that's bull crap. You guys in the media just made that up. You don't know anything about the game. The biggest jump can be from year 1 to year 2. If that's true, is Bear Bachmeier due for one of those jumps?
Well, Scott, I remember taking a class at Utah State that talked about these idioms and these phrases, right? Like,
yeah.
Birds of a feather flock together and opposites attract. Well, which one is it, right? Is it between year 1 and year 2 we get a lot better, or is it a sophomore slump? Like, we have all these phrases, right, that cover everything. So the truth is we don't know. Here's what I know about Bear. Bear is a competitor. Bear has a lot to improve. Bear would be the person that if he was on this show with us, he would tell us that he has a lot to work on. I've talked about this before. I feel embarrassed that I say it quite a bit. But the biggest step in college football, it's really easy to throw an out or a streak down the sideline, or a really, really easy screen pass that you don't have to read when you're a freshman, when you're an underclassman in football. Where you start to take big steps as a big-time quarterback is when you understand what's happening in the middle of the field, and you can high-low a linebacker, or you can place the ball over the linebacker and in between a safety for a big-time first down on third down. And that's the step that I want to see him take. We know he can run. We know he has arm strength. We know he has the talent. Can Bear take the next step and actually just bore me with completions? I just want to see him one game just bore me with like 50, completions underneath, in between, and all around the field. And to me, that's where it's a really good quarterback, is when it's so boring. You're like, oh, that's the easiest throw ever. Oh, geez, all he's doing is throwing like 8-yard hook patterns and 5-yard ins. And I'm like, yeah, that's the position. That's quarterback. The guys that have big arms and they can't hit a freaking 5-yard in, they're coach killers. I mean, Sean Salisbury is the ultimate coach killer in the history of football. He was big, strong, had this huge arm. And every time in practice, they were like, well, he's not really hitting the underneath throw. And they're like, yeah, but man, he looks like Tarzan. He can throw like Tarzan. And then you get in the game, and the ball's getting sprayed all over the stands. He was a coach killer. That's what those guys are. They're coach killers when they can't take what the defense gives them, and all they want to do is show off their arms. So that's what I'm looking for from Bear is can you read the middle of the field, and can you make those key third down conversions with your feet, or with like a really, really solid slant pass or a dig route that you understand the moving parts of the middle of the field.
So to round out the guys we're talking about, and I have to say your comment about authenticity rings true with every guy we're talking about. Having had the opportunity to, interact a couple different times with Devin Dampier, I can't be more impressed. He just is who he is, and I think guys are naturally, they're drawn to that. But what kind of year you think he can have? I'm hearing receivers up there are good, and it's a new offensive situation.
Well, look, and I don't mean any disrespect to these programs, but every year I hear that BYU's receivers are going to be good and University of Utah's receivers are going to be good. And every year I think they're bang average. So, like, let's get over the whole, like, conversation about, like, how good the receivers are going to be at the University of Utah. They got Devin Dampier. He's going to make completions. He's going to find tight ends. He's going to find a way to scramble around and be the best athlete on the field and make plays. I don't really care about their receivers. I care that you protect Devin Dampier and you don't get him hit too much. And if you do that, you're going to win a lot of football games because that guy is a winner. That guy, look, it's not going to be perfect, and it's not going to look like the traditional quarterback every time because he's not 6'5", 240 pounds. But, man, is he an exciting brand of football to watch. I think McKay Hillstead at Utah State can replicate a little bit of what Devin Dampier has done. And I think I'm just really excited to watch Devin because I think, like a great point guard in basketball, Devin Dampier is the type of guy that makes the guys around him better. When you have a great piece to your offense, you know, as a point guard or as a quarterback, they just make everybody else better. And that's what Devin does. And I'm really excited to see Kevin McGivern. I think Kevin McGivern is one of the nicest people in the industry. I think he has coached all over America with less than great athletes. And if these receivers are as good as he's saying they're going to be, he's going to put together a phenomenal offensive season for the University of Utah. And I'll tell you what, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. There is not a better state in the country that I would feel comfortable with my son playing for. Eric Kerr at Weber State, Bronco Mendenhall at Utah State, Morgan Scalley at the University of Utah, and Kalani Sitake at BYU. I mean, these are phenomenal men. And then I can go down each and every one of their staffs and talk about how good the people are on their staffs. They're just like, if your son is from the state of Utah and you get to play for Utah State, Weber State, Utah, or BYU right now, you ought to put on that hat and ride that wave because that is a great program for your son to become a man in. I've never seen it. We've never had it in this state with this many good. And this isn't to take and then throw in Lance Anderson from Utah Tech.
Yeah.
I don't know the coach. I don't know the coach as well from Southern Utah. It doesn't mean he's not good, but I'm just telling you, those 5 coaches, unreal men. And I would have my son play for any of those guys and just like put my heart at ease knowing that my son was playing at a great program.
You know, I've told Bronco this, and you know, it went over about as well as you would expect. But but I'm like, you know what? I owe you an apology because during his early years at BYU, it was weird. You know, we'd never really heard a coach talk like that. It just felt, you know, weird. And so, you know, he was the butt of a lot of jokes. And then your kids get older. At least my kids got older. And my boys got to the point where they're, you know, my youngest is playing sports and whatever they're going into, you want them to have authenticity, somebody who genuinely cares about them, who will be honest and frank with them. And as soon as my kids started to get into high school, it clicked. I'm like, okay, I get it now. I understand why Bronco's doing what he's doing. And I would absolutely have my kid play for him tomorrow because that's the kind of person that I want my kids to learn from and to try to replicate. And it took my kids getting older and me to get older for it to click and be like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I would absolutely send my kid there if I could.
I think if you were to give Bronco truth serum, he would tell you that his weakness is presentation. It's not necessarily look, we made fun of Quest for Perfection, but isn't that what we want for our sons?
Exactly.
It's like every day trying to get a little bit better, trying to be a little bit better than they were the day before. Or, you know, I know we made fun of him for the jersey with like honor, spirit, and all that kind of stuff. But like, dude, it was the presentation of it. It wasn't the thought of it that was bad. It's like, dude, I want my son to have honor and spirit and moxie or whatever the name was that he was going to put on the jerseys. So yeah, I mean, and Bronco is authentic. Like, he's always been a little bit quirky and maybe speaking isn't his favorite thing to do, but it doesn't change the fact that he cares, and it doesn't change the fact that he knows a lot about football. And he's a great fit for Utah State.
Oh, yeah.
You take the whole thing where he doesn't have to represent the church, and I think that it takes kind of a special personality to represent the church at BYU and be a good coach. You take that off his mantle, and he gets to be him, and he gets to just coach football and bring kids in and love them up. I mean, dude, it's a great fit. It's a great fit for Utah State.
Riley Jensen joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Riley, there's a lot of opportunities out there to better yourself mentally, to work on your performance. I want to get the word out there, man. Whether it's your company, whether it's your sales guys, whether it's your individual athletes, you're available to help everybody, right?
Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning that, Scott. I have the coolest job in the world. I get to build confidence in human beings. I get to talk to people about overcoming adversity, about being their best selves, whether they're athletes or whether they're salespeople at your company. I have 3 different companies right now that I work with where I go to their establishment for 3 hours in the mornings, and appointments are open to me on Tuesday mornings from 9 to 12, where people can come in and talk about goal setting, work-life balance, stress and anxiety management, how to be my best self, that kind of stuff. And then if you have a young athlete or a college athlete that wants to come and better themselves, I really feel like mental toughness and confidence is a tiebreaker. I mean, think about it, Tim. When you were recruiting a player and the kid had a little bit of moxie and a little bit of mental toughness and all things were equal, like everything was equal. I mean, the tiebreaker was, hey, I'm going to go with this guy because he just gives me a feeling that he believes in himself a little bit more, right?
Yeah, comfortable in his own skin, right?
Yep. And this is a skill that you can develop. People think, oh, he's just born with moxie or not. Well, yes, there are some people that might be genetically inclined to be a little bit more confident than others, but it's not a skill that you can't grow and that you can't develop. So come and see me at rjpg.net. That's rjpg.net, and we can help you get to where you want to be.
Also, I suggest you go over to Amazon and go get yourself a copy of Pure Unadulterated Guts, Riley Jensen's book. Do you ever like at a dinner party, like, yeah, I'm an author too, like.
No, I mostly use the I can't remember the line, but I don't know if you know this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
I'm kind of a big deal.
You gotta have cards made. Hey, here's you get my book here.
Yeah. Hey, Riley.
No, the book was a passionate thing, and it helped me organize my thoughts on a lot of subjects. So thank you for plugging that too. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. The book was, I put a lot of heart and soul into that, and it was really fun to write.
Well, it's great. I've made my kids read it. I'm a huge fan. I'm an Amazon purchaser as well, so I highly suggest everybody does that. Pure Unadulterated Guts from Riley Jensen, available for you on Amazon. Riley, let's do this again soon, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Scott. Thanks for having me on. We haven't been together for a while, so it's
been a minute.
Come on your show again.
We got to do this. Thanks, Riley.
Thanks, Riley.
All right, man.
There he is, Riley Jensen, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take a quick break. Come back. Good, the bad, the ugly. Straight ahead.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit zerores.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero Res is the right way to clean.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, let's start with good, and I think you put it correctly in our first segment. Utah, BYU, both in the AP Top 25. Utes checking in at 21, BYU coming in at 14. But when you're looking at ladders, oh, by the way, I had a little spill on the ladder. I had this really old rickety ladder when I was working on the shed. And every time you get up on there, that thing's swaying.
Oh boy.
And, it finally gave up on me. And it wasn't a bad tumble. There's enough. He got a little bruised up, shook it off. And then all right, let's go find a new ladder. And I found me one on KSL Classifieds, brought it in, and off we go. So very happy. It's like, wow, this is what a real ladder is supposed to feel like. All right.
Oh man, my wife loves the KSL Classifieds. Loves the KSL Classifieds. I'm glad you did. Like, what rung were you on? Give me a rung that you fell from.
At about fourth rung.
So now you know it's getting knocked out of the top 25, right on your tail into receiving votes.
Yep.
And bruised.
I went on the side.
Oh, the hip?
Yeah.
The bad things happen when you mess with hips.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad you told us. Don't do it again, okay? You got the new ladder.
Got a new ladder. That's the thing. I need this shed for all the stupid tools I'm buying to build the shed.
I'm absolutely fascinated with this whole process. I walked into there, I'm like, all right, show me the pics, man.
I purposely didn't, because I'm like, he's going to be so sick of all these pictures I'm sending him.
I seek it out. It's just, when I see my guy this happy, I told Lloyd today, like this, everybody needs a little passion in your life, man. And
it
can come from a shed.
I'm almost embarrassed that I'm enjoying this process as much as I am. But anyway, all right. So Utes, Cougars, both in the top 25. BYU at 14, Utah at 21. Both puts them in a great situation where if they start off the season really hot like Utah and they go 6-0 to start the season, then they're in a good position to be in that 10 to 12 range when the season and the schedule really starts to heat up a little bit. For BYU, starting at 14 gives you a little bit of leeway. Let's say things don't go your way against Arizona. You're dropping early game. Well, guess what? You still have plenty of time because it'll only drop you 3 or 4 spots. And then you have plenty of time to recapture some momentum and carry it into the, hopefully, Big 12 championship game.
The lesson is this. Hold on to your rung.
Yes.
Refuse to go downward, only go up. I know it's impossible, but that's kind of, college teams start of the season why everybody is so excited. Everybody seems as though they have control. And we all know that this season it's a battle of wills. It's, almost in some cases who can stay the most healthy. But you got to love the fact that these two teams are thought of as 2 of the top 25 teams in the entire country. And they're in power conferences now, so they're going to get that respect. And, BYU knocked on the door last year. Utah's in a spot they could do it this year. It lines up perfect.
It really does. I want to see both these teams in a Big 12 championship game. Utah, BYU, Big 12 title game. And then Utah, BYU in a college football playoff. Let's go.
I'm all for all of it. Yeah. I love when when there's big games like that. And that's the other cool part. They get to play each and every year. And, that game will have something to do with who's standing at the end, obviously. So,
all right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So Shiloh Sanders is in the middle of a bankruptcy trial. It is set to begin during the same week of Colorado season opener at Georgia Tech on September 3rd. Deion Sanders has been subpoenaed to appear in Shiloh Sanders' bankruptcy trial. It's unclear if Sanders will be called to testify or if he'll look to fight the subpoena due to a scheduling conflict. But
week 1 of, I think it's the same week as their first game, essentially. It's during week 1.
Double audio.
What? Did you say week 1?
Yes, I did. During week number 1.
Oh!
You're going to have to roll that one back. Gotcha.
Avoid double audio at all costs.
Yes. Yeah. Now the question is, had that been me, we would be hearing that back before the end of the segment.
No.
If it's Lloyd, it usually finds a way to oh, guys, I wasn't rolling on that segment. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there.
Hey, I need to get another flash drive into the vault.
It gets Kaiser Sose just gone.
That's right.
But yeah, Shiloh Sanders. So if you're Deion, that's probably not a fun thing to get subpoenaed to your kid's bankruptcy trial. But Lloyd pulled some old storylines from Deion, and maybe the kids chip off the old man's block.
Hey, we talk a lot about how Lloyd taketh, but my goodness, when he gives, does he give? And this story is one that I find hard to believe, but it's true. 2001, Deion Sanders gave a mechanic a partial payment of $1,500 on a $4,265 repair bill for his 1961 Lincoln Continental. So right there, it's cool, right?
Yeah.
61 Lincoln. That thing was probably as big as a boat. Telling the shop owner that Jesus told him it was all he needed to pay. The event led to a civil court lawsuit in Dallas, which a judge ultimately ruled in Sanders' favor.
How about that? He won the trial.
So, the Praise Jesus payment is what it's known as.
So I would say, unless you have the legal resources Deion Sanders has, don't think that there's some Jesus told me precedence when it comes to paying your bills. So you might be able to think, hey, well, in 2001, Deion Sanders' case, he said that Jesus told him to only pay about a quarter of his total automotive bill, and the judge agreed with him. Don't think that's going to work for you. I'm just, look, if you owe some money to a mechanic, and this day and age, that $4,000 is probably more like $15,000. So, and you're like, hey, here's $2,000. Well, you owe me $13,000. Well, Jesus told me only to pay $2,000. So there you go. Don't spend it all in one place. It's not going to go your way.
And the judge won't rule in your favor because what you don't understand, I said Dallas.
Yes.
I said Jesus, and I said Deion Sanders.
Just
so
imagine that argument. Imagine that argument. I'm only going to pay what my heart and my faith tells me to.
So, but the judge, they don't tell the story after, like, hey, Deion, can you stay after in my chambers? I got a white Sharpie, sign my robe. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
And I could use a couple of season tickets. And
any of them sweet tickets, maybe? Meet Jerry.
Call Jerry.
Jerry. But you have to understand, in Texas, it is the Cowboys, it is Jesus, and it is football in general.
Yeah.
And that'll win any case.
And we talk about, guys who win titles in jerseys get put on a pedestal. And the last Super Bowl that the Cowboys won, Deion Sanders was on that team.
Can I say that I get uncomfortable with that name thrown out a lot? Like when athletes go there, I get it. But, the Tebow approach, the Deion approach, just makes a guy wonder.
Yeah.
Because I'm all for that too, but I just try to live it.
Hey, let's quickly get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
All right, so the interesting situation here brewing, and it's frankly disgusting, is that the NBA has said that they have found no evidence of any inappropriate activity with Steve Ballmer funneling extra money to sign Kawhi Leonard through corporate sponsors. The NBA says we have found no evidence of that. Now, Pablo Torre found plenty of evidence. ESPN did their own investigation, found plenty of evidence. And so everybody's throwing this back at the NBA's face. The NBA has now responded to that, courtesy of an official statement from NBA spokesman Mike Bass. ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. All right. First off, you're never going to provide any evidence whatsoever. And if it is, it'll be completely one-sided. You'll gloss over the fact that you are a dirty organization. The NBA is essentially a mob boss, and they will hurt those that they feel like they can get away with hurting, and they will protect those that they feel like can help them. The Los Angeles Steve Ballmer and that Los Angeles market, they're untouchable. They're Tony Soprano. All right?
He is the wealthiest owner in the entire game, right?
The Utah Jazz are more like Christopher, and Christopher is going to get choked out by Tony if he ever crosses him, like he did. I think it was last season, The Sopranos. Anyway, Christopher had an untimely ending after a car accident. So, look, you're part of the family. Technically, are you a valued member of the family? Are you treated the same as other people in the family? No. And Steve Ballmer is the popular kid. You, as a Utah Jazz, if you had done this, if Ryan Smith had done what Steve Ballmer did, if Ryan got caught, if Pablo Torre and ESPN releases stories with the same exact evidence against Ryan Smith that came out about Steve Ballmer, the Jazz may lose their team. They might rip the team out of Salt Lake City and send it over to Vegas or send it to Seattle. They might force Ryan Smith to sell the team. They'll definitely pull away multiple draft picks and fine well over $1 million to Ryan Smith. We would see an unprecedented penalty if the Utah Jazz circumvented the salary cap the way the Los Angeles Clippers did. But yet it's the Clippers, it's Steve Ballmer, it's Los Angeles. We can't find anything. And they're going to slap their wrist. They're going to say that they're not watching their employees or their corporate sponsorship relationships, that and Kawhi's going to be the one that falls on the sword on this too. They're going to say that Kawhi at a function met up with a couple of corporate sponsors. Those guys worked out a deal with Kawhi and his group, and that's how this thing came to pass. And the Clippers had nothing to do with it outside of maybe throwing a party where these two sides got together. And like, oh, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. That's on us. We'll do better next time.
Well, the penalty you speak of, so I'll be quick, but the penalty you speak of, Timberwolves in 2000, you remember that whole Joe Smith under the table deal, right? Yep. And that resulted in taking 5 first-round picks and fining the team $3.5 million.
And that was when? 2000?
In 2000. In 2000.
Yeah, that was 26 years ago. $3.5 million and 5 first-round picks.
Right.
Yeah.
It's something ain't right. Something ain't right.
No. Nope. That's what Minnesota got. That's what the Jazz would get that times about 4 in today's world. And the Clippers get a slap on the wrist. And even then, it's going to be it'll be on a Friday afternoon at 5:30 that this thing will come out. And they're like, okay, yeah, they introduced Kawhi's group to a sponsor, and they unknowingly put together an offer, not knowing the rules of the NBA. Everybody's very sorry, and we'd like to move on now. All right, 11:50. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So Shiloh Sanders is in the middle of a bankruptcy trial. It is set to begin during the same week of Colorado season opener at Georgia Tech on September 3rd. Deion Sanders has been subpoenaed to appear in Shiloh Sanders' bankruptcy trial. It's unclear if Sanders will be called to testify or if he'll look to fight the subpoena due to a scheduling conflict. But
week 1 of, I think it's the same week as their first game, essentially. It's during week 1.
Double audio.
What? Did you say week 1?
Yes, I.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside Tim Lacombe. Beehive Meals, folks, the fall, you feel it coming. That means the soup menu is just about to hit beehivemeals.com. But right now, you can still enjoy the flat top meals. I know you got yourself a new flat top.
Yes, we have. And we have definitely put the burgers on it. Whether you want to do something out in the open still while the weather's great and barbecue and with your flat top, there's meals for that, but also those slow cooker meals. And one thing I love is supporting companies that started right here in Utah, Beehive Meals being one of them. They make it easy. They put a great meal on the table. Local company, great people, great food. That's why Beehive Meals has a spot in our home.
That's right. Beehivemeals.com. Get there now. That's beehivemeals.com.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and, of course, the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Monday playlist courtesy of the coach, Tim LeCaux. We're going 80s hair rock here.
This is hair metal, baby. And I appreciate Lloyd for digging them out. Some of them are underground. So thank you, Lloyd, for making
you got it, coach.
Me a part of your day.
Oh, see, now I feel like we're making fun. I do need to have a better introduction. Make us part of your day.
No, I wasn't making fun of anybody. I was just using a term I hear often, which I love. I don't have any issue with it whatsoever.
I don't know. I was listening back to a couple shows. I'm like, I got to come up with some new catchphrases, some new intros.
Hey, man.
I get stuck in a rut sometimes.
Don't we all, though? I mean.
Oh, yeah. I got to mix it up a little bit, for sure. Yeah.
That's why I went with hair metal today. Just shake everybody's cages on a Monday.
That'll wake you up, man. That's not messing around.
That was Rat, by the way. And it's one of my favorite songs. There's the line in it, which we talked about last week some. Loose lips sink ships. But I don't want to give that any more fodder.
I know, right? It's like...
I mean, there's nothing more to say.
There really isn't. It's
Other
just,
than it keeps lingering.
It just keeps lingering. It's like that party after church. It just longers, and not in a good way.
No, I don't see you as a great linger longer guy.
Oh, no. In fact, we had a neighborhood thing last night, and it was in the circle over. So people, we could hear them, they could hear us. And I should have gone over there, and I was working on my shed. And
oxes in the mire, homie.
And the problem is that, it's one thing when you're putting some work in on the old Sabbath day. But then when I've got the circular saw and I'm like, oh boy, everybody across the circle's like, hey, what's that? Is that Gerard's house? He's supposed to be over here talking about the good word. Instead, he's over there. Yeah, cutting wood.
Convoluting the good word.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Hey, man, we all have that ox in the mire moment. You got to get that thing built for
I know.
changes.
I've got less than 3 weeks.
You feel like the hourglass is tipped.
Yep.
The sand is falling. I've been there. I know exactly what you're up against.
So it's like we're not messing around here. We got to get it done. All right. So coming up next segment, we have a chance to chat with Chip Patterson. Of course, he is a college football writer for CBS Sports. Good dude too. Fun chatting up with him. We'll get his thoughts on the top 25, Utah, BYU, the Big 12. Alabama, by the way, as you mentioned, starting, what are they at 12? 13? When's the last time?
12, yeah.
When's the last time we've seen an Alabama team start the season from outside the top 25 or outside the top 10? That's just unbelievable. I mean, I think it's awesome. I love seeing it.
A lot of combinations of things. Like, I think the NIL impacts that for sure, but the Saban factor was real. I mean, he literally saw it and heard and controlled everything. And it's just hard when a new guy comes in, got great strengths, but man, you got to really know. You imagine how he's pulled, how many directions that dude's pulled in as a head coach at Alabama. So, yeah, it's just this is a new guy and a new era, and they're not all like the guy in the houndstooth hat. They only come by so every so often.
High noon. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit Zero-Res.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees are off tonight, but they're back in action, hosting the Reno Aces in Game 1 of a 6-game series. Tomorrow night at 6:35, listen on 97.5 and 1280 The Zone. Real Salt Lake is back home Wednesday night, hosting FC Dallas. Pregame starts at 6:30. First kick at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach new potential customers and introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes that fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoste. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Halfway through the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe. We do it every day from 10 to 2. Who we got here?
Tesla. Hang tough. They're opening for Motley Crue this week if you want to go see them.
I love that you're in that groove here, man. I love that. All in your wheelhouse right here.
Oh, I love this stuff. Not all the time, but when the time's right.
This is kind of a driving home from Vegas. It's 1 a.m. You might be dozing a little bit. You're trying to keep those eyes open. You stop over at a gas station, get yourself a couple rock stars or a couple monsters, open up Spotify, play this, and before you know it, you're riding high. Everything's fine.
You're pulling into Santa Quinn.
Yeah.
You think you're almost home, but you're not.
But you're not. And then you have somebody pull you over and tell you your tires are bare and you got to go buy new.
And you need 4.
Oh, yeah. We can't let you get away with just 1. You got to get 4 of them.
At least that's what it says in our handbook.
Oh, boy. Yeah. All right. Joining us now as we get ever so closer to the start of college football. Chip Patterson, kind enough to join us from CBS Sports. Chip, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good to be back with you. Hope you are.
We are well because college football is nearly here, and there's a lot of expectations. AP poll came out. Utah, BYU, both ranked. BYU setting up pretty at number 14. Is it unrealistic to say that this team can have expectations or should have expectations of a college football playoff?
Yeah, that's absolutely realistic. I think it starts both locally, where you're really not looking around at anybody else in terms of somebody else who should be at that table challenging to what Texas Tech is going to roll out with the latest reboot of that investment. BYU has obviously gone toe-to-toe with the Red Raiders, fell short on the field twice last year, but everybody else in that conference, BYU should feel confident about going up against. And now that we've got the new college football playoff rules, which do give the Big 12, specifically the Big 12, a chance to give its champion a spot in the playoff, then yeah, from the very local being a conference title contender, that's one path in. But it is realistic, and I think it is sort of the fun of looking at BYU as they prepare for the season to stack them not just up against their Big 12 peers, but against their peers nationally, like we got today in the AP Top 25. And that's where I think the ranking is probably fit. I think I like their dancing partners is the way I described it earlier. USC, Michigan, BYU. What are we talking about? We're talking about teams with very, very high floors. We're talking about teams with trustworthy head coaches. And we're talking about teams that maybe have a couple answers that they still need to provide in terms of question marks and before we launch them up into that top 10 consideration. So if BYU steps out on the field, and they'll have their opportunities to be able to answer those questions, but man, that very, very high floor with the way they're built at the lines of scrimmage, having the best player in the conference at running back, and then somebody who just already showed so much maturity in their first year with Barrett Bachmeier. Just, again, really, really high floor. I think the thing that's so exciting is that if top 20 is your floor, is this a team that can show the real ceiling for the Cougars?
Scotty and I, when the poll came out this morning, we instantly saw Alabama at 13, and I mean, I don't know that we've seen that for a long time. You feel like they're in the right spot, and also, is this a team that actually maybe finish lower than 13? Is this a trend that we're starting to see Alabama fall?
It really, first of all, I love having these conversations because I've been so in the weeds with this stuff, guys, like just looking especially at those teams that I see Alabama at 13 and I'm like, yep, that looks right. Because I have been constantly running these teams against each other in my head in preparation for the season. But to hear your perspective, just sort of maybe not as into it. You're right. Alabama at 13 is wild. It is wild to think that that's how far Alabama has fallen. But I think that's a twofold process in the SEC where, yes, Alabama has fallen from where they were at the peak under Nick Saban, but it's also a different SEC. It's an SEC that did not have a single first-place vote in the AP preseason poll. No, I mean, that is crazy. Yeah. Everyone looks at the SEC and they see a lot of good. They see more playoff contenders than you will find in any other conference. But how many national title contenders are you finding right now? And so that's just where we're at, where Alabama at 13, I look at it and I'm like, yeah. It's like, yeah, because they're in that run with an LSU and an Oklahoma and an Ole Miss. I can't tell the difference between each other. They're all going to beat up on each other. They're all going to have 2 or 3 or 4 losses at the end of the season. And from my perspective, I'm like, we'll just roll the balls out and see where it goes. Now, in terms of, Alabama's ceiling and floor, that to me is whether or not you believe in Keelan Russell being able to fulfill what has sort of been projected from him. Coming out of Duncanville, Texas, 5-star, top of his class kind of prospect, and the buzz coming out of spring practice where he got a little bit more work because Austin Mack, the more established veteran, was dealing with just a few little minor injuries, but in those reps, Russell really made an impression on some of the people around that program. The coaching staff is not ready to just let him go. I mean, this is Kalen DeBoer we're talking about. He's going to have a process about this. If Keelan Russell ends up winning the starting job and also plays well, and Alabama's got some tests early, their ceiling is to be able to make the college football playoff and be able to go make some noise. If they don't get a really dynamic play out of the quarterback position, I think it might just be a good defense and a okay offense, which might be, good for the 10 seed in the bracket, but it's definitely not a national title caliber team.
Chip Patterson, kind enough to join us from CBS Sports. When you look at Utah, look, Kyle Whittingham has been an institution in Salt Lake City forever, and we all knew Morgan Scalley was going to get the job. But what we didn't know is that Kyle would go on to take over at Michigan. That just didn't seem like that was certainly in the cards. But it has brought an interesting element to this. I want to talk about Michigan here in a bit, but overall, your thoughts on Morgan Scalley going from the lieutenant to the general role?
I've got confidence in Morgan Scalley's readiness for this, but I think that some of the turnover with the roster and the transfers that you lose and just the way that you start to take an assessment of Utah's depth chart right now and just see the turnover. I mean, you're obviously very happy to have a great quarterback talent, Devin Dampierre, still there. But, lines of scrimmage, you start to see like, okay, we're gonna be trusting some guys to step up or some of the new guys coming in to be ready to go and gel together. I think Morgan Scalley's readiness to be the head coach for Utah football is something that, because it was in the works, is not something I have as much concern over. The concern that I have is more about applying the last year's standard forward and expecting the similar results when you do have so much turnover and yet to be proven. They get out there and all of a sudden he steps in, defense is rock solid, the offensive line is holding up. But, I mean, we've lost a lot of key players off that team, and so I think that it's probably more of an unknown about the new faces on the field than it is necessarily about the new big voice leading the program.
Is there anybody that you're maybe higher on than the rankings or through your research, anybody that you feel like could be better than where they're put to start?
You know what? Something that I'm working on right now. I'm going to be on CBS Sports HQ at 3:25 Eastern time, and the standard is this. So last year, there were 12 teams in the preseason top 25 that finished unranked, and the activity is pick 12 teams out of this top 25 that will finish unranked. Real quickly, I'll rip through it. Texas A&M, Texas Tech, BYU, I apologize, USC, Michigan, Washington, Tennessee, Utah, Iowa, Houston, Louisville, Missouri. And in the process of having to pick those teams, what I found inadvertently was teams that I am higher on, to answer your question. Like, I think I am higher on SMU than most people. It doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily finish up inside the top 10, but I think they are more of a playoff contender than some people realize. I think what Rhett Lashley has built in Dallas is real. I think that they're all pulling on the rope in the same direction. Their portal additions are smart. They've got a process. I am higher than most people on SMU. The same is said for Penn State. Again, this was something I revealed as I'm trying to have to make these decisions. I think that Matt Campbell has always been someone who has been viewed as a coach who would do great if he was given a lot of resources. And I know Iowa State was a lot of an uphill battle in terms of having to fight for what you can fight for. But he also came out of Mount Union, a Division III powerhouse, and the way that they carry themselves is something that I think is a message that he was able to quickly draw on and translate that into getting everybody on the same page at Penn State after that 58-day coaching search. So, yeah, I would say SMU and Penn State. I discovered it by accident, having to figure out which schools I would and wouldn't fight for finishing the season at the end of the year in the top 25. Those would be two where it seems I'm a little bit more bullish on than the market.
So you have BYU and Utah as teams that could fall out of the top 25. So give us a scenario where they may come up short. Position group, like what? Let's start with BYU. What could go wrong for BYU?
The way that I see this BYU team is they are ready to dominate opponents with games that are played on their terms. Games where they're able to beat you up at the lines of scrimmage, run the football, stay ahead of the chains on offense, give Bear a lot of third and manageable, and where it falls apart would be just, like they have an uncharacteristic mental mistake or a team gets hot and comes out of the gate and puts 17 points on the scoreboard, starts to make BYU press a little bit. And that's where I think a real prove-it spot is for BYU on the depth chart is going to be just, can you unlock a dynamic, effective, explosive downfield passing attack? And can you do it in difficult positions? And I'm talking about third and long when you're down by 7 or 10 points. Can you do it on the road? The scenario for BYU is that they get put out of their comfort zone too many times, that they get put off script, off schedule, because to me, any game played on BYU's terms against anybody in the country is a game BYU can win. But again, I'm having to pick half the top 25 here and try to send you one way or the other. I could see the explosive passing game maybe coming up a bit short. And then the Utah side, I think it is you find yourself falling back to the pack of the middle of the Big 12. And I know that y'all have experienced enough Big 12 football between the two schools by now to know some of these games are going to be stupid. There's going to be a 5-4 and a 4-5 record, and just the craziest outcomes and finales and fourth quarters are going to be what decide it. And that's where if you take a step back at the lines of scrimmage, now all of a sudden you fall back to the pack where you're not that different than a lot of other very good middle of the pack Big 12 teams. And then you're just with TCU again. Then you're just kind of in the churn. So those would be the scenarios where I would have them potentially falling out.
What do you make of what Bronco Mendenhall's doing up in Logan for Utah State?
Oh, I mean, I was such a fan of the way things played out right out the gate with New Mexico, and then he gets to Utah State, and it really seems, especially with the move, that it's going to be tough. I want it to succeed. Having followed him from his first stint at BYU, he came to the ACC near me when he was at Virginia. Just a big fan of the coach, but as I see that conference, he's still got a little bit of work to do to start to catch up with a couple other head coaches that are definitely starting to get things going in the right direction.
So when you look at the teams that obviously should be talked about for a national championship, certainly Ohio State, certainly Oregon, is Indiana getting disrespected by the defending national champs being put at 6, or is there just so much attrition there that that you can't quite put them in that top 2 or 3?
I mean, goodness gracious. I tell you what, I haven't really made an emotional decision on how I felt about, eligibility and all these court cases, but seeing some of these 38-year-olds get eligible for Indiana, I mean, I don't know. If they win the championship again, we might see Protect College Sports Act flying through with bipartisan support.
Oh, yeah.
I'm definitely picking up what you're putting down here. Here's the thing that got me is Indiana is getting first place votes in these major polls, the coaches poll and AP poll, but then getting dropped. So that means that we've got some outlier votes or some people that are very, very down on Indiana or tanking the ranking or not believing. I agree in large part it's probably, I wouldn't say disrespecting, but overlooking the potential that they could be just as good. I think they will be just as good. I think their schedule is about a game and a half harder than it was last season. I think that when you look at the whole top of the Big Ten, Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, they've got a lot of games against each other and then against Penn State and Michigan, if you want to expand that a little bit more. I don't think anybody's coming out of the Big Ten with an undefeated conference record. I think they're going to really beat up on each other, have a very muddled picture near the end of the season where they're probably all top 10 teams, but filling out various spots. So because they all have to play each other, and I think they're all very good, yeah, I could see Indiana finishing number 6. But I agree that in the discussion of who could win the national title, there's a lot of people that are looking for a step back because they lost Fernando Mendoza and not just taking a look at the bigger picture. Because the fact of the matter is Indiana can go back-to-back national champions without having Josh Hoover play like Fernando Mendoza because they're so much better everywhere else than they were 2 years ago. He can be just as good as Curtis Rourke, the transfer from Ohio, who led Indiana into the playoff in SIG year 1. He could be Curtis Rourke good, and they could still win the national title.
How do you see the Big 12 playing out? I mean, we've talked to so many people, and it's like you said, it will be chaos because there's so many good teams that will play each and every week. But how do you rank it going into the season?
Well, projecting the Big 12 title picture for me is actually easy because I think that Texas Tech and BYU are the two best teams in the conference even from like a power rating standpoint, and then they don't play each other. So what do I think? I think BYU and Texas Tech will both finish right up at the top of the conference standings and get a chance to tee off again, just like they did on the first Saturday in December last year. I think that they are a cut above to where a lot of those other teams are going to end up picking up those 3 or 4 conference losses, and a lot of them are coming from the hands of a BYU and from a Texas Tech. Now, in terms of like who are the teams that I'm a little bit higher or lower on, I think that you've got a lot of narrative momentum behind what Avery Johnson, Colin Klein, and Kansas State could be. I mean, that group just kind of underperformed last season. Now it does just getting the mojo of your former quarterback star who in and of himself has kind of seen his stock rise a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. But that team also lost a ton of players off last year's team, and it's kind of riding that roller coaster where is the team good or do they just have a favorable schedule? So, yeah, if Kansas State ends up near the top of the Big 12 standings at the end of the season, I'm not going to think it's crazy. I think TCU is another one where, Jaden Craig was sold to me as this dynamic point guard out of this Harvard offense, and we're switching offensive coordinators, but does it really matter when it's a Sonny Dykes team? I mean, they still got to get stops, and that group was leaky as all get out last season. So, yeah, Kansas State, TCU are probably the ones that I'm maybe a little more excited about. Arizona State's just not currently holding a roster with the kind of talent that we look back at the playoff team where you've got multiple NFL wide receivers and maybe an NFL quarterback in Sam Leavitt. Talent level there just isn't to the point where I'm ready to, definitively push them up into the BYU Texas Tech tier. These are all very good teams, very good Big 12 teams, but just, again, not on the level of where Texas Tech and BYU are at right now.
You speak of narrative. There seems to be one around Oklahoma State got 8 votes in the top 25 after coming off last year, and then obviously the new coach and everything else.
Yeah, I think that they will probably have the best season-over-season win total improvement, and I think it will be a triumphant story. But I think it's probably still a 7-5 team at its best. I don't think that's a group that's ready to go all the way into challenging for a Big 12 title, even if the Big 12 title race can often have a lot of participants. The place that I would turn your attention is actually a game between North Texas and South Florida from last year. North Texas did a lot of work just tearing up defenses in the American Athletic Conference. South Florida, maybe not statistically the best defense, but they've got athletes, and that was a rough game for Drew Mestemaker. So we still got to see him do it against power conference opponents, because not every team that you play in the Big 12 is going to have a defense like Rice's. So
yeah, that's fair. So obviously a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on Michigan this year because of the Kyle Whittingham connection. Underwood's a guy that I think we all anticipate will be good, but we just need to see it. Where do you have Michigan this year? What do you expect out of that club?
Their schedule is absolutely brutal, and I think that they would have been in a team that, with a different schedule rotation from the Big Ten, could be a college football playoff contender more so than I consider them right now. I am 100% buying in on the idea that Bryce Underwood is going to play much better than he did reportedly in the spring game, where the performance was so bad that it had a lot of people hitting the panic button. Got a chance to speak with Bryce, got a chance to speak with Kyle at Big Ten Media Days in Chicago. And one of the things that Bryce was definitely discussing, and then was corroborated by his head coach in a separate conversation, has been the important work that's happened between Jason Beck and Bryce really in April and May. Like the time that was spent after they were done reviewing everything from spring practice, reviewing everything from spring ball to get a better understanding for the offense. It seems like it was a lot of work in that relationship as much as it was teaching. Like, yes, Bryce Underwood, I think that it has his process of being able to internalize and wrap his head around what the offense is going to be, what they want it to look like. But I also think that a lot of good work happened in terms of coach and quarterback, getting on the same page, getting to know each other. Those hours, there was not a lot of time for that relationship to be established. And I think that Bryce Underwood is an important relationship type person. So I think that he is going to have a great fit within that offense. They've got two dynamic running backs, a good offensive line. And so there's like such a high floor for me about what Michigan can be. And yet, similar to the conversations we've had earlier, if they get thrown off schedule, do they have the game changers at wide receiver? Can Bryce Underwood be able to take over a game with his arm? Is he ready to do that? Like, those questions still need to be answered. We got some turnover along the lines of scrimmage, and Utah transfer John Henry Daly is on a pitch count. How healthy is he going to be? Rod Moore is on a pitch count. There are places where you could see that Michigan, having to play some of the best teams in the country this season, could end up at 8-4. But man, it's a high quality team, and I do think Bryce Underwood's going to have a good second season. We talked about Bronco and being a perfect fit. I considering what Michigan was going through, considering the extracurricular stuff that was going on, I couldn't think of a better fit for Kyle Whittingham, who is a football coach and very boring outside of the world of football. Like this guy is. All he does is want to coach ball, and that's it. And I think if you're Michigan, you couldn't have found a better fit considering what was going on. Yeah, it's a pretty – if you are maybe not Ohio State, because Ohio State won the national championship more recently, but if you are a Michigan rival of sorts, how frustrating is it that they have committed all these sins and then gotten a coaching upgrade, I mean, they have let their athletic department have so many scandals, and right now the only scandal we have out here is that apparently Kyle Whittingham doesn't hate Ryan Day enough. Yeah, is that the scandal now? I mean, if that's the Kyle Whittingham standard for scandal, I think Michigan has chosen the right person to clean up that program. Yeah. Dude stays off Instagram, not going to get in no DMs floating out there. He'll keep things pretty even keeled there. Hey, we appreciate it, Chip. Always good catching up with you, man. Looking forward to catching your segment coming up here in a couple moments on CBS Sports. All right, sounds good. Y'all be well. There he is from CBS Sports. That is Chip Patterson.
He's awesome.
Good dude.
Man, knows his stuff. He's talking about. He knows every team, what they have, what they don't have. I like listening to him. Yeah, dude. Watch SMU. That dude knows it. All right. By the way, you can interact with the show anytime you want. You can reach us via Twitter. You can use the talkback feature
on the app. All you have to do is download the KSL Sports app. On the bottom is I think it's called voicemail. Click on that button. You can leave us a voicemail and essentially record something, and Lloyd will listen to it. And if it's really derogatory towards us, then he will probably play it.
I hope.
However, you can also reach us via snail mail. And I did get an email, and our good friend Alema Harrington did text you. We were talking about quarterbacks, and Jackson Dart, a homegrown Utah quarterback, having success in the NFL. Now, we talk about guys that have played college ball here. Steve Young played college, but Hy Detmer. Like, there's guys that have gone on to have long NFL careers, but didn't grow up here in Utah. And Eric emails into the show, says Jim McMahon was a Utah-grown quarterback. In fact, he came from the same high school, Roy, as Jackson Dart did his freshman through junior year. All right. I'll give you that. The reason I leave Jim McMahon out is because Jim moved here pretty late. Like, I want to say is like sophomore, junior year, something like that. So he didn't really grow up in Utah. Like, a lot of his formative years, I think, was in California, I think San Jose area. And then they moved to Utah. And yes, he did play a couple of years of high school ball at Roy. So yeah, okay, I'll give you Jim. But it's not necessarily like,
it went over my head. I was getting texts. I was like, dude, what? So double audio, I guess, or the antithesis of double audio. It just went right over the old man's head.
So, well, just want to make sure, because I don't want people getting cranky. All right, 12:30. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the Turbo Max engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Get ready, Utah. Southern rock legends Leonard Skinner are coming to the Utah State Fair Park. Hear the songs that defined a generation. Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and more. Live in concert. One unforgettable night. September 19th. Your ticket gets you into the show and the fair, rides, food, and all the fun. Don't miss your chance to see rock history live. Get your tickets now at utahstatefair.com.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time you was a born in the head to be brave. The black devil.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, coming up on Wednesday, you have a chance to win tickets. And kind of based on the theme of today's music, you might like this. Motley Crue with Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up on September 21st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. I know you're all fired up about Tesla on that show.
I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm actually, the Crew, that did my heart good to hear that. It's song that is a little bit underground for them, but I love it. And I love the Crew generally. So, yeah, go give them a crack. I've changed everybody deserves a chance.
Was Motley Crue the one that did Jumpstart My Heart?
Kickstart?
Kickstart My Heart, yeah. It's a good song.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, man, they got a great catalog. The earlier is better.
Yes. Then you throw Tesla, and then you get to hear the guys from Extreme sing More Than Words probably 5 times.
Okay, we're going to now do it the reggae version. Tink, 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 tink.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's one that you tried to learn how to play on the guitar if you could end up mastering that and then maybe try to woo somebody in college.
Do you want to go by a campfire? I can bring my
guitar. I could bring my guitar.
Or just noodle.
Oh, man. I didn't really care much for that guy back in the day.
The guitar guy that showed up.
Yeah.
And I realized, my family, I've been guitar guy the last few years, so I apologize for that.
It's different, though.
It's not, actually.
No, because you're doing it as a hobby. The other guys were just doing it so they could learn maybe a Jack Johnson song so they could impress a girl.
Yeah. I should get, those puka shells to go on my neck.
Yeah, exactly. Frost the tips a little bit.
Yeah. And then I fit right in.
And then you're good
Vans.
to go. I need some Vans.
You guys want me to play you a tune?
Actually, you know what? It's kind of disgusting, but I own a couple pair of Vans. They're super comfortable.
Oh, I love Vans.
Holy cow.
No, I love Vans. I got nothing against Vans.
Don't be embarrassed. Why would you be embarrassed by that?
I don't know. First off, I think I'm too old to be wearing Vans.
But you're not exclusively Vans. There's a difference.
Oh, no. I'm probably 80% Nike, 70%, and then probably 20 Vans.
I only own Nike because that's I got so many freaking free shoes all those years.
Hey, interesting story on ESPN. Very, very good story about Kalani Sitake. And certainly talking, now this isn't about the brouhaha that's going on, but just nice piece about who Kalani is. And it goes into detail essentially about what we've all known about Kalani. If you know Kalani, you feel like you're best friends with Kalani. And that is rare in the coaching world. And there's so many coaches that get talked about. Rich Rod has quotes in this, Joey McGuire, and everybody talks about how Kalani's their buddy. And all of a sudden, they're like, wait a minute, you can't be best friends with all these coaches, but each one of these coaches thinks that they're best friends because Kalani has that ability to make you feel like you're family. And that is a unique ability. And frankly, in the coaching world, you know better than anybody, that's a rare quality because a lot of coaches are like, what can you do for me? I'll be your friend. And then when you can no longer do anything for me, then
lose my number.
Lose my number, yeah.
Yeah. I've had a few of those. And, but you latch on to authentic. It's crazy how it comes up in almost every context. Riley talked about it earlier, but that's what you're looking for is authenticity. And I think that's what Kalani brings into every interaction. I don't think he goes into one, going, I just think he takes the day as it comes. My experience was similar with him. So I think he's just a guy who is easy to like.
I have heard about and I've seen a lot of functions where Kalani's at. And there'll be fans. And look, if you're the head coach at BYU, you're going to have a large amount of people that want to shake your hand, take a picture with you. And every function I've gone to, and I've heard about this as well, some of these other things that go on, that he'll make an appearance. As long as there's people there that want a picture or want an autograph or want to shake hands, Kalani will stay there. And there's not like, hey, guys, I got to go. Those have been waiting for a couple hours. Sorry, I'll try to catch up with you next time I'm out. He will sit there and he will talk, shake hands, take pictures with every single person that wants one because he knows that he needs to take care of his fan base because you want to put up as much deposits in the bank that when you have that 6-6 season, people are like, well, he took a picture with us. He's a good dude. Let's hang in there with him. So you want to establish that, but then you also realize that, look, the BYU fan base is a demanding fan base. And if you can have the touch points with them and embrace them, they will go through a wall for you. And we've kind of seen that with this other stuff going on. I mean, it's pretty pro Kalani if you look at just the court of public opinion on this thing. Now, I'm not picking a side in it. I know you're staying above it as well. But it does feel like public sentiment is very strongly on Kalani's side, and I think that's because Kalani does such a great job in encouraging interaction with his fan base.
And I think more importantly, he's won. You can't get too far away from the fact that he was the same Kalani, doing the same things, taking the same pictures, and, about 5-6 years ago, they wanted to run him out of there. I mean, the public sentiment was #fire Kalani. And the same people that are now, running to his defense against another supposed bad guy. So to me, really, that's the repulsive part of this.
Yeah, is
Kalani's been the same guy all the way along. The reason that everybody's in his camp right now is because he's won.
He's won, yeah.
And the one thing I learned is you can't win enough because the posse end up finding you and rooting you out. Because it just becomes a disgusting way to have to live.
People forgot about that Sweet 16 really quickly.
Oh, my God. There's hardly no credit for that.
Yeah.
And, in its context, you look at it today, and, yeah, Kevin got one in his first year. But, totally different scenario, right? We actually kind of home grew that team, and Jimmer's story became what it did. And, honestly, that and Danny Ainge's run were the two big things that you talk about. That and Stan Watts winning when they did as well in the NIT. So now I've got off. Oh, no. I just think it's so hard to be a fan of somebody, basically it's the fair weather concept that just rears its head time and time again. And, in this argument, everybody now takes this tact on Kalani's side. But I guarantee I did a lot of bookmarking back then of people because I'm just curious, like, okay, let's just watch this in 5 years. Who are these people? And I guarantee I could go back and find the exact same people who are saying fire Kalani that now are like, do whatever it takes for Kalani. You know, so that's the part that gets old. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Particularly down there.
Yeah. Well, and that's, you know, if all things were equal and it was Tom versus Kalani, I wonder how it would be because Tom had been there forever. But I didn't mean to go down that path. But what I do think is fascinating is that this story comes out very, very complimentary of Kalani. And certainly the timing is very helpful for Kalani because I think people want to know who this guy is, who's turned this program around, who had some rough years, and then all of a sudden has got it cooking at a very, very high level to a point now where you can make an argument they should have been in the college football playoff last year, and they're expected to be in the college football playoff this year. And, oh, by the way, in the offseason, he told Penn State, thanks, but no thanks. You know, a lot of people have a hard time turning down a blue blood program that prints money like they do. And so, but I think Kalani looks at BYU, he looks at Lavelle Edwards and his history there, and I think he looks at that program differently. There is a level of loyalty that he has towards BYU as a former player and a disciple of Lavelle that he takes very seriously. Now, make no mistake, you know, if he feels like things aren't going his way and there's another opportunity, he may he'll still take a look at it. But BYU just rings different for him, and you know that's pretty rare in these days.
No, it is his loyalty to it, and now it's just a matter of I love this place so much. I want to take it back where Lavelle had it, where he took it, and why the stadium's named after him, and why BYU is such a big deal. And again, like, you can't fault Kalani for that. And all of the stuff that's going on right now, I mean, there's obviously something to the fact that Kalani feels like he was shorted on something, period. And where that is and who that is and we don't know that stuff. But we do know Kalani's a great guy. And he's a great guy whether he's 6-6 or 12-2.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and that's the part that it's tough to swallow is, it seems as though public sentiment sometimes goes with the wind.
Speaking of Rich Rodriguez, we were at a Pac-12 media day when he got the Arizona job, and I asked him, like, how is it that you can go from being a brilliant, smart offensive mastermind at West Virginia and then a bumbling idiot at Michigan? Like, you're the same coach.
Exactly. But momentum is a funny thing.
Yeah.
And it goes quick.
That's got to be the most frustrating thing. Is like you build, and then you hit it, and then you go back a little bit. Everybody just forgets about it. Everybody forgets.
What have you done for me lately? I mean,
what have you done for me lately?
And it's even more so now because we have AI. We can prognosticate 20 years in advance. Like, we're behind. We got to catch up. So everything moves at warp speed right now.
And then you throw the transfer portal. There's so many people. Well, I mean, everybody looks at Indiana. Indiana was a nobody, and then they win a national championship. They made the right hire, got in some quality resources, and boom. So now there's a lot of people like, all right, well, we used to give you 4 years. What was the old adage? You give you a recruiting class to really evaluate you as a coach. Now you get a year and a half, maybe. If you're not getting it done, you won't make it through your second year.
Yeah, analytics aren't in your favor.
No, because people want results now. We are we have a generation that has grown up with Google, that if you need an answer to something, you type it in and you get it. Now you got a generation of AI. If you need something, you type it in and you get it immediately. And now people are like, okay, I want that from my football coaches. I'm going to hire you and I want to win immediately. Like, there's no room for error anymore. There's no, honeymoon phase. There's no gradually trying to figure this out. It's either you win or you're gone. And even if you have won in the past, if you can't continue to win, we want you out. And it's always been like that, but never to this extreme.
Yeah, it's just so in your face now, right?
Yeah.
Like, these campaigns can get hot fast, I guess, is the point, and everybody can be talking about it. Before, it was like, go to the barbershop, And there's 7 dudes in there, like, man, Coach so-and-so is sure a bum, isn't he? Yeah, we got to do something about that, right? But now it's just like, hey, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it harsh. I mean, the way some of this stuff comes out, right, is harsh. But they feel like they can do it, and, man, everything becomes a firestorm.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, BYU athletics has never been more talked about and more on the national scene than it is right now. And I'm talking everything. I'm talking about football, basketball, the whole shebang. Now, football with Lavelle, it's always been cooking, and people, knew and respected BYU football. But with AJ, like this athletic department, if you're trying to come for and you want heads to roll, you need to understand also this is as good as it's been in BYU collectively ever. Honestly, in my opinion.
For sure. And I still, to this day, like the way they got NIL ramped up so fast and, streamlined, and they were signing guys in, out of the gates in football and basketball. But, I guess I don't know. It's everybody wants more. And, that's where we get to the gray area. And there's no use talking about gray because you just speculate.
Yep. All right, 12:50. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable. We can't do this. The issue is that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on the roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With summer coming to a close, you've had yourself a heck of a summer. You've had the parties, you've had the barbecues, you've had the get-togethers. Well, guess what? You've also had all those people coming to your home, and they've been tracking the dirt and the pet hair and all the nasty stuff that gets stuck down in your carpet. And you're thinking, oh, well, look, I vacuum every week. It's all gone, right? No, it's not. It's stuck in there, and as fall is about to begin, you need to make sure your carpets are cleaned and cleaned the right way. Zero Res is going to do that for you. This sneaks up on you a lot because my wife was saying, hey, you know what? I think it's time to have Zero Res come out. I'm like, I think we just did that. No, it's been about a year, and you should be doing this regularly. So if you think you've just had it done, chances are you haven't. And you need to get it done because Zero Res uses this patented water technology. And we talk about this a lot, but I can't emphasize this enough. When we're talking about the harsh chemicals and the soaps that other people use, that stuff stays in your carpets. It's not great for your dogs and your cats. It's not great for your little kids as well. And it's also going to make your carpets dirtier faster because that residue just sticks and it makes your carpets crunchy and attracts more dirt. The way Zero Res does it, with this water technology, your carpets dry faster, they stay cleaner longer, they're safer for your family and your pets. It's the right way to clean. Call Zero Res right now, 866-0-RES. Here's what I want you to do. They've got a 3-room special going on right now. You get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, you're going to get the 4th room free. All you have to do is type in the code UPGRADE or mention it when you call. Then you can also get 20% off your air duct cleanings. We don't talk about that enough. That's the air you breathe. Your AC's been running nonstop. Your furnace is about ready to fire up. Get those air ducts cleaned. 20% off. Use the code DUCT20, or you can just simply tell the person you call. 866-0-RES. I am a huge fan. Zero Res is going to be coming out to my house here in the next couple of weeks. I suggest you do the same. Go to ZeroRes.com. That's ZeroRes.com or call 866-0-RES. It's the right way to clean. Zero Res.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your installation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Eight and 9, Scotty. 8 and 9. Can't wait. Bo Nix still sucks, Scotty.
All right, when I ask for voicemails, I don't want us to go after Bo Nix and the Broncos.
Oh,
that's
no.
not okay.
It's kind of like the roulette wheel. It's just what comes up, right?
Hey,
I mean,
look,
don't kill the guy over that.
much like the music, I know there's a lot of Raiders fans that give an arm and a leg for a chance to be 8 and 9. So maybe
I knew there would be an offhand comment. I just knew it.
By the way, you can if you want to make jokes about Bo Nix or the Broncos, feel free. It's fine. All you have to do is go to our KSL Sports app. There's a little voicemail tab. Click on that. Let your voice be heard, and we will play the best. Unless you make fun of the Raiders, then Lloyd will bury it, and we'll never
I
hear
won't.
But apparently...
I'm equal opportunity. I'll do whatever you
apparently
need.
Def Leppard, let's just make fun. But poor Rick, back there on the kit, giving it all he has.
Yep. With one mitt.
That was Rocket. from the year I graduated high school.
Yeah, good song. Great song.
But like as that was playing, I was like, I remember like my dad, this Chuck Berry tune was real live when I was a kid, you know? I think I'm there, and it's tough. I see those ads like you've turned into your parents, and I'm like, I relate. I do talk to people in the ice cream parlor and on the elevator just for the hay of it.
Yeah. By the way, we have now, I saw this, and I don't know, maybe it was on social media, so maybe it's not true. But the movie Back to the Future, we are now further away from that movie than the movie was from when they went back in time.
It's almost like a mind warp because I almost feel like I've lived the movie.
Yeah.
Like pull into sections of town you don't recognize. I mean, it's wild, wild stuff. Let me tell you what. So it's a mind melder.
Man, the passage of time and I know that young people hear us old guys say this, but it just speeds up. It just gets faster. And it's not cool. Like, it's got to stop.
My mom said that and I would be like, yeah, right, Mom. But she's dead on. And I actually, at most family things right now, because I realize it's pretty unique. You know, I'm a grandpa, I'm healthy, got grandkids that are all that. So family picnic this weekend, I was just kind of like, snapshot.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that we do that enough. I think we're always chasing something. Man, that snapshot, that was pretty good right there.
There's a picture that I have in my office, and it's my 3 kids, and they were 11, 7, and 3. And I'm like, that was it. That was the sweet spot right there. Not that I didn't like them before, not that I didn't like them after. I'm just saying that they were all just happy-go-lucky kids. They could all take care of themselves. They all knew how to get cereal. If they were hurt, they could tell you what was going on. But we were pre-teenage, like all the other nonsense that can come along with that. And I'm like, that was the sweet spot. And, you know, as H.I. McDonough said, those were truly the salad days. So
absolutely, and you don't know it because
no.
You were chasing. I mean, I'm sure your schedule was crazy, and you're doing all this stuff because you're still, you know. But then when you realize there's nothing really to, this is all just there's nothing up here. Then just keep working, keep your head down.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off your 1 o'clock hour next. Sports Roulette in about a half hour from right now. Remember, Jake and Ben taking over at 2. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
It looks like science fiction.
This is metal and plastic and sensors.
But for one man, it is very much real.
It changes the game of being able to use a prosthetic.
Connecting man and machine with cutting-edge AI, giving him something he lost decades ago.
I'm known to be able to actually feel with my hand. That's an insane concept.
Technology of touch, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's the coach, Tim Lacombe. My name's Scott Gerard. We do this show every day from 10 to 2. In case you're just listening for the first time, where you been? Second of all, thanks for finding us. Thanks for being a part of it. Let's do it. Hey, when you look at this Utah football team, there's so many question marks in regards to, obviously, Morgan Scalley, wide receivers. I thought Riley Jensen had a really good quote earlier in the show where he's like, look, every year we talk about wide receivers in Utah. I will believe it when I see it. And that's not a knock. It's just like, hey, we keep hearing about it. Let's wait and see exactly what we have. And I think that's a totally fair argument.
For sure. And honestly, Utah's identity under Morgan will be very much the same in terms of the way they approach physicality and prioritize, the trenches. I think that's going to be massive for this team going forward. I mean, that's the question mark this year is, can that offensive line perform and can they gel? And they're talented, but can they perform and gel? That's what it comes down to. And then there's guys on that defensive line. They're going to be asked to do more things. Lance Holtzclaw is going to be a guy I think can be dangerous on the edge, but Henry Daly was a proven commodity. So it's just what wait and see. But talent's there, and we've said it a bunch. But Morgan's terrific, and I think he's got this team's full attention. I think they're listening. I think they're inspired by him, and that's all you can ask at this time of year.
Well, here's Morgan Scally addressing the media after the practice earlier today.
Good. You're getting into the kind of the dog days of fall camp. It's easy to have energy on day one, easy to be excited on day one. It's having that same energy throughout. Really good practice today, competitive. We're becoming better, situational mechanics, and it's good that it's competitive right now, that you don't have one side dominating the other. And I think the coaches are doing a good job of keeping our guys fresh, but understanding we got to be physical.
Coach, offensive line was a big priority coming into camp. Do you feel like you've got this down to 2 or 3 combinations you feel good about?
Not yet. We're still a couple of bumps and bruises that shifts things around, but we'll have our dudes by game 1.
Where does Obot fit into that?
He's looking really good, but he understands the stuff he needs to work on, and no spots are solidified right now.
You guys had a scrimmage on Saturday. What stood out from that, first scrimmage?
I would say the play of Matiaki Helu showed up in a big way. Lance Holtzclaw off the edge, making a bunch of plays, receivers downfield. So there's a lot of good stuff. I thought the situational mechanics, like I said, that's one thing that, at the beginning of camp, not clean enough, not fast enough, but much better. I'd say red zone work, kind of a mixed bag. We need to be more efficient, not enough touchdowns in the red zone, too many field goals. Having said that, the kicking game's really good. Kicking game is really good. Love our 2 kickers, and obviously Orion's been established as a punter, but both Dylan and Tanner are doing a nice job.
Morgan, obviously the offensive line has been a question mark for you guys. Just what else do you want to see out of them as fall camp progresses?
I would say I think we've gotten to the point where we're physical enough. The pre-snap penalties are being cut down. Just continued progress. There's not one glaring thing where I'm sitting there saying, like, we're deficient here. It's just maybe a little bit cleaner in the things that we're doing, from protection to taking on slanters. So, and they've got, one of the best teachers I know in Jordan Gross. So, I'm excited for that group and what they're going to show that first game.
How does the defense look right now?
Defense looks good. We're solidifying that, the D tackle spot. Same thing on offense. You get these bumps and bruises, guys, having to be out of practice or 2. So still, that's up for grabs as well. Getting Carson Kafusi back and, mixing in some guys. So that's unsettled right now.
Are you still exploring bringing back in the Kawhi Rogers or any other class of 22 guys, or do you feel like this roster's set?
We feel pretty good right now.
This time last week, you talked about tensions being kind of high between the offense and the defense, and maybe even want them to cool down a little bit. What is the process like, and how neat is it to watch a team become a team when they stop competing with each other and start, jumping on the same page?
Oh, I think we have it now, and I wouldn't say, you have to be competitive without being combative. It's the stuff that's going to get you penalized, the extra shoves and stuff like that, and so there is a fine line, but our guys do a really good job of making sure that we don't take it to that next level where all of a sudden there's stupid penalties. And I would say it's really not an issue, and this is a very close team. I'm excited.
Well, it seems like you've made a pretty intentional effort to invite former players back into the program, have them watch practice. Why is that important for you?
Why is it important to have alumni around? Well, man, they bled and sweat, and they love this program, and they want to know that there's a legacy there. That shoot, our current players didn't build this building. Our current players are building their own legacy. So there's a lot of guys, a lot of passion for this program. The way it's been run, the family atmosphere, they need to know that continues.
You talked about, obviously, the offensive and defensive line. There's still positions up for grabs.
Mm-hmm.
How about the depth and your pecking order at wide receiver, corner, some of those other positions?
Just lovely. We got good ones. I'm not going to tell you what that depth is, but we got good depth, and do your fantasy draft or whatever. That we got really good ones. I'm excited for that group both, and that's another group that traditionally they're sitting there in their fights every day with the wide receivers and DBs. They do a really good job of pushing each other, but knowing that we got to get to the party healthy.
There he is, Morgan Scally. Not giving away too much. Hey,
easy.
Can't give you the full depth chart right now. Just wait. Get your. I don't know if there's a lot of college fantasy football going on. Hopefully not.
I would imagine it exists, but can you imagine trying to track that?
Oh yeah, and I'm sure that there's some people out there that'll. Yeah. There's debauchery everywhere you look.
Yes, there's a level for all of us.
So the spotlight is on, and it is the dog days. And I know you experience this in basketball to a certain extent when, you're getting through camp and guys are getting frustrated. Guys are probably getting a little angry because they want fresh meat. Like they want to go up against somebody else. They want something else. How do you as a coach handle that? Like, how do you keep the eye on the prize when it's the dog days of camp?
It's really difficult, but it comes down to, just digging in and getting focused on the task at hand. The season looms, and I think that's what everybody's in there doing all this training for. But yeah, when you start playing, at least in basketball, start dividing up and playing against each other, we tried to make it interesting and divide the teams up in different ways all the time, and made the old guys and the young guys, and then we'd mix in different things we'd want to watch in the same time. Anything we could do to just keep focus on that day, because you're being pulled in so many different directions. A lot of these guys will be starting school here soon too, and I know that is a huge amount of focus anymore, the school. But nonetheless, they do have to do class. So anyhow, there's just a lot that comes to it. But I just think that's where having a guy like Morgan involved, he's going to definitely understand what the guy's temperament is, and as a coach, you try to you tailor your practices, your thing. You try to tailor your day off when you feel like everybody's real grumpy. If we don't do it today, we might have a all-out brawl. So the coach ultimately has the temperature, and I think Morgan, being around it as long as he has and being in the positions, he'll do a good job of keeping it interesting, but really on task.
Is that something that you look at from a assistant coach standpoint? Like, because those guys oftentimes are a little bit more in the mud with the players. And they'd be like, "Hey, coach, we're in a bad place. You gotta relax a little bit, or we gotta go have them come to practice. We'll all get on a bus and go to a batting cage or go to a movie or something like that. We gotta lighten this thing up a bit."
I guess when they all walk out of their individual rooms and come down to the coach's office, it's somewhat like a report.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would imagine they do talk about it, like how are the guys in your room, and talk through it. But yeah, it's definitely intel that comes up the chain. But ultimately, the head coach has a really weird pulse on it. It always has, seem to always kind of pull the right strings with when to take time off. So you get to know your team, and I think Morgan just has a good head about him. He knows what he's doing, and again, I think his relationships with guys. Because it's always better when you're going to a place where there's, some camaraderie, and it sounds like the team really gets along.
Yeah. Well, and that's camaraderie is something that can be fleeting as well.
And it can be phony.
And it can be phony. But I think coaches, if you're Morgan, this may be your first year as a head coach, but he's been around the game long enough. He can spot when there's real camaraderie. And I know that everybody's like, well, of course he's going to say that. No, that's not something you have to say. If you don't have it, you don't have to say you don't have it. You just don't bring it up. And so I actually think that's genuine, because I've had various coaches that I've known throughout the years that will specifically bring that up. Like, yeah, you know what? Our locker room's in a really good place. And I know it's not in a good place when they don't bring it up, because that's something the coaches take a lot of pride in, if their locker rooms feel sound. If it's not, they just like, oh, yeah, guys are getting better. We're developing, blah, 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 But they're not going to say it's bad. They're not going to admit it's bad, but they won't bring it up that it's bad or that it's good if it's not.
I was really impressed with just the level of human being, when we met with all those Utah guys. And we talked with Devin, and we talked with Wayshawn, we talked with Lance, had all of them on, obviously spent time with Morgan. But that, people say, oh, they always send the best guys to media day. Well, yeah, but these guys are the guys that have to carry the load. And I couldn't have been more impressed with the level of character, because I can see right through a phony, like anymore. It's especially with kids, and I've just seen Dampier a couple of different times in different capacities, and he's been the same guy. So I just feel like their leadership is great, and if your leadership is great and your head coach feeds that, I can see where camaraderie is really good.
How would you? When you were on the recruiting trail, was there ever a moment where you're like, I think I can get this kid. I think this kid is super talented, but I'm going to pass because I think he won't be successful at this university, or he'll wreck our locker room?
And almost like rinse and repeat.
Oh, really?
That's kind of what
you passed on a kid because of that.
For sure. I tell the story all the time. There was a kid I absolutely fell in love with. Saw nobody was really on him, and I pulled up his Twitter page, and across the top of it was like, the F word as big as possible. And it just kind of was like, it's going to be a hard sell for me. It was like, Coach, hey, pull him up, on Twitter. Okay, just put my thumb over the head banner or whatever. So yeah, we would always follow the trail, I promise you.
Yeah.
But at some point on that trail, with what we were trying to do and the place we were trying to do it, for two different reasons, we had to just go the other way.
And you're like, we probably could have got the kid too.
Oh yeah, there's no question in some cases, for sure. We tried to branch out the best we could as we saw fit.
Yeah.
And one of the best examples of that was Mike Lloyd back in the day, right? He was terrific. But just somebody that maybe wouldn't have considered BYU, but through a connection. And so we worked those angles and tried. Keena Young was another one, that played for us. But the recruiting's changed so much now, right? BYU's on every top 5 guys list.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely insane. So, the programs definitely grew. And I do feel like, again, just to finish up with Morgan, I just feel like he is much more than just a guy that followed Kyle around for all this time. Like, this guy has been coaching his tail off with great passion. And so I just think it's, this is a step up for him, but I have zero concern about his ability to influence winning at Utah.
I agree completely. And that's why I think I'm super interested in how this is going to play out, because there's not a lot of boxes that Morgan doesn't check. Like, charismatic, yes. Great recruiter, yes. X's and O's, yes. It's just that matter of what happens when you, in basketball standpoint, when you slide over a chair and you become the guy. And some guys handle it perfectly. Some guys struggle a little bit. And there's nothing about Morgan that says he's going to have a problem. Like, everything I know about Morgan, everything you see about Morgan screams this guy will be a great head coach. But you never know. Like, there's some behind the scenes things that may not work. Kyle ripped his staff apart. What he probably would have had as a coaching staff is no more because of Kyle going to Michigan. So he doesn't have Lewis Powell. He doesn't have Jason Beck. You go down the list, there's a lot of guys he doesn't have that would have been there to help support him. An offensive line coach probably is. Jim Harding probably stays there. So those are big losses. But I don't know, man. I just have a hard time not thinking Morgan's not going to make this work.
In some ways, I think that some of the departure and Witt extracting some pieces, although really super good, it may be a nice, like for him to bring McGivern in from the jump, right?
Yeah.
And have McGivern be the guy that he aligns with on the offensive side. And I'm telling you, Scotty, you've told me yourself, like I've heard the nicest dude in football, certainly an innovator and a guy who's won, everywhere he's been. So I'm excited to see him pair up with his staff, the one that he cobbled together, and probably none more important than the guy on his right side, and that's Sharif.
Yeah.
Because that guy's going to, he's going to talk to him a ton. They're going to commiserate, and, but to be able to have a guy you can look in the eye and know, like, we're brothers, that's a huge thing. So I think outside of that, I think the most important guy stayed. Outside of that, I think just because Morgan's a great person, he's going to bring great people in that are going to then do a great job.
Honestly, though, and I hadn't really thought about this collectively until Riley Jensen brought it up, is that we have as good a collection of coaches in the state of Utah that I think we've ever had. You go Bronco at Utah State. We'll just make our way down south. So Bronco, Eric Kerr now at Weber State. Then you've got Morgan Scally. Then you got Kalani Sataki. You got Lance Anderson. Like, there's so many really great individual human beings that you would take your kid and if they're like, hey, Dad, I want to go to Weber. You know what? You got a coaching staff up there that's awesome. Dad, I'm going to Utah State. Bronco Mendenhall, can't think of a better coach to send you to learn not just how to be a better football player, but a better man and a better human being. Coach, I want to play for Morgan at Utah. You know what? Awesome. Great program. They're going to develop you. They're going to love you up, treat you like family, and you got a great chance to go to the NFL. Coach, I want to go play for Kalani. Incredible culture. Good family-like atmosphere. Those players run through a wall for him. Everybody loves him. You've never heard a player say a bad word about him. That's a great place for you to, like, honestly, if you had a kid, and look, my son's 15. He loves football, loves to play football. He got his dad's genetics, so probably not a lot of coaches are going to be knocking down his door. Sorry, Brody. That's on me. But if they were, any one of those coaches say, we want you to come, I'd be like, fine. You want to go to BYU? Go. You want to go to Utah? Go. You want to go to Weber? You want to go to Utah State? Fine. You have my blessing. Not that I would ever get in his way anyway, because he is bigger than me and now he bullies me. But
you got to pick your battles, Scotty.
I know. But wherever he goes in the state of Utah, I would be like, yep, you're the man. Go do it. It's awesome, because we have got not just great coaches, great X's and O coaches. We got good human beings as coaches here in the state of Utah.
Man, there's something to be said for that, right? Because you get recruited, you get all the hype, but, compare a room and the quality of guy that you just talked about in our state, and then, let's roll, not to take anything away from these guys. I'm sure they're fine people, but they've shown they're a little snaky.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Right? Kirby Smart. You can't coach in the SEC that long without being a snake.
Yeah.
Period. And he just looks like I'd shake hands with him and I'd want to just give it one of these.
And maybe I'm wrong in saying this, but Kurt Signetti doesn't appear like a guy who really cares about the long-term success of my kids.
He's not
gonna,
in the least.
He's not going to, as soon as he's done, I don't think he's like, hey, you got a job interview on a Wall Street, or, you want to be a mechanic. Can I help you out? Can I put in a word for somebody? I'm happy to do whatever. He doesn't, and maybe I'm wrong, and I shouldn't even bring up specific names, but he doesn't feel like that guy. But I remember Matt Wells telling me about a kid that he had that was on a team that didn't play very much, but he got a job at a bank or something like that, and he was able to call in and say, hey, look, I will trust this guy. He was one of my best practice players, and he got the job, and Matt was over, like, it was as if the kid got drafted in the NFL. He was so excited for him. And that's stuff you don't see in a lot of coaches these days.
No, especially those, that's where Signetti, he gives me Majerus vibes.
Yeah.
And he was Rick wasn't quick to pass along a positive reinforcement. It was more, either the denial or, I wouldn't hire this guy. He did you no favors.
Yeah. especially if it was going to hurt him long term in terms of his staff or his coaches.
Yeah, it was all get one way, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. These guys are high-level football coaches. Like, we talk to people all over the country, and they want to talk about Bronco Mendenhall because he has kind of changed what the head coach looks like and does. And
Yeah.
But then you go down the list, like all these guys, Kalani being so loved, and Morgan the same. I just feel like it's that is one great thing. We have competitive teams. We have 2 teams in the top 25, and Broncos got an unbelievable legacy. But I believe at the end of the day, they're good people. We play great football. We're good people.
All right, 1:30 coming up next. We'll spin the wheel. Sports Roulette next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax, it only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit Zero-Res.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tyndale Nissan Southtown, 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TyndaleSouthtown.com. Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection, bigger savings, bigger deals. OACC dealer for details.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built Americans' financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have since seen inflation erode the dollar's value. This is Stephen K. Bannon. What is the foundation of your savings? Birch Gold Group has been helping Americans solidify their savings with gold for the past 15 years. They help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, let Birch Gold help build your foundation with gold. To learn more, get your free info kit from Birch Gold by texting SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to 989898. Take a stand for your financial future. Text SECURE to 989898 right now to receive your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. It is Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, we put it on a roulette wheel, we spin it, and wherever that little white ball lands is what we end up talking about. It is a Monday, which I know a lot of people out there aren't real keen on Mondays, but just know, and I think you figured this out, Mondays are like the best day of the week. Mondays and Fridays. In sports radio, boom.
Oh, I totally agree. And I think a large part of that is because my playlist is on a Monday.
Yes.
If we're being totally honest. Much like Will Stein, I do believe that the reason Mondays are good is because of me.
I think, yeah. So
Will
there
Stein
you go.
at Kentucky, right?
So why are Mondays so good? Well, because of me. Because of me. Hey, where are you out on saltwater taffy? We just got a bunch of... Lloyd, you like saltwater taffy?
No, absolutely. I'm not a big taffy person.
I just walked over into the promotions office, and they have like tons and tons of saltwater taffy.
I love it, but...
And I was like, oh, it's been a minute.
Anything that threatens to pull my teeth out at this point is not good.
Yeah, same.
So, I don't know. I tend to avoid taffy, but I like it. I do like it.
It's probably for the best to walk away from that.
It's parade candy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we have a ton of it. All right, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Silver as the Godfather.
So Adam Silver has apparently seen all the evidence and claimed there is no evidence. That's right. The NBA has said essentially that there is no, I'm trying to find the exact quote here. Let's see here. Hold on. I want to make sure I get this right. Okay, here we go. The NBA has found no evidence that the Los Angeles Clippers and owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. The NBA is focused on whether the team's introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constitutes a violation of the league's rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention. The league is examining whether the Clippers are guilty of, quote, failure to supervise. Ah, yes, the lack of institutional control. So that's what they're going to get their hands slapped with. They've got to figure out something. Adam's like, all right, Steve, look, you done screwed up. Okay, but you're Los Angeles. You're my wealthiest owner. I need you in my back pocket. So this is what we're going to do. First off, you can't be doing this stuff anymore. Okay, knock it off. Number two, I'm going to have to punish you, but we're going to make up some like lack of control or failure to supervise. We're going to come up with something like that. So I got to throw something at you, but it's going to be pretty minimal. And then we can let your trade go through so Kawhi can get to Toronto. We can get this trade done. And then we'll announce it all on a Friday evening, and then we'll all be good. And people will get upset for a little bit, but then they'll forget about it because everybody's got the attention span of hummingbirds these days.
Whoa, yes. I mean, if we're lucky, we get that attention span. I mean, this is much akin to Vito Corleone, of course, the Godfather, calling his trusted son Michael into his office And but earlier this year he had to clip Fredo's wings. The Jazz are Fredo.
Fredo. Oh yeah,
the Jazz are Fredo.
Fredo at the toll booth. Yeah.
They're Fredo. And all they do is make the Godfather's life miserable. Can I just deal with the competent and very powerful and rich Michael? He's my top guy. And that is exactly what happens. The NBA is nothing more than just it is a one guy makes the rules and then everybody else figure out how you're going to communicate it. But we found nothing wrong with it.
Nope.
Totally above board.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Yeah. No worries at all.
In fact, find them less than Fredo. And we'll call it good. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
All right. Good meeting.
So dirty. Just dirty. That's the thing. Like they're not even trying. They're telling everybody what they're doing. They're showing everybody their true colors. And I said this earlier in the show. If the Jazz did this, everything else is equal. All right. The Jazz were paying, let's say Darren Peterson came up for an extension or he was going to be a free agent. And they're like, okay, here's the thing. We can give you this much money max, but then we're going to go to this company down in, Lehigh, Silicon Slopes, and they're going to give you another $20 million a year. And, you'll do a couple commercials for them, but we'll call it good. If the Jazz did this and the same evidence was there, Pablo Torre had the evidence, ESPN had the evidence, everything's laid out there, the Jazz would lose.
The Jazz would get toll boothed.
They'd lose $10 to $15 million. They'd lose multiple first-round draft picks. They would have the hammer of Thor thrown at them in such a way that it would just annihilate this organization. Hell, they may even say, Ryan, you have to sell the team. You can't own a team anymore for doing this. Like the amount of penalties that would come their way would be ridiculous. You mentioned in 2000, Minnesota Timberwolves essentially did the same thing with Joe Smith. They got fined $3.5 million and lost 5 first-round picks for that. The Clippers do it in a more brazen way, and bam, they get hammered, just absolutely hammered.
Well,
or they don't get hammered.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, put a pin in it. Obviously, the NBA is saying there's so many things that are false, and actually, probably not. They just haven't been able to put your Jedi mind spin on it yet.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. It's like, they stand there and say the officiating in the NBA is above par, above reproach, and then guys get whacked by the FBI. The 2-minute report, we got to start looking at those every day. They're comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's basically like we're wrong here, wrong here, wrong here, wrong here, wrong here, and wrong here. But otherwise, pretty good game.
Good game.
And there were 7 replays in those last 2 minutes that caused Jake Scott to lose his mind. I'm getting ready for that again.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he loves that when a game gets extended.
Oh, I made the first time and only time I made the mistake of actually uttering the word.
Oh.
I was early in the process, and I was like, yeah, man, this looks like it's going for overtime. He's like, no. Like I'd let a demon into the room.
Our good friend Ajay once was producing a Salt Lake Bees, and the late, great Steve Klauke was very meticulous about that. If a game was going by quickly, you never said a word about it. You just kept your mouth shut, didn't say a word. And I guess 4th, 5th inning, Ajay pipes on the mic or the talk back, goes, wow, this game's going by really fast, isn't it, Steve? Steve lost his mind. That game went 18 innings.
Oh, my.
That was the 18-inning game.
That was the 18-inning game.
Ajay's cursed, bro.
Oh, yeah.
He gets screamed at by you for commenting on the wind. I guess he did overdo it.
So, yeah. All right, let's, you know what? Other stuff about the NBA that's going to put you in a bad mood? Let's get to it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Float like a butterfly, referee like a bee.
Joey Crawford. Yes, the official that bungled so many plays, especially for the Jazz.
And let me satisfy myself before you continue. And about 5 out of every 10 officials fit this type of megalomaniac.
One of the most narcissistic officials of all time somehow ends up in the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame, was inducted, I almost said induced, like our guy back in the day. Inducted into the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame. And he compares himself to a legendary sports figure during his speech.
I'm in the NBA. It's 1977. I do 39 years in the NBA, 2,500 regular season games. I worked the NBA Finals from 86 to 2016. I worked 50 finals games, 374 playoff games. And as the great Muhammad Ali once said, it ain't bragging if you did it. And I did. Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Did it, you did. You done did it.
You're an official. You are an official. You blow a whistle, you call fouls. That's what you did. You did it for a long time. Yeah, that's great. He goes, I'm in the NBA. No, okay, that implies that you actually play in the NBA. No, all you do is slow a game down. Make no mistake, officials love the fact that they get to impact the outcome of games. They love the fact that they get to be out front and in person, and everybody sees them make the big call in the fourth quarter. Everybody, these guys love it. Yeah, they're narcissistic. You know what? They are. And this guy saying, I'm just like Muhammad Ali. It ain't bragging. What you hung around. That's what I guess you can brag about. That is that nobody had the guts to fire you. So, okay, good. You did it for 39 years. Big freaking deal. You're an official. It's not about you. It's not about you. It should never be about you.
And that's what I said. 5 of 10, from my experience, they make it about them at some point. And then you got, young guys out there trying their best. But I do think you want to talk about like the good old boys club within that whole thing. It used to be way worse. Like there were guys that would have this territory on lock. And it was their baby and it was their fiefdom, to be able to schedule it and everything else. It's grown from that, but I thought the point you made right there was the best point. If official makes it about themselves, then, you've lost me.
Yeah.
And like, what a time to get up there and talk about the great players you've officiated or the incredible, there's a way to do that without doing it the way he did it.
Yeah.
Right? But that's an art.
Be like, you know what? I was lucky enough to have the best vantage point of Michael Jordan making incredible plays, of Larry Bird. Like I got to see the greats. I got to be around the greats. And it just made me want to be as good at my profession as they were good at theirs. And fortunately, I was able to hang around 39 years and see the best players. You all out there that are enshrined in this Hall of Fame, I got to be able to witness you and your greatness, and to be able to be even in the same zip code as you is an extreme honor. So to be able to be here tonight, I am beyond grateful for that. Boom, everybody thinks you're great. But instead he's like, I'm Muhammad Ali. I'm so great.
I did it.
It ain't bragging.
I do it. I really did it.
Hey, by the way, you Shasta trailer, correct me, and I apologize profusely. This is probably one of the biggest errors you could make as a member of the male demographic. It was sunny at the toll booth. Fredo got it while fishing. Yes, you are right. I'm sorry. Yep, sunny at the toll booth.
Yeah, because Sonny lost his mind and he was a loose cannon.
Oh, yeah, no, Sonny
Fredo was more like...
Yeah, Sonny had to be... Yeah, that was a necessity. Like, they had to put him down.
Oh, he was causing problems. Caleb
tweets in, Ballmer might as well say, with Stevie Wonder as my eyewitness, I did not funnel money to Kawhi Leonard.
You know what you proved there, though, in your little role play? You lived right up to the press release, Lloyd. He did. I mean, he did kind of snooker you with that thing, but at least he's living up to it. My guy is brilliant and charismatic.
Very factual there.
By the way, Jason tweets in, says, don't you guys talk down on Extreme. They are more than just words. Listen to Play With Me. Nuno is an amazing guitarist. All right.
I believe it. They're Boston. I think they're from Boston. Anything from Boston's got to be pretty good.
Yeah.
From my experience.
I'll give you that. But yeah, sorry, I did not mean to downplay Extreme.
But they will play 5. Okay, we're gonna just roll this one back this time, and this time it's gonna be with big band. Modern words.
It's all I have to. Yeah. All right, take a break. Wrap up this show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And as the great Muhammad Ali once said, it ain't bragging if you did it.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable. We can't do this. The issue is that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on their roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time to get you to Advanced Windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. It's all about having those best windows. It's all about the look of your home. It's all about saving money on your heating and cooling bill. Coach is experiencing all of this because you had 20 windows swapped out by Advanced Windows.
Yes, bought a new home in Murray, and we absolutely love it, but it needed new windows for a couple of different reasons. The heat was getting in, the sound protection wasn't great, so we called Advanced from the very first meeting all the way through to installation. Their word was their bond. I can't tell you enough how much I value the service that was actually done, and the windows have made a huge difference, particularly in this hot summer.
All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com. They're going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's advancedwindows.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tyndale Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TyndaleSouthtown.com. Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection. Bigger savings. Bigger deals. OACC dealer for details.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaComb.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Show wrapping up on Monday here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One day closer. College football will officially begin next week with week 0. We were 3 weeks from last Saturday kicking off the season here. So, hey, getting there. We're getting there, folks.
I don't know if there isn't an angle. I mean, I listen to every show. I listen to DJ and PK on my way in. I listen to Jake and Ben on the way home and in the house, and like we've covered this, like the preseason's pretty much covered. I don't know what else we can talk about, so get football here.
Yeah, enough of this. Like Morgan said, it's the dog days. We're done with this. It's time to go out there and actually do it. Yeah. I can't imagine if you're an offensive lineman up there and you've just been like, all right, hey Bob, how you doing?
Just every 5 seconds.
Good. Well, here we go. Boom, boom.
Did you brush your teeth, dude?
Dude, can you go over there and get a mint? What's going on?
That was always one of the things I did not like about football. It's not pleasant on the senses. Hey,
so we talked about the Bus family. They're the ones that sold the Lakers, but they still apparently had 17.8% of ownership stake in the Lakers. Well, now that's gone. The Buses are officially out of the NBA. They sold the remaining 17.8% that they owned to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. So they cashed out on that. I wonder if that was at the previous value or the current value of that 17.8%, because sometimes those things are worded in such a way that you get to sell that at the previous value point. So I'm sure they did all right, though.
Let's a lot to that story. Jake and Ben have been all over it. But it's much more than just a transaction.
No, there's let's just say somebody's might needing to stash some money over in the Cayman Islands because the cavalry's coming. Either that or put it towards legal bills.
It might put a dent in Otani's contract.
Yeah, there you go. Good. All right, Jake and Ben coming up next. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LaComb. Remember, coming up later on the week, we continue to get you ready for the start of college football season. You'll hear also from Craig Bullerjack, who will join us on Friday. It's a busy week, so keep it locked. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to Motley Crue with Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets at livenation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once a multi-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Ski Chevy is back. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now and get a season pass to Solitude Mountain Resort when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. Retail value per pass is $999. Optional Icon base pass upgrade available for purchase by the customer. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/26. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, eligibility, and restrictions. Get ready to hit the slopes and see your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit Zero-Res.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's with these homies kissing my girl? Why do they got her from? What did we ever do to these guys that made them so violent? But you know I'm yours.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your Monday. However, you may be listening over the air, streaming, watching on YouTube, watching at KSLSports.com, or shout out to our friends from the future listening on the podcast. How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, I am well.
Okay.
I am beaming with pride.
Okay. I
But
think
I'll-
I know why.
But
let's hear it.
also a little bit emotional.
Okay.
It was my daughter Maggie's first day of kindergarten today.
The best.
And she's not old enough in my brain to be there. And it was kind of a new beginning this morning. And man, she was so great. She was so brave, stepped right into line, went with her teacher, and it was a huge proud moment of mine. And I can't wait to hear all about it because my wife called me and Maggie won't tell me about it. She's saving it for later.
Okay.
So I don't know how it went, but I think she might be listening now even. And I can't wait to hear about it. Way to go, Maggie.
Congrats on your first day.
So proud of her.
And she's doing the first week is short week, and then she'll go to full time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this week they get out at like 1:30 or whatever.
I'm happy for you because childcare is
Oh, yeah.
difficult. It's absurdly expensive, and the school systems do a pretty good job. They do. I do think they do as good a job as they can, considering how many different battles they're fighting all the time. Our kids are lucky to go to a pretty good school.
We love our school for sure.
So it's going to make your life easier. It's going to make your wife's life much easier, and it's good for your kids. Education is good for kids.
I'm such a sentimental guy. I had to return the fob for the daycare, And it was like, I can't believe I'm not going to see you guys every day.
And then when they gave you $1,200 back for thanks, don't need next month's childcare, you were like,
I feel better.
Not as emotional anymore.
I feel better. But speaking of my daughter, Maggie, she was so ready for kindergarten, or is like reading, counting. She's eager to get into all of that. So
she's going to kill it.
Super proud of her. And you're right. Those teachers know what they're doing.
They do.
And they're very good at what they do. And but she was like, I was like, give me a hug, honey. And then she got right into line, and with a little determined look on her face, is like, new beginning. Here we go.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure she's good at making friends. So I'm sure she made a zillion friends and hopefully had a pretty good day.
Good.
So can't wait to hear all about it. Your kids are back too, full bore. They adjusting?
Into it. Yeah, they were fine. Yeah.
You had your big adjustment, or one of them, last year, right? With Oliver going to...
No, it was 2 years ago.
2 years
He's
ago.
in his final year of junior high.
Already?
And she's in her final year of elementary.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Time flies.
No, it flies. That's the thing. And your youngest, well, I mean, your oldest is going to be in 5th grade.
Next year.
And that's her last year. Just goes quick.
It goes
quick. Christian, it's a warning to you as well. I know you have a, 4-month-old? Is it only that? Is he older than that now?
4, yeah.
It's going to be 14 in a blink of an eye.
Yeah,
I'm scared for that. Even these first 4 months,
they fly by.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe Maggie's in kindergarten. It's crazy. Anywho, shout out to all the kids. I don't know when everybody's back. I think his Canyons either started today or Wednesday, but most everybody, all the kids going back to school. Hopefully everybody out there is having a good experience.
You never get to listen to Cats in the Cradle by Harry Chapin ever again. It's too real.
Or the 80s cover by Ugly Kid Joe.
Oh, is there a
Have
cover?
you ever
I don't
heard
think
that
I've
one?
Heard the cover.
Let's
the cover.
Christian, bring up in the system Ugly Kid Joe, Cats in the Cradle. It's one of the great covers.
Okay.
In fact, we drafted covers, right? And I don't think I drafted this one.
Ugly Kid Joe.
Ugly Kid Joe. Their only hit, I think, was the
cover
cover
of somebody else's song.
of Cats in the Cradle. The chorus hits better, I would say.
Okay.
With that 80s voice.
Yeah, it's got the 80s thing.
Uh-huh.
All right. Is it the same thing? Like it's word for word? Or
Oh,
did
yeah.
they update anything?
No, but it gets a little rockier at the chorus.
Okay. We'll have to hear the
It
chorus.
doesn't stay with the
acoustic.
And then you have the very 80s there.
All right.
Right here. Yeah, see?
Okay.
One of the love this cover.
I got you.
A lot of people think that Cat Stevens sang the original one, and I don't know why people think that. Just because Cat's in the
I think that's
in
probably
the
it.
chorus,
They hear
and
acoustic.
The
They know
guy's
the
name is
era.
Cat.
Yeah.
But no, his name's Harry Chapin.
Yeah.
So there you go. But that song hits a little different when you have your kids of your own.
When the
no?
kid asks for the car keys the first time, it's really gonna feel bizarre.
Oh, I just got a text from my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them you can save up for an even fancier refrigerator now that you're not paying for daycare.
Yeah, no kidding. You're getting the freezer fridge now, or the garage fridge. It's going to be the fancy Bosch. Two vacation modes.
She got a real kick out of that's what you guys chose to pick on me about. Yeah. To the point where a listener thinks that my nickname should be Bosch. But yeah. Now we have a greater refrigerator budget.
Good for you guys.
Because we don't have to go the daycare route. So
I'm honestly happy for you.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a good day. Super proud of my little Maggie. All right, Ben. There's a bunch of different NBA stuff.
Bunch of weird NBA news this morning.
Of all things to get to, I figure that's a pretty good place to start. Well, let's start with the Kawhi thing because that's kind of been a pet story of ours.
Okay. That
we've been following closely. This is according to ESPN. The NBA has found no evidence showing LA Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard in order to circumvent the salary cap, according to 3 people with knowledge of discussions between the two sides in recent days.
Is this the article from ESPN you have open?
It is.
Is that just a tweet? Will you read then the second paragraph?
Let's see here.
If you can.
Yeah, right. I'm not wearing my glasses. Instead, the NBA is focused on whether the team's introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constitutes a violation of the league's rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention. 2 of the sources said the league is examining whether the Clippers are guilty of, quote, failure to supervise, unquote, employees, though it's unclear what specific rule the team would have violated or what the penalties would be,
Okay.
2 of the sources said.
I don't know about the last sentence of is this actually a rule or not? But isn't this what we all thought? I didn't think Ballmer was cutting Kawhi a check under the table. I thought Ballmer was propping up aspiration with a faulty $10 million bailout while the company was failing, and then aspiration was paying Kawhi. Right. They're focused on whether Kawhi being introduced to these basically other companies, and now most recently the Jumbotron company, whatever it was called. Yeah, they were paying Kawhi. Now, how did they get their contract with the Clippers? Maybe, theoretically, hypothetically, Ballmer says, yeah, you can get the deal. You got to sponsor our guy here, though, our star, though. He's got to get his cash. This didn't change anything for me because I thought this is what we were investigating in the first place. These companies, loosely associated with the Clippers, that were paying Kawhi under the table. Not that the Clippers or Ballmer was specifically doing it. Maybe I'd misread that the whole time, but that felt like, I don't want to say a nothing burger, but that first paragraph of Ballmer wasn't doing it. Yeah, we always thought the other companies were doing it.
NBA spokesperson Mike Bass did not respond to ESPN, but in a statement posted on X said, quote, ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded, unquote.
Talked to Mike a bunch in my life. He's a very nice guy. So shout out Mike Bass, getting a little run today. But this is unusual. Rarely does the NBA come out and say everything they said is wrong. It's not exactly what they said, but saying that this is inaccurate. There's a reason we didn't cooperate with them. But to say that ESPN article is false, false about what? I don't know. It could be anything. Could be that the Clippers are going to be totally off the hook, or I have no idea. But that was unique. That was bizarre to see the NBA come out and say, oh, this article is incorrect.
So I agree with you that to imply that there's no evidence of it is ridiculous. There's plenty. There's plenty of evidence to point to it, and you very eloquently kind of summed up that argument. But the truth is, when you hire, I think most people know this, right? When you hire a law firm to do an investigation, in this case, Wachtell Lipton, what is the motivation of the law firm?
To find what the people hiring them wants them to find.
Kind of. That is true. I don't want to say that that's not true, but their goal is to get hired again.
Yes, sure.
And
Okay.
their goal
yes.
is to
Your
get hired
goal
again.
for hiring them is one thing. Their goal, yes, is to continue to work.
Is to get hired again. So they are going to find what you want them to find and have this go the direction that you want it to go, because they want you to hire them the next time it hits the fan. Do you know, Ben? Do you know who your guy David Stern decided to hire to look into the Tim Donaghy situation?
Who was it?
Now, let me remind you that the NBA put a stop to a federal investigation because they basically leaked all the info out and halted an FBI investigation into corruption within officials because the NBA was so savvy, I guess, in the way that they handled it. They totally put a lid on it, and the law firm that looked into that situation was none other than Wachtell Lipton.
Okay. Same law firm.
Same law firm. Very same one. So they did such a good job with the Donaghy situation. Well, they're just going to get hired again, aren't they?
Sure.
And so their job is to get what the NBA wants. And if this turns out to be true, and that nothing's coming down the line for the Clippers or Ballmer or Kawhi Leonard, if that turns out to be the case, then the fix is in. The fix is in. But I don't see the thing is, I don't think the NBA is ever about justice. I don't think that's ever what they prioritize. I don't think it's certainly not justice consistently. See the Jazz getting fined $500,000 this last season.
Yeah, right.
They're not, and everybody looks at that and says, "Wow, that's really unfair." I don't think the NBA cares about fair.
Agreed.
I don't think they care at all about fair.
No, that was a PR move by the NBA.
I mean, the NFL calls it protecting the shield. You know, we can talk about internal politics amongst NBA owners. You know, that was the hard part about this whole thing was Steve Ballmer is the richest owner in U.S. sports. And he carries a lot of weight.
Yep, he does.
And a lot of other owners and and the NBA, for that matter, are afraid of him. And not to mention, we can say fear, he's also really popular.
Mm-hmm.
He's really popular. Him overpaying for the Clippers made a lot of people a lot of money.
Yep, it did.
Him building that building made a lot of people a lot of money. And now everybody runs to that building and then runs back to their market and says, we have to invest more in our team, our building. And, you know, you can be real cynical and say, well, they're getting government funds. That's money as if from nowhere to build these extravagant buildings because, my Lanta, have you seen the Intuit Dome?
Right.
Have you seen the experience that can bring? I mean, so they love Ballmer. Nobody wants to force Ballmer out. People wanted to force Donald Sterling out because, you know, some salacious tapes that surfaced is the way he ran his franchise was bad for the league, was bad for everybody. He was not popular.
He was cheap. He was not well liked. Yeah.
He wasn't going to invest. He wasn't going to spend money. That just was not his thing. When he got into ownership in the first place, it was not at a time where uber billionaires were buying franchises. He was just your plain rich guy and kind of a detestable one at that.
Yeah.
That's not Steve Ballmer.
Right.
But listen, the scoreboard thing, you can make the argument that, okay, they introduced them, but they can't control who does what. The aspiration thing, the cycle that you describe exists. And there are witnesses that say, from internal witnesses that say that they were circumventing the cap to pay Kawhi Leonard. Exact dollar amounts of what's invested in the company and what goes to Kawhi Leonard match up. It's not the scoreboard one is just like, the Clippers had nothing to do with it. You can prove the relationship between the scoreboard company and Kawhi Leonard, even though he didn't do a dang thing.
Correct.
You can maybe play it off as in they made the intro.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because there's not that smoking gun. Aspiration, he's dumping money into a company that is going out of business, and he knows it.
Yeah.
And he found out that they're under investigation by the feds because it's a scam. And he found it out sooner than he let on.
Yeah.
And he propped it up because he had to get his guy paid. You can go look at all of that. That is not simply an introduction.
So I hate to kill our story, but I'm not sure we actually learned a whole lot today other than ESPN may have gotten a report wrong.
Maybe. I mean, they 3 people, so I don't know how well sourced Don Van Natta Jr., Baxter Holmes, and Ramona Shelburne are.
Generally quite.
Ramona's pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially when LA sports are involved. So I don't know. But 3 people with knowledge of discussions between the two sides in recent days. Which sounds like a negotiation to me, by the way.
Could be. Yeah, certainly could be. I actually think the Lakers thing is more interesting.
Do you really?
Yeah, the Lakers, if you missed this just broke.
Well, do we want to save it for top 3 stories?
We can save it. Yeah.
Why don't we say we'll throw it in top 3 stories, and then we can
okay.
Your insight into why that is interesting will not be limited to just a few minutes.
Equally salacious, but yes, also salacious. We can break early if you want to, and we can get to a longer top 3 stories because I do think it's a really interesting story that's going on in LA right now.
I want to know if Linda's getting more money. I want to know if Linda gets another bonus. That was the first thing that I thought of.
Okay.
Is this another windfall for Linda Rambis?
Okay.
Most lucrative friendship since the Kawhi deal with the scoreboard company. Lucrative.
Today's a juicy day. It's a juicy Monday. Did you see the latest with Jaden Daniels' mom?
No. Is that worthy of top 3 stories too?
You can throw it in 3. Maybe we'll do it at 50.
My buddy Justin, who's a Commie season ticket holder, was sending me Jaden Daniels jokes.
Okay.
Over the weekend, which I got a good laugh.
He's become a punching bag, and rightfully so.
Gene Simmons, of all people, was clowning him at the Dodger game.
Yeah, we got to change live at 5 out of respect for Jaden Daniels.
We can't have 5 anymore. Yeah, live in the afternoon.
What about 5:05? Is that
too many 5s?
Too many 5s. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is going to sue us.
We can't even do 4:59. 4:49. We just got to carry it.
But that's
really
too
long.
early for the segment.
Well, Jaden Daniels rules with an iron fist.
The song says it's a 5 o'clock world.
We got to change the song.
That song that's like 50 years old. Got to change it.
Sorry, man. How old is the number 5? As old as people have been counting, and Jaden still has claimed ownership.
Do we have to change the Super Bowl numbers? Do we just skip 5 like buildings do with floor 13?
Okay. Yeah. Are we in the 50s right now? I don't even know what Super Bowl.
Oh, then we have to skip 10.
I think it's going to be 61.
Okay, so we're safe for a few years.
But no, we have to go back and correct the record.
It's true.
Anyway. All right. Well, top 3 stories. A good tease by Ben there. We'll get to it coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or 2 ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. Money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves. Because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Less be here for you.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. It's brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Ben could not wait to talk about Jeannie Buss selling her stake in the Lakers.
So the Buss family is now entirely out of the NBA. They will sell their remaining 17.8% of their stake in the Lakers that they still held on to during when Mark Walters bought the team to the Kushner-Iger group, which was announced, whatever it was, last Monday. The reason this is interesting to me is like, why this pivot now? And my fear would be, if I'm a Lakers fan, is it's because they've looked behind the scenes and they don't like this ownership group as much as they like the Walters. That would be my initial theory, that they saw a better valuation that went up 2.5% over I don't know how to do the math. 10% to 12.5%. So that 2.5% different. I know it changes when you're talking about selling your fund off, but they've gotten some increased value on what they were initially holding on to versus had Mark Walters bought it all. But in a week, they went from, we're holding on to this, Jeannie Buss is going to be the governor of this team for at least the next 5 years, that when Bob Iger and Kushner bought the team, they said they were going to honor that. To a week later, they are selling their final 20% and leaving was one of the great legacy families in all of the NBA to bail. If I'm a Lakers fan, my ears are up. I'm really wondering what's happening here.
Well, maybe the family has snorted through all their profit from the last sale and they need the money.
Right? They may just need the money.
They may just need the money. I don't know. There could have been what people say publicly and what they say privately obviously are very different. And publicly, the new ownership group that wants to be popular is going to say the right thing about Jeannie Buss, but you never know what they want privately. I mean, especially they've got the speed in which this sale went down has got to mean that the leverage was all on Kushner and Iger's side.
Yes.
And they might have leveraged Jeannie out and said, we don't want partners. We want more of the franchise. We want more of the play. Or, we want to sell that 17% to people we want to be in business with, not the previous regime. I don't know.
Jeannie told her siblings, this is per ESPN, this sale to Walter was in the best interest of the long term, but it ended up being an embarrassing one, and it was time to move on cleanly. So they want to get out of this business as well.
So they regretted the sale to Walter.
And that is another part of it, yes. But that's what that sentence or paragraph essentially says.
All of a sudden you're not in control, and your opinion doesn't matter.
Last June, the Buss family made the decision to sell to Walter at a valuation of $10 billion, a then record for U.S. professional sports franchise. Multiple Buss siblings, however, felt frustrated at Jeannie and misled by her over what they believe was a rush sale, according to sources close to the process. The siblings felt pressured to vote yes. So there are 6 Buss siblings. It was pretty well reported when this happened that they do not all get along particularly well.
No, Jeannie pushed how many of them out?
There is also the Step family, right, that is kind of mixed into some of this. Because Jerry had a second wife that had kids. It was all a very hairy situation. But yes, the entire family does not get along, or not everyone gets along with one another. And they needed the majority of the 6 kids to sit down and decide to sell. And it sounds like they got at least 4 of them. So now they've got to sell this 3% off. Again, I didn't think the Clippers story was as huge today that came out as it kind of seemed like initially. But the Lakers thing of the Buss family leaving, needing a new governor, this power grab that's going to exist with the Los Angeles Lakers, which is the premier franchise in the league with the Celtics, and I think is more premier just because of what the Lakers represent in Los Angeles versus a city like Boston, is going to be really fascinating. And I honestly wonder, do the players try and get involved? Because if LeBron was still there, LeBron would be trying to place a governor, a hand-picked governor. Does Luka know how to do that? Is that something Luka's interested in?
I don't think LeBron would have had that power either.
I think he would have tried, but I'm sure Clutch would have tried. Adele would have tried to pick their preferred person, and LeBron has even alluded to the ownership change may have shifted some of his focus. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but whether or not he wanted to come back to the Lakers, I'll be really curious. Turnover is really sketchy in the NBA. We're seeing it right now with Portland. We're seeing it right now with the Phoenix Suns. The Jazz have been extraordinarily lucky to go from one really good ownership group to the next really good ownership group. Jazz fans have been so lucky that Ryan Smith likes Utah, likes basketball, likes Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge, and isn't trying to meddle in it where he doesn't belong. I don't know what the Kushners are going to do. I don't know what Iger's going to do. I don't know what this ownership's going to do. But I would be skeptical because the Busses haven't been perfect, but they have been very productive as owners. They have made good decisions consistently that have led to winning.
Totally disagree with the Busses.
Okay.
Jerry Buss.
Jerry was a great owner.
Yes. The kids are bozos.
They've won a title.
That Mickey Mouse garbage.
Sure.
Don't give me. I mean, do you give Magic Johnson credit for signing LeBron?
No.
Boy.
No, it's the legacy, though, of the Busses and Jeannie being respected.
But respected for what? She's done. The Buss kids have done nothing but run that franchise terribly. Ask LeBron himself, who will complain up and down that he wasn't given the resources and it was run like a poor franchise, even though it was the Lakers, because they're not. The Busses aren't independently wealthy. They weren't that way. But after the old man died, they basically didn't win a dang thing.
But as we've learned, and look, it could certainly get better.
But Jerry Buss, yes, sure.
It could certainly get better. It could get worse. This could be bad for the Lakers. Why are the Clippers not the Lakers? The Clippers have had horrendous ownership forever, and the Lakers have had good ownership when Jerry was owning the team.
Yeah, well, and it's all about who you hire. I mean, you made the point just a minute ago about Danny and Austin Ainge. It's all about who you hired. Steve Ballmer hired a corrupt idiot in Larry Frank to run his team, and he's run it terribly.
Vivek hired his daughter to run the G League team. Dad, those are bad decisions. So let's see what Kushner and Eicher do. I don't have any idea. Maybe they make the best decisions and the Lakers jump back to fame. Walters has some history, except for maybe being a fraudster, of making good hires. He put the Dodgers in a great spot to be successful. He seemed to know how to get out of the way and fund a team well. He's not there anymore, and we don't know what the Eigers and the Kushners are going to do.
I almost guarantee Walter would have bought out Jeannie, too, if she would have let him. What Jeannie did was she opened the door to selling the team, much like Mark Cuban, but convinced herself that she was going to have her cake and eat it, too. That Walter was busy running all sorts of other things, including a baseball team, and would just let her continue to do her thing. Walter probably lied to her and said, sure, you can run it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll even leave you as the governor. Yeah, why not? But he didn't mean it. He was just trying to get her to sell it. And then after she did sell it and she realized, wait, this minority ownership thing really sucks. You can't do anything.
Right.
I don't, even as a governor, that's just a face position. I want out.
Hey, that's interesting because Dallas Dallas is the right example. Mark Cuban thought he was going to have this great role and didn't. And I don't know who is it? What's the family that owns
Adelson?
The Adelsons.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to be good owners in Dallas. Mark Cuban was a good owner. He was a weirdo, but he was a very good owner. He got that team to a championship, and they were a disaster before he got there. So, again, ownership change is interesting always in the NBA. Ownership of the highest profile team is really interesting, and this dramatic change so quickly is bizarre.
Well, they have a bunch of ownership problems in the NBA, and the crypt keeper, Adam Silver, doesn't appear to be doing anything about it.
Yeah.
In fact, has done nothing but endorse the sales of these franchises to these combustible owners.
Correct.
Whether it's the Tom Dundon, El Cheapo up in Portland, or if it's Mark Walter.
Or Matt Ishbia.
Right, and how much did you really look into Mark Walter and the way he was financing it?
Clearly not well.
No?
Yeah. No, it's fascinating. That's why I thought this is an interesting story.
Think Ryan is a success story.
Huge success. Might be the NBA's last really good success story. We'll see what Boston can do, but they've already started taking some shortcuts on how to pay their team, which maybe you just have to. But no, Ryan's been he's been an A-plus owner for the NBA, if not for fans.
And Ballmer,
I think he has been for fans.
Steve Ballmer, with his brazenness, is about to publicly pants the NBA itself. Say, who's in charge here?
Yeah.
It's not pale Adam Silver.
No.
All right. What's next?
Number 2, the preseason top 25 poll is out. Where do BYU and Utah come in?
Is there a way to insult this poll properly enough?
The AP poll?
Yeah.
Probably not.
It doesn't mean anything. I like it. Again, I like little tiny numbers next to teams when I watch college football because I'm a stupid person. But I recognize I'm a stupid person, and it makes me a little bit more interested if USC has a little made-up 19 or 15 or whatever next to their name versus two teams. I'm like, where's the number? Why am I going to watch this game? There's no little number next to them.
This poll has more credibility than the others, in my opinion.
It is inherently neutered because as soon as the college football playoff rankings come in, this number means literally zero.
Nothing.
And then, as we have learned, they make up the college football playoff ranking week to week to just get the result they want once the playoff starts, and nothing they have done previously actually matters. And this doesn't influence that at all.
But if you look at it as an indicator of who's good, which is the point of watching a game and having the number next to the name of the school, this is a better tool than the others.
I think that's very fair.
The coaches poll is a joke.
Correct. That means the least of all of them. It
means absolutely nothing. The playoff poll is corrupt. This one, now listen, they may sample 100 different bozos, which is what they do. They sample AP members from regions, right? Who has the AP vote for this region now? It's Jay Drew for a long time. My guy Tony did it for a couple of years. Is it Furlong?
Yeah, it's our guy Josh.
So they take Josh.
I believe, right? Yeah.
And Josh gets a vote, and I have no doubt that he's responsible with his vote and watching as many games as he possibly can. But there's no way he's watching all of them. But what he can do is bring his flawed expertise to the poll, combine that with 99 other flawed expertises, and then hopefully you get something that is a little bit more accurate that is put out. I heard one of my least favorite guests Chip Patterson, who covers college football for CBS Sports. He was on with Hans and Scotty. A big Tar Heel fan.
Scotty and the coach.
Scotty, thank you. Scotty and the coach. Chip is a big Tar Heel guy. I learned that lesson the hard way. He had to pick, and I thought it was an interesting exercise, 12 teams that were in the preseason top 25 for the AP were not in it by the end of the year. And so he selected 12 teams that would not be in the top 25 at the end of the year. And he selected BYU and Utah amongst those 12.
Teams that will not be in the top 25.
Will not be in the top 25 by the end of the year.
Spicy.
Well, I don't think Chip knows what he's talking about.
You want to explain why you don't like Chip?
Yeah, I made a joke about Bill Belichick when he came on with us, and he was obviously not.
Well, you failed to realize that he lives in the area.
He lives in Raleigh.
He's an alum,
and he's
right?
also proven to be right because Bill Belichick has run a spotless program at North Carolina since he's gotten there.
Well, Chip was telling me he was great.
You hit him with a joke, and he just straight face.
Straight nothing. Hit him with a joke about what a clown Bill Belichick is making himself. And the guy just was like,
I don't know what you're
nope.
talking about.
And then after the interview, we found out, oh, he lives in Raleigh. Come on. Anyway, he was on with Scotty and the coach, and he had BYU. He had BYU and Utah dropping out, but then said that BYU would be in the conference title game for the Big 12, which is the reason I bring this up, because if BYU is in the conference title game for the Big 12,
they will be ranked.
They will be ranked. And he had Texas Tech dropping out too, and he had them in the Big 12 title game. If they are in the Big 12 title game, they will be ranked. And listen, if you look at Texas Tech,
they're not losing.
Yeah, if you look at Texas Tech's schedule, they ain't falling out of the top 25. That's not happening.
I would say more likely Texas Tech is ranked 3 going into the Big 12 title game because they haven't lost all season. Than it is they're outside of the top 25.
Chip was down on Utah kind of because he wasn't sure they were losing so many pieces, wasn't sure if it was going to be put back
Hall
together.
of Fame coach?
Yeah, all those things, which again, that's fine. But if you're going to have BYU and Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, they will be ranked because the Big 12 teams don't play one another enough to have it be one of those situations like the old Pac-12 when what was the UCLA team that made it to the championship game because USC was suspended? They were like a 6-win team or something.
Yeah.
These teams don't play each other enough to have that be.
There are so many teams that you can avoid each other.
So your championship game participants are going to have 2 losses at the most.
Yep,
at the very most. Yeah. And those teams will be ranked. There's no chance they won't be ranked. So I thought Chip's big conference bias was a little bit on display because he didn't pick, like, for example, he picked Penn State as one of the teams that's going to be on the rise. Dude, Matt Campbell took an absolute stinker of an Iowa State team and had them all transfer to Penn State. Mm-hmm. And they're going to learn how to play football all of a sudden and be a great team? I don't know. I'm not betting on that.
To actually talk about the AP Top 25, as opposed to my friend Chip Patterson.
You don't think Belichick is doing a good job either? We should find that clip.
BYU comes in at number 14. Utah comes in at number 21. Texas Tech comes in at number 12, which... Man, for somebody who doesn't believe in Texas Tech, that even feels a little bit low to me. Here's your top 10. Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas, Indiana, Miami, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma. I do not believe in Oklahoma, but I might be wrong on that front. USC is going to be fake. They come in at 14. There's no number 15 on this list that I'm looking at from the AP. Shout out to them. Oh, it's because BYU and USC are tied with 839 points. So USC there. Michigan. Kyle Whittingham's Michigan. 97.5, the Ann Arbor station. Michigan comes in at 16.
There's only one non-Big Ten or SEC team in the top 10, and that's Miami. And Miami might as well not count as a not big league school, you know what I'm saying? Because they're Miami. And they were in the title game last year, and that pretty much forces everyone to put them in the top 10. Other than that, it's just all about the Big Ten and the SEC. And they can't freeze the other leagues out entirely of the top 25.
Houston comes in at number 23. Arizona comes in at number 32, just outside of the top 25. So that's your Big 12 rankings. Again, I'm not trying to kill the top 25. I like the top 25. College football, the playoff committee and the people who have made these rules hate the AP top 25. So they've completely neutered it and butchered it to the point where it would be silly of me to place too much value in it other than I like the little tiny numbers. It's like a little decoration on your team name.
All right, Christian, what's next?
Number 3, a little tease for later on in the show. Yesterday, ESPN dropped a conveniently timed feature on Kalani Sitake amidst all the drama with the athletic department?
It's kind of a get to know you piece. They have a lot of interesting quotes from other coaches and talk about, I don't know, Kalani being Kalani, I guess.
It was labeled as good, and it's a good article from Adam Rittenberg. But why is Kalani Sitake your favorite coach's favorite coach? Which, by the way, I believe that. But you know what? It's ironic. I would have said this other than for Kyle Whittingham. I bet you a lot of people would have said the same thing about Bronco Mendenhall for different reasons. Because BYU was such a hard place to win at when Bronco was there, and he did nothing but win 9, 10, or 11 games. Bronco was an awesome, awesome coach, and I think people really respected him. Other than he doesn't quite have the natural charisma that Kalani carries and the way Kalani carries himself when he's in opposing arenas, all the things Kalani does extraordinarily well, I believe has made him very beloved.
I would guess Bronco was head of the Coaches Association, so I would guess Bronco was pretty popular if we're comparing Kalani and Bronco. But Kalani has a very people person aura, and he's not mean. A lot of coaches can be mean and kind of nasty, and I'm imagining that behind closed doors, that doesn't translate into a lot of great relationships. I don't think that Rick Majerus had a lot of great relationships with his direct competitors. Not talking about other coaches, because he did have great relationships with other coaches. But if you asked a whack rival, Roger Reed, that's the extreme one, that wasn't, Rick probably rubbed them all the wrong way. They all see each other on the recruiting trail. They all directly compete with one another, and that doesn't often inspire great relationships. Witt did not have great relationships with other coaches. He just did not. I mean, you can see it in his hiring patterns, and I don't think he wanted to be popular with other coaches. I don't think he cared.
Yeah.
And that kind of implies Kalani cares about having relationships with other coaches, but I think he cares about having relationships, period.
With people,
I think he's a relationships guy.
That's what I was going to say.
And he's very, very warm in a way that he makes you feel familiar, even if you're not. And I'm sure that applies to the coaching world. I guarantee it does. We've talked to opposing coaches about Kalani. They all glow about him because he's a good guy.
I started my career in 2011. 2011. You started your career well before that. Every person I have talked to over 15 years who knows or has played for or played against Kalani has positive things to say. There is nobody else I could say this about in this business. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about Kalani.
What do you think, though, of Christian implying the timing is suspect, given all the controversy in the athletic department?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of coincidences in this biz.
No, I sure don't either.
When you start to hear salaries, and this is, this honestly is kind of applying to Kevin Young, but, do you remember all of Walker Kessler's numbers leaked right away? It's like, yeah, why did that happen everywhere? Zach Lowe had him. Everyone in the NBA had him. Tim McMahon had him. Everyone knew exactly what the Jazz were offering Walker Kessler. It's a leverage move. Why is this unique access to Kalani and all this love for Kalani being given right now to ESPN? Well, if you have to pick sides at BYU right now, the guy who's getting all the love from ESPN is probably going to be an easy side to pick.
Now, we'll have Adam on the show, which is great, at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. I would guess he's had this piece in the works for a couple of weeks. This is probably not something that came together over the weekend. But remember the timing of Kalani's initial statements to the Cridler. I mean, that was 2-3 weeks ago. So this campaign for BYU football has been underway for a while.
Yeah, when do we think Kalani's frustration with this began? Was it a week after he signed his contract? To say, like, all right, resources supposed to be in this bucket right here. Bucket's empty. What's going on here? Like, just because we've now only heard about it since whatever it was, the last week of July, doesn't mean that this hasn't been happening behind the scenes for months. And then it finally got to a boiling point where it had to go public or there was no other out. And now everything that happens publicly, I think it's fair to look through a lens of suspicion.
I would guess there was one breaking point moment, probably.
Think so.
But I don't think that was 2 weeks ago. I think that was probably a little bit before.
Or that Adam Rittenberg's a plant. I don't think that's the case either.
But Kalani can, it's access. Kalani can give access for a story, and then Rittenberg can run with it. But it is I'm pro Kalani. I don't think that makes it sound like propaganda, but it is a feature that makes you like Kalani.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's an accident,
Now,
probably.
I would suspect you were at Big 12 Media Day. I was not there. I don't know if Adam Rittenberg was there.
I'm sure he
But he's
was.
talking to all these Big 12 coaches. I suspect he asked them a lot of them at Big 12 Media Day.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think about Kalani? So again, this is not the idea that this is a plant or a lopsided perspective on Kalani to try and get you to favor one side or the other. But
when Adam called him to say, hey, Kalani, I want to do a feature, Kalani said yes.
Agreed.
I don't know who sought out who, but Kalani agreed to give quotes for a feature.
Yeah. When he could have said, can we do it next year? Can we do it next summer? Can we do it later?
Or said no.
Yeah. Or just said
Which is what most coaches say.
A lot of coaches could say, sure.
Uh-huh. All right. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
All right.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let me see those hands again. Hang on now. Hey, everybody jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump, 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 jump. Now listen, some of y'all know how to do this. Some of y'all don't. Some of y'all might be with this. Some of y'all won't, but listen. Let me clear my throat. Let's go, y'all. Oh, say what? Have mercy, baby. I hope you don't mind. Let me clear my throat. For the dedication.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Got to play that Joey Crawford stuff. Maybe we'll play that later on. Because I heard a rumor about Christian that I've got to find out if it's true or not.
Okay.
I guess Joey Crawford went into the Hall of Fame. And yeah, we'll play his comments. Pretty predictable coming from him.
I'm skeptical to do this. Do you have somewhere you were trying to go?
No.
I'm a little hesitant to do this because it involves how Twitter uses AI. So which is flawed. AI is still flawed and trying to figure it out. But the brief summary of posts gathered regarding LSU, Jaden Daniels, and Mrs. Jaden Daniels' mother, Ella Simoneau, a former LSU cheerleader, claimed Daniels' mother, Regina Jackson, interfered in their relationship, the two were dating, by appearing during dates and setting strict boundaries. Jackson, who acts as Daniels' agent and is known for her protectiveness, also led a public clash with LSU after the school reassigned his old number 5 jersey, prompting a cease and desist letter from the family. Fans are split on the claims.
Sounds like mom is basically Uncle Dennis, if we want to merge two stories. And there may be some issues there.
But
you may want to
find a new agent.
Cut the cord, yeah.
You can still keep mom on the payroll. You're going to make tens of millions, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in your career if you can continue to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. You can take care of mom without mom getting in the way of your dating life or which school you commit to based on her dating life.
I don't think that you should have mom on the payroll. I think stories like this are actually pretty gross. Because it's a mom instead of a dad does not.
Sports parent is usually not
change
a good
it.
thing.
But go look into what happened between Bernie Kosar and his dad, who was a true sick person, and stealing from his own kid and trying to manipulate all the situation. Like Gordon Hayward had his dad as his agent. I do not.
Trey Burke's dad.
I do not understand. And if you feel this obligation, like you have to support your own parents, which I don't think even uberly wealthy kids should feel. I mean, people may disagree, but if you want to hand them cash and say, hey, thanks for the effort, go for it. But why would you have your mom be your agent? That's crazy town. Why would you have your mom overly involved in your recruitment to college, other than to say, hey, I think you can get a good education here. You know what I mean? Like, why? I don't get that. I don't get that impulse from kid or impulse from parent. And maybe we're speaking to people that feel differently, so I want to tread carefully. But I remember in high school, or maybe it was even a little bit before, my dad asked me, because I was frustrated with something. I don't even remember what it was. My dad said, do you want me to talk to the coach? And I said, absolutely not.
Not in a million years. Yeah.
No, not in a million years do I want you to talk to my coach. No, I will handle my situation with my playing and my coach. This is my thing, not yours. And I get that I wasn't very good, so it was probably easy for my dad to say, okay, son, wake me up if you need something. Whereas Jaden Daniels has been, an NFL prospect probably since he was in high school. So it's probably harder for mom to step back because she sees herself as a parent controlling their kid. Well, at some point, you're the commies quarterback. You need to cut the cord. I don't get it. I don't get why Jalen Brunson would want his dad on the staff.
Yeah.
That's crazy town. I don't know why Gordon Hayward would want his dad to be his agent or Kawhi Leonard to have his Uncle Dennis be so involved.
I fully understand as a parent wanting your kids to succeed. I'm not a monster. That's how every parent feels. I fully understand being the son of somebody who appreciates their parents and wants to help them however he can. As a parent, though, you have to realize where you're hurting your son. And right now, it seems like his mom is probably hurting him and not helping him. And that's the danger here of placing yourself in the middle of this. Are you actually the problem and no longer supporting your son in a good way? Sometimes knowing how to be a good parent is knowing when to be hands off.
This question sounds like a joke, but I'm really not joking. If Oliver hits it big,
Mm-hmm.
A pro skateboarder or whatever, I don't know, hits it big, millions of dollars
Mm-hmm.
as a young person in his 20s, would you expect him to build you a house?
No, I don't need to be on the payroll.
Right.
That's not your responsibility.
No, it's not.
Right.
No, taking care of you is not his responsibility.
the least of his
You're not
concerns.
owed that
Right.
because you were his dad.
He
I
did
don't
not
think.
choose to be born. He does not owe that to me.
In fact, if Sadie tried to buy me a house, I'd probably say no. Yeah. Wouldn't you?
No. If you want to pay off the mortgage, that's cool. But I'm not going to put myself in between you and every professional decision you make. Why would I think I knew how to do that?
But do you remember that Sopranos scene? Christian, The Sopranos was an HBO drama in the early aughts, late 90s.
James Gandolfini, really nice.
James,
nice
yeah,
work.
exactly. Meadows' boyfriend paid for dinner.
Uh-huh.
And Tony took him outside and said, you don't pay for dinner. You don't
Yeah.
pay for my dinner. I pay for you. That's how it works.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, well, I have the money. I'm doing this and that. And he goes, no, I pay for dinner. The world needs more of that.
Okay.
Like, can I pay off the mortgage? No, you don't get this, honey. I pay for your dinner. You don't pay for mine. I don't get that. I don't get that impulse. But frankly, if she's giving him terrible advice.
Clearly, yeah. This is not working for
He's
him.
being dragged publicly by the nation. Again, I have my friend who lives in D.C.
Mm-hmm.
texting me Jaden Daniels jokes.
Yeah.
So
Right.
she's obviously not doing a great job. But she puts him in the awkward position. How do you fire your mom?
Correct. That's why you shouldn't hire him in the first place.
Absolutely
Don't
not.
put him on the payroll in the first place, or at least not in that role.
No.
I didn't know Jaden Daniels, his Twitter handle is JD_5. He's got 5 right in there. He is serious about this number.
On the description, you have it there.
Mm-hmm.
What was the mom's name again?
His mom's name, I believe, is Regina Jackson.
Does the description say son of Regina? Because that's what it should say first.
People are calling him a son husband.
So you got that going for you. Your mom ever getting in between you and a girlfriend?
Constantly.
Really?
No.
That doesn't sound like your mom.
No, she's cool.
Never wedged in and tried to disrupt things? No. Christian?
I wasn't a son husband.
Your mom ever wedge into your relationships?
No, she's hands off.
You?
No. Yeah. No. Thank goodness.
Also, my parents aren't on the payroll.
No, exactly. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees are off tonight, but they're back in action, hosting the Reno Aces in Game 1 of a 6-game series. Tomorrow night at 6:35, listen on 97.5 and 1280 The Zone. Real Salt Lake is back home Wednesday night, hosting FC Dallas. Pregame starts at 6:30. First kick at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach new potential customers and introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
It looks like science fiction.
This is metal and plastic and sensors.
But for one man, it is very much real.
It changes the game of being able to use a prosthetic.
Connecting man and machine with cutting-edge AI, giving him something he lost decades ago.
I'm known to be able to actually feel with my hand. That's an insane concept.
Technology of touch, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. We got the update on Christian's camping trip in the break, and I'm disappointed it didn't rain the whole time. Any rain?
It rained so hard as we were driving in. and we were worried that it was going to ruin our trip, but then it did not. It didn't rain again after that.
And then you ruined the trip.
I ruined the trip, yeah.
That's what dads are for.
I remember our first trip with the baby. We didn't go camping though.
No, you guys didn't camp, right? You guys had a place to stay.
Yeah, cabin.
Okay.
That makes it a little better. But I'll tell you, our first trip was with the baby was a plane flight, and going into a plane flight not knowing what to expect with a baby is really something.
Yeah, again, kid firsts are funny. Some not as bad as you would think. Some way worse.
Yeah, I did that. Did that make what was our what you got Wednesday?
Worst first.
Worst firsts. First plane trip with a kid.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, that didn't get drafted, but that could have gotten drafted.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you don't know if their ears are going to pop or whatever.
Right.
Or if they're going to sleep or just wail the whole time.
Yeah.
Awful.
It's a risk.
At least Christian in his road trip, if the kid cries the whole time, it's
Who
just
cares?
affecting them.
Oh, I couldn't hear him. I was on the river. The wife was up at base
Crazy.
camp. I was having a great time.
Bye, hon! I'm going to be doing this for 12 hours. Just doing the loop.
Oh, man. I'm going to do it twice.
Yeah.
3 times. All right. Let's play some sound. Camp continues on for both BYU and Utah. We have fresh sound from the University of Utah. An update. Where do you want to start? We'll get to both Morgan Scally and Devin Dampier in this segment. All right. Let's start off with the Utah quarterback and his media availability today.
Devin Morgan said it's been a bit of back and forth between the offense and defense. What's that been like this year, and how good is that? I mean, obviously you want the offense clicking, but how good is that for your team?
Man, I think that's great, honestly. That means that, we're both elevating together. We're both going into film. One side of the ball has a worse day. We're going into film. They're applying it. Same thing as us. We have a worse day to them. We're applying it. So it's just great to see that, we have a full team. We have a full team where not one side is dominating every day. We have a team that knows how to come back after a bad day. That just shows, adversity, that we have that.
Can you talk to the competitiveness within the defensive sector and what sort of looks they give you in the passing game?
Yeah, man, Swan's trying to make sure I see everything. He's a coach that I get a very few conversations with, just him trying to make me better. But honestly, they're pressuring, they're showing different type of looks, and just everything that makes me a better player. It makes me more aware of any situation. I know what's best for the offense, so what type of checks I need to get into. So he's making me a better quarterback every single day.
Did anything stand out from the scrimmage on Saturday?
Man, I would say that back and forth, honestly. We scored pretty early on a drive, and man, that next drive, we stayed out there and defense shut us out just like that. So just for them to be able to respond every single time, and also we got shut out, then we go back out and we do our thing. So I'm just happy we keep continuing to just apply things. We're hearing our coaching points and we're applying it.
Dev, I saw just the other day another award, preseason watch list. I guess, what's it like for you heading into a season with so much, I guess you could say, outside expectations for you?
Man, when football season comes around, I stick to the building. So, whatever's happening inside the facility, that's all I care about at the end of the day.
How's this wide receiver group looking?
Man, they're looking amazing. Man, we talk about depth. Man, the ones, the twos, and then we got even threes starting to step up and making a fight to get on the field. So just to have that many players, I feel confident whoever's in there, honestly. Whatever receiver group's in there with me, I believe they're all going to make plays. So that's a great feeling for a quarterback to have out there.
Devin, what have you seen from the offensive line? Obviously, you're replacing 5 starters from last year. Just what has your look of it been? Obviously, you're behind them all the time.
Yeah.
Just walk us through that.
Yeah. Chemistry and toughness is what I've seen. For one, we had a full starting group last year, so for all of them to get in here, they're a little nervous. I feel like they weren't fully themselves, starting off spring ball, and just the chemistry they were able to build during the summer, and especially, again, that toughness, that confidence that, I am the guy now. This is our 5. This is who's going to be out here. You can just tell that, they're embracing it. They're happy. They're clicking a lot better. They're able to make calls, and, just confidence.
What do you see more here? Has anybody stuck out to you on that offensive line?
Big Al manages a lot being the center. It takes a lot to find a way to make all 5 of those guys work together. That's a huge role for a center to have, and, he's doing a great job of it.
Good for Devin Dampier, because the offensive line is going to have to be good. if Utah is going to have a chance to win the league, and that is a huge, huge question mark. And, nice when you have question mark at the offensive line to have a quarterback that can move around and improvise, but it's also the easiest way to have a good year or a potential good year go south on you.
I was tricked by my good friend, Kyle Gunther, into thinking the center position was the most important on the offensive line because that's the role he played. And so he really could break down with a lot of minutia how important that position is. And it is. Of course it is. Utah needs some tackles. For the livelihood of Dampier or Ficklin, Warbird, you just got to get some tackles in there.
Obot's got to be good right away.
He's going to have to figure it out.
That would be nice for them.
Yeah, whether he's a tackle or a guard or can eventually bump out, Utah's going to need their tackles to play with.
Because that's the speculation right now, right? He's going to be the right guard.
And then ideally move to a spot. Yeah, bump outside a little bit. So,
but how the reason that Spencer Fano was so good or ended up being so good is he got experience right away.
Thrown into the fire. He was in that Florida game that Utah lost inexcusably, right?
He really developed. So you hope a similar trajectory for Obot.
And that's we've talked about the coaching staff so much, and obviously Morgan coming in and Colton Swan coming in. We have not talked about Jordan Gross hardly at all, at least on this show, and what an important role he's got. Because Harding, by the time he was done, was a very good offensive line coach and had a lot of success at that position. I'm not sure he was like A+. There are certainly more productive, I'm sure, offensive line coaches. I'm not going to pretend this is my expertise to break it down. But he generally had the team ready, and then by the time he was leaving, he had 2 first-round draft picks. He had done well. Jordan Gross.
He had others before. He was there for a long time.
He did. Jordan Gross got to step up and, ideally improve on that, ideally be better. I don't know if he knows how to do that day one, but that's one of the more interesting people on Utah's coaching staff because of his history, both as a great NFL player, was he 10th overall pick, a first rounder for sure, and now having these big shoes to fill.
But a great player and a great coach are different things. And he does not have he coached high school, right? But has not had the college coaching experience. So we'll have to see.
Kalani learned a lot of that his early years at BYU as well. Hiring the people you know or your friends, even with the understanding of the school's mission. And by the way, Utah has a mission too. It's not identical to BYU's, but every school has a mission. Hiring people who understand the mission because they play there doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be successful. So watching how Jordan Gross does in this job for the first time, which is so critical, especially for this type of quarterback that they have, is going to be really interesting to watch.
All right, let's get to the head coach. Head coach Morgan Scally and his media availability today.
Good. You're getting into the dog days of fall camp. It's easy to have energy on day one, easy to be excited on day one. It's having that same energy throughout. Really good practice today, competitive. We're becoming better, situational mechanics, and it's good that it's competitive right now, that you don't have one side dominating the other. And I think the coaches are doing a good job of keeping our guys fresh, but understanding we got to be physical.
Coach, offensive line was a big priority coming into camp. Do you feel like you've got this down to 2 or 3 combinations you feel good about?
Not yet. We're still a couple of bumps and bruises that shifts things around, but we'll have our dudes by game 1.
Where does Obot fit into that?
He's looking really good, but he understands the stuff he needs to work on, and no spots are solidified right now.
You guys had a scrimmage on Saturday. What stood out from that, first scrimmage?
I would say the play of Matiaki Helu showed up in a big way. Lance Holtzclaw off the edge, making a bunch of plays, receivers downfield. So there's a lot of good stuff. I thought the situational mechanics, like I said, that's one thing that, at the beginning of camp, not clean enough, not fast enough, but much better. I'd say red zone work, kind of a mixed bag. We need to be more efficient, not enough touchdowns in the red zone, too many field goals. Having said that, the kicking game's really good. Kicking game is really good. Love our 2 kickers, and obviously Orion's been established as a punter, but both Dylan and Tanner are doing a nice job.
Morgan, obviously the offensive line has been a question mark for you guys. Just what else do you want to see out of them as fall camp progresses?
I would say I think we've gotten to the point where we're physical enough. The pre-snap penalties are being cut down. Just continued progress. There's not one glaring thing where I'm sitting there saying, like, we're deficient here. It's just maybe a little bit cleaner in the things that we're doing, from protection to taking on slanters. So, and they've got, one of the best teachers I know in Jordan Gross. So, I'm excited for that group and what they're going to show that first game.
How does the defense look right now?
Defense looks good. We're solidifying that, the D tackle spot. Same thing on offense. You get these bumps and bruises, guys, having to be out of practice or two. So still, that's up for grabs as well. Getting Carson Kafusi back and, mixing in some guys. So that's unsettled right now.
Are you still exploring bringing back into Kawhi Rogers or any other class of 22 guys, or do you feel like this roster's set?
We feel pretty good right now.
This time last week, you talked about tensions being kind of high between the offense and the defense, and maybe even wanting to cool down a little bit. What is the process like, and how neat is it to watch a team become a team when they stop competing with each other and start, jumping on the same page?
Oh, I think we have it now, and I wouldn't say, you have to be competitive without being combative. It's the stuff that's going to get you penalized, the extra shoves and stuff like that, and so there is a fine line, but our guys do a really good job of making sure that we don't take it to that next level where all of a sudden there's stupid penalties, and I would say it's really not an issue, and this is a very close team. I'm excited.
Mark, it seems like you've made a pretty intentional effort to invite former players back into the program, have them watch practice. Why is that important for you?
Why is it important to have alumni around? Well, man, they bled and sweat, and they love this program, and they want to know that there's a legacy there. That our current players didn't build this building. Our current players are building their own legacy. So there's a lot of guys with a lot of passion for this program. The way it's been run, the family atmosphere, they need to know that continues.
You talked about, obviously, the offensive and defensive line. There's still positions up for grabs. Mm-hmm. How about the depth and your pecking order at wide receiver, corner, some of those other positions?
Just lovely. We got good ones. I'm not going to tell you what that depth is, but we got good depth, and do your fantasy draft or whatever. That we got really good ones. I'm excited for that group both, and that's another group that traditionally they're sitting there in their fights every day with the wide receivers and DBs. They do a really good job of pushing each other, but knowing that we got to get to the party healthy.
All right, there you go, Morgan Scally, head coach at the University of Utah.
Well, we talked last week about BYU not having a number one wide receiver, and I will tell you, I was not super encouraged by Morgan Scally's answer about the receivers at Utah.
Well, I believe it when I see it.
When he was asked, he said, "Just lovely." Wasn't he? I don't think he was trying to be as facetious as he sounded, but it's certainly how it came off.
I did a show once, which Utah fans, and it was in the offseason, and Utah fans came at me pretty good because I said, I'm just going to assume Utah's wide receivers stink until further notice. And everybody comes at me, and I pointed out, I said, every year we hear that this position group is going to be amazing and that Utah's receivers are great. There's a Tyler Huntley clip where he names off all these receivers, and he's like, we've got guys, and none of them were any good. And I got all this pushback because I said, I'm just going to assume they're going to suck. Ben, that show was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
maybe 8. But that was a long time ago, and I haven't been proven wrong yet.
Just lovely.
You and I have been doing the show for 6 years, coming up in October, or 5 years, I think, coming up in October. There's not been a good, promising receiver room yet for Utah in that stretch.
No.
So,
or at least not one that, they'll tell you it's promising, but then it doesn't prove out to be that.
The other interesting quote from Morgan, they're good write-up, by the way, if you just kind of heard parts of it or driving around, want to read some of them directly, from Steve Bartle at KSL Sports.com. Said red zone work, kind of a mixed bag, Scally said. We need to be more efficient, not enough touchdowns in the red zone, too many field goals. A little bit of a red flag, just because you would think these types of quarterbacks would be particularly good in the red zone because you're so dangerous there with their legs that ideally they'd be more successful. But I will tell you, one of the weird things where it felt to me like maybe Witt was slipping a little bit as a coach was that the special teams started to get worse. Now, the special teams got worse because the priorities on the ability to land better offensive players, have more success with touchdowns, I think jumped up. But I will tell you, Utah being able to make some field goals is not a bad thing, because they have not been able to make enough field goals in the last few years. And that's where BYU has been really sharp, and it's been one of the reasons why I think BYU has actually had an edge over Utah over the last few seasons.
Yeah, sure. Can't have the best kicker in the country every year.
No.
They were on that pattern there for a minute. But yeah, there's no excuse to have a bad kicker. Maybe you don't have a great kicker, but there's no excuse to have a bad kicker.
Right. And Utah has had years where they've had like truly no idea what they were going to do in the kicking game. It seemed like, which for a while was not the issue.
But if they're having trouble scoring in the red zone is what all young teams at the beginning of the season have problems with.
Yeah.
Because that's the hardest place to move the football. So it wouldn't surprise me if Utah had red zone issues through the first part of the season. Although their competition is so bad, maybe that won't be the case, but not a surprise. All right, we'll have more coming up next. I want to get to this Joey Crawford bite. We don't have to dwell on it, but I want to play it. Stay tuned. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got problems in Centerville to start the afternoon drive, with northbound slowing on Legacy Parkway and a southbound crash on I-15 just before the Parish Lane exit. You also have early northbound brake tapping on I-15 from 2100 south up to about 1300 south en route to downtown Salt Lake City. Attention property managers, customers judge your property in the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah right now. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built Americans' financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have since seen inflation erode the dollar's value. This is Stephen K. Bannon. What is the foundation of your savings? Birch Gold Group has been helping Americans solidify their savings with gold for the past 15 years. They help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, let Birch Gold help build your foundation with gold. To learn more, get your free info kit from Birch Gold by texting SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to 989898. Take a stand for your financial future. Text SECURE to 989898 right now to receive your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group.
Message and data rates may apply.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahan, drive elevated.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. You can do so at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to the Jake and Ben Show. For the winner, it's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Did you pay any attention to the Basketball Hall of Fame stuff this weekend?
A little bit, yep.
Amare Stoudemire went in?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Low bar, no? Or am I being unfair to Amare Stoudemire?
Trying to not burn my Hot Take Tuesdays anymore. I'm saving only my good stuff for Tuesdays now. Because Lyle got mad at me, or whatever his name was, Lonnie.
So
Lloyd.
we can't have a conversation about Amare Stoudemire? Can't get your opinion because it's saved for some random segment tomorrow?
That's what Hot Take Tuesday's for. You save all your good stuff for one segment in the middle of the day Tuesday.
You can't
It's a big segment.
Can't
It's a
come up
big
with
deal.
another one?
You literally said Thursday we need more segments like Hot Take Tuesday.
So I'm saving it all for Tuesday.
I don't know if that makes any sense, but not the point of this segment, I suppose. Joey Crawford also going in.
Okay.
The referee, and he made an interesting. Well, let's just play this quote from Joey going into the NBA or the Basketball Hall of Fame.
I'm in the NBA. It's 1977. I do 39 years in the NBA. 2,500 regular season games. I worked the NBA Finals from '86 to 2016. I worked 50 finals games, 374 playoff games. And as the great Muhammad Ali once said, it ain't bragging if you did it. And I did it.
Don't usually get the ick from things 70-year-olds say, but an NBA referee being in the Basketball Hall of Fame is wrong.
Uh-huh.
This is the hanging around award. As Don Draper said, that's what the money's for. You've been celebrated, Joe. You made six figures for a really long time to go be a rule keeper. You're in the Hall of Fame? You're in the Basketball Hall of Fame because you hung around long enough. And now at your Hall of Fame induction speech, you're patting yourself on the back? That is, I've always hated Joe Crawford. Everyone hates Joe Crawford. Bad ref. I know people say he's one of the best. Look at his numbers. He will tell you he's one of the best, clearly.
He just did.
He just did. I listened to him say it in front of everybody.
Compared himself to Muhammad Ali?
Compared himself to the greatest athlete maybe in American history, or one of them.
Certainly. Well, keyword on athlete there.
Yeah, why are you putting a referee in the Basketball Hall of Fame? Tell me a meaningful contribution you made to the league beyond the I'm there in place of somebody else who could have been doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think most referees should be in jail, not in the Hall of Fame. Joey Crawford amongst them. You imagine what a sick person would compare. What is your job?
What is a judge's job? What is a judge's job? To be impartial, to enforce the rules that are laid out in front of you. In fact, all of your judgment is supposed to be removed. There's an entire rule book agreed to. All you have to say is, oh, guys, this is the rule. I'm just enforcing it. Mm-hmm. You're literally an out-of-bounds line. That's what your value is. You, as an official, are an out-of-bounds line. If someone goes out of bounds, you blow the whistle. If they stay in bounds, you don't blow the whistle. The same value the lines on the court have is the same value you as a referee has. It's the rules of the game. You're just an embodiment of it. Are we going to put VAR in the Soccer Hall of Fame? Are we going to put the, instant replay challenge in the Hall of Fame now? Like, it's quite literally just an embodiment, a human embodiment of the rules.
Yeah, I'm not so caught up on the Hall of Fame because if Amari Stoudemire gets in there, when are you going to get your call? Next year?
Sure.
Just to get into the NBA Hall of Fame. Obviously, the bar is really low. I'm more worried about the sickness of this person. So making everything about himself. The thing about the job of a referee is it's not about you. It's about the game. And if it becomes about you, that means you made a mistake. Like if I know Joey Crawford's name because he's awful. And he's screwed up infamous games because he's awful. And he makes it about him. What did Dick Vivetta do? He made it always about him. And he was awful. What did Steve Javie do? He made it about him. And he was awful. These self-centered, sick people. He compared himself to Muhammad Ali because he believes that. He believes that the NBA couldn't have possibly existed without my personality or whatever. And you know what? If you're Michael Jordan, you can believe that. If you're a referee, you can't. Your job isn't that important. It's just not. And if it becomes that important, it's because you're doing it wrong or you're biased. Are you controlling outcomes? I find referees are extraordinarily sick people for the most part. And he's one of the most notorious. Compares himself to Muhammad Ali. Give me a break.
What carrot are we dangling here? Now, here's the thing. I actually don't believe the Hall of Fame should be a goal. The Hall of Fame should be a side effect. You had such a great career as a player or a coach that one of the results, the side effect, is you make it to the Hall of Fame. Not your goal as a player. If your goal as a player is to make the Hall of Fame, and I've said this a lot, once a measurement becomes a goal, it ceases to be a good measurement. Mm-hmm. Meaning if you're going to go and be the old maid, Bradley Beal, and say, my goal is to make the Hall of Fame, what am I going to do? I'm going to play on a lousy team but average 30 points a game because how are they going to keep a guy who averaged 30 points for 5 seasons out of the Hall of Fame? Then I'm enshrined forever. It ceases to be a good goal. Mm-hmm. Being in the Hall of Fame shouldn't be a goal. It should be a reflection of how great your career was. For players and for coaches who are individually contributing to the game. By definition, a referee should never be individualized. Ever. Ever. You should never be individualized.
They shouldn't even announce your name.
They shouldn't announce your name. I'm not kidding.
I agree.
You should be absolutely as anonymous as possible. So when I say, what carrot are we dangling? You're dangling the carrot of becoming a Hall of Famer for officials? What does that encourage you to do? Individualize yourself.
Yep, make it about you.
Inherently counter to what the description of what I think the job is supposed to be. It should never be about you. It should be about the players and the coaches, and that's it. And all you are there to do, like I said, is say you're out of bounds or you're inbounds, you committed a foul or you didn't. Time to keep the clock moving. That is such a bizarre move to put an official in the Hall of Fame. And this is not a personal vendetta I have against Joey Crawford or his brother, who was an MLB umpire for a very long time. I have no idea what Joey Crawford's like as a person. Going to bed at night saying, you know who I remind myself of? Muhammad Ali, is truly ick-inducing. It's bizarre. But, man, that's unhinged. That's as unhinged as anything I've ever heard anyone say.
And by the way, Joey Crawford was part of the 1998 airline scandal.
Do you want to inform people what the airline scandal was?
Referees, and by the way, Crawford pled guilty to this in 98. Referees were selling their first-class tickets and moving to coach and pocketing the money.
Part of the NBA's negotiation with the officials is they get first-class tickets. A lot of those refs were buying the first-class ticket and then swapping it out with the airline to move back to coach and then putting the difference in their pocket.
And the problem is they were not paying Uncle Sam for the difference, and he ended up pleading guilty. His penalty received 6 months of house arrest, 3 years of probation, and paid back over $100,000 in owed taxes and penalties.
Yikes. Jake, if you go to Big 12 Media Day and you expense a meal on KSL, on your P card, or maybe you don't have one, maybe you just expense it through the company. What you don't tell the company is after you ate that meal, you actually went and returned it and said, I'm not going to eat here anymore, and you just put the $40 in your pocket. That's fraud. That's
fraud.
Theft of the company. So that's essentially what they were doing, yes, including Joe Crawford.
And if he's paying back $100,000 in owed taxes and penalties, I wonder how much he actually took.
I would be truly, now to your point, and I'll save some of it for tomorrow, but maybe I'll just go with a different hot take in general. I would be mortified to be a player going in the same class as Joey Crawford.
Oh, they should beat him up. Amari Stoudemire should have punched him right in the face.
So belittling.
Oh,
that is so demeaning.
Now, I heard a rumor, because I do think for the not all referees are the worst people on earth, but
sure,
a lot of them are. And I heard that Christian at one point was a referee. I heard that rumor today. Is it true?
Yeah, I reffed youth sports in Cedar City throughout my time in college.
Yeah, so much makes sense now.
It all
makes
falls into
so
place.
much more sense. What drew you to being a referee?
Job posting.
Yeah, needing $8 an hour.
Yeah, needing money. It was fun. It was a way to be around sports.
Did you get paid per game or per hour?
Per hour.
Did you really take pride in putting others in their place?
There was one
did you
game
really enjoy
I
it?
reffed flag football for the ages were like 4 all the way up to maybe 12-year-olds. So I had this one game. It was, I think, the 6-year-olds. This one kid kept jumping off sides, and I called it every single time. And his coach let me have it. And I told him, I said, that kid's got to learn he can't jump off sides.
Someone's got to teach him, and you're apparently not doing it, Coach.
I had to take a stand.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you. Not a power trip there at all. Kept the flow of the game going.
Makes so
In
much
fact,
more sense.
My brother, he joined me at SUU. He was also reffing. We were reffing this game together. The head coach complained to my brother. He didn't realize that we were related. He started complaining to my brother, like, man, this other ref sucks.
See, there's no way. Christian's excuse that he did it for the money is so untrue.
Correct.
Because they didn't pay him anything. I'm sure he made $4.50 an hour.
It was an ego boost.
He could have worked at Maverick and made way more money than he would refereeing. It was about he was looking to yell at that coach.
Right. Or to make the Hall of Fame, the Cedar City Hall of Fame.
Calling some
made the little kid cry.
Some poor little kid keeps jumping off sides, and Christian has to rub his face in it. Has to throw the flag every time, because you know what? You know who needs to be put in their place? A 6-year-old football player. You heard Christian. How else is he going to learn? That's the mentality that officials bring to the job.
You know what we should put in the Tennis Hall of Fame? That little replay thing. What do they call it? Bird's eye? What's that called? Eagle eye?
What do they call it? Yeah, that's not Cyclops.
Great. Awesome, man. Yeah, they got it right every time. That's the best official on the planet. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Put him in the Tennis Hall of Fame. It's the single greatest thing tennis has. It gets it right. It's the only thing that's perfect in tennis. Don't put a line judge in there, though. It's not your job. Your job is not to change the game. Your job is to enforce the rules. You don't put meter maid in the Police Hall of Fame. Your job is just to say, did you park in the lines? Did you pay your meter? It's like, quite literally, there is a rule book that tells you how to do your job, and all you're supposed to do is reflect the rule book, not be an individual here. I really do. This is like a bugaboo of mine. I really don't like this.
Is Lloyd in there? Lloyd, you should investigate Christian. Call Walton Lipton or whatever that is and have Christian investigate it because he's doing something.
What all sports did you officiate?
Volleyball, high school football.
You aren't qualified
not high
to
school
do
football.
this.
Volleyball, flag football, basketball.
There's no way you're qualified to do all of those things.
Well, it was Cedar City. The pool is quite low.
Shallow.
What was the hourly rate?
I think $12 an hour.
Did you ever do it? Were you ever an umpire?
I did. So I was in high school, and I umpired like Pony Little League for one season. I think I made like $6 a game.
Okay.
And the parents and coaches were so abusive, I told them I would never be back ever again.
It's probably smart. Voicemails. You ever an official? Let us know.
You ever yelled at an official?
I bet you there. Yeah. Were you a parent who yelled at an official? Were you an official who got yelled at? I bet you there's some stories there.
I remember being like, talking to somebody being like, there is one umpire at this Little League game, and it's me. I have to do the bases. I have to call balls and strikes. I have a million different things. Get away from me.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah, right. No kidding.
But I feel like that was like my dabbling in being a bad person. I feel like I passed the test.
Okay. And you know what?
The power trip was not worth the abuse or the compensation.
You know, we do our Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. There are some good officials that really know, like, this kid's jumping off sides too much. We need to throw the flag on him every single time to teach him a lesson. There are officials who actually understand, like, hey, this kid clearly doesn't know how to play. This kid does know how to play. I know how to adjust the rule book for a bunch of 7-year-olds to actually make sure this game is, like, helping the people who need help and influencing those who want to be influenced. I bet you there are some true, like, good officials out there. But, man, it's not about making it about you.
Unless some little kid keeps jumping off sides, and then absolutely make it about you.
Throw the flag at him.
And did you, like Leslie Nielsen in the Naked Gun, did you do a little dance as you were throwing the flag? Did you really rub it in that kid's face?
I did. It was almost like the Key and Peele skit where he like leans in and he's like ready to throw the flag. And then, as soon as he jumped, I threw that thing.
Didn't Orlando Brown just die? The NFL player? He was the one who was famous for the official throwing the flag and hitting him in the eye and breaking his eye and ended his career? That's what Christian was looking for. He was whipping the flag at these kids.
It's a real shame. It's a real shame.
Shame on you, Christian.
I couldn't agree more. Stay tuned. Top of the 4 o'clock hour, Adam Rittenberg is going to join us. He wrote a feature for ESPN about Kalani Sitake. So we'll talk to him what he learned about the BYU coach. Top of the 4 o'clock hour, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with zero-res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCTS20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zerorez. Visit Zerorez.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zerorez is the right way to clean.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Do you love your front door? Does it improve the curb appeal of your home? Does it feel secure and new and perfect for your home? No? Let me direct you to Peach Windows and Doors, where everything they do is custom. They can install a front door or a basement door or a big door that you could drive a car through if you wanted to. And the knobs on these doors are not just knobs. They're like a locking system that works like a safe. These are the most secure doors, and Peach builds those doors. So when they install, they are custom fit to your home. You can even have an option to have like a glass window on the side of your door. They're called operable side light doors, and they can open themselves, which would allow you to move something large in or out of the house. It's just all of the custom features that we can do for you at Peach Windows and Doors. I encourage you to stop by their showroom on 3rd West at 2940 South, or see some of the beautiful doors and windows online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Out the corner of my eye, I saw a pretty little thing approaching me. She said, I never seen a man who looks so well.
Jakey Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for the Rocky Mountain Chevy Play of the Weekend. You heard it this morning on DJ and PK. Call now, 801-575-ZONE. Be caller 12 with the Chevy Strong Play of the Week, and you'll win a $20 Amazon gift card with an impressive lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs. It's no wonder that people are switching to Chevy. Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, America's fastest-growing full-line brand. Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. We were all, in the last segment, talking about reffing and youth sports, and I've told you before, the worst feeling is striking out to end the game. And you tell yourself, oh, it's not all your fault, but it still just feels awful. Did you see that Angel Reese missed a point-blank freaking layup to lose the game against the Indiana Fever over the weekend?
I saw her miss 2 layups.
I can't. I've missed point-blank layups.
Of course, everyone has.
Everybody has. And now she, much like the Bosnian Beak, seems to miss a crazy number of point-blank layups.
Yes.
But I can't imagine, like, the game is in your hand. All you have to do, point-blank layup. You just brick that sucker. You got to feel like complete crap.
And then the background is the great shot of Caitlin Clark laughing at her. Whether she was or not.
Or just smiling. I don't
Smiling, but she certainly seems to be looking at
Angel
Reese, excuse me, as she laughs walking off the floor for missing the layup, which is one of the better rivalries in the WNBA. And yeah, very funny. That's tough.
Tough.
Yeah.
Take that L. What do you think? If you were her teammate, would you clown her in the locker room?
Clowning your teammates is usually not a very good idea.
Oh, are you kidding? You always clown your teammates. I'm not kidding.
You do.
No.
Then again, I wasn't in any serious locker room ever.
You go in your locker room and, yeah, absolutely, you tease your teammates.
Okay.
1,000%.
Nice strikeout.
Yes. Yes, it's part of what makes it so terrible is everybody's saying, oh, you couldn't get your bat on the ball, huh?
Holding each
We're
other
only down
accountable.
1 run. Way to go.
Guy on third.
Yeah, let alone go, oh, I lost a game going down looking when I was playing automotive. Oh, I'd never heard the end of it.
Just left it right on your shoulder, did you?
I don't remember what team it was, but it would be like, oh, man, we would have had one more win against Grantsville if you would have gotten the bat off your shoulder. Clown.
Just watched it right into the glove.
Oh, absolutely. I bet her teammates were lining up to bust her chops. Who misses a point-blank layup to lose the game? And it fell right into her. It was an offensive rebound, right? And it fell right to her.
Well, then she got her me-bound and missed it again. Now, maybe that one was after the clock, so maybe it was technically only one missed. But she missed multiple putbacks in that opportunity. Oh, yeah. And those become infamous. Now, I can't remember who the Knicks player was in the playoffs who couldn't beat I think it was the Bulls on, he missed 5 putback layups. And it's a notorious, flaw that finally got washed away with the Knicks title. Yeah, those things people don't forget.
I've lost a tennis match on a double fault.
Oof. Yeah, it's
Feel like the biggest idiot ever. Double faulted to lose. Way to go, clown. Now, I don't think I was playing singles at the time, so I don't think my parents were clowning me after that.
Okay.
But that's a horrible feeling.
Doubles would be tough. Losing on a double fault in doubles.
Partner just turns to you and says,
can't get it over the net?
Huh? Terrible feeling, though.
Christian, do you think your play ever directly cost your team a game in high school?
Yeah, I can think of one play in particular, yeah.
What happened?
I was a pulling guard. And
you played both sides. Everyone does in high school. Yeah.
This one play, I missed my block on the pole, and he tackled. We were on the goal line for the game-tying touchdown, or we would have went up by 2 points or something. Uh-huh. I missed my block, and that guy made the tackle. Yeah.
Dang.
He's gonna hate that I tell this story, but whatever. I was doing college football post-game shows with our mutual friend Kyle Gunther. Mm-hmm. When his brother Curtis was playing at San Diego State. Mm-hmm. San Diego State played Utah. Utah won, but San Diego State had scored the go-ahead touchdown, but it was called back
because of a hold?
Because of a hold on our guy Curtis Gunther. Now, I wasn't going to mention this on the post game. I was going to skirt right over that because he was, if you know Kyle, that he's not really stoked that a Gunther is getting that sort of attention. Not to mention it was awkward to begin with because we were doing a show about a game that involved his brother. So I wasn't going to bring it up. Absolutely not. And then we got some idiot caller that called in. That called in and was like, Curtis Gunther lost the game for the Aztecs. And I was like, oh boy, here we go. And to our friend Kyle's credit, we hung up on the guy and we moved on, and he did not make a
scene out of
a grand scene out of it. But I was worried there for a hot second.
You know what, man? And I played team sports as a young person, junior jazz. I never played in high school or anything. That is the value. Right? Accountability, making mistakes, moving on. A lot of great life lessons in there.
I guess, yeah.
A lot of life lessons. These aren't bad things. These are things that are tough lessons, but valuable nonetheless.
Dude, we're watching the game. We were at Wingers, and I saw that flag, and I was like, please don't be on Curtis. Please don't be on Curtis. Holding. I don't even remember what number Curtis was. And I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. There goes the show. Rough. Curtis was a tackle, though, not a center.
Correct. So in the 70s, you think? 79.
What was Gunther's?
63.
That's right. They give the tackle in the 70s, right?
Yes, they do.
But that's a terrible feeling to lose the game for your team. At least I'm sure Curtis's play was more complicated than a point-blank layup.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think anyone means to commit a hold. Sometimes you have to hold. Give your quarterback a chance.
Right.
So he doesn't get smashed.
But not everybody has the game-winning layup fall right into their hands only to brick it. You know, she's on pace to be the WNBA's leading rebounder by like a mile. Like, she's on pace to just crush it.
For single-season rebounds.
Oh, I was saying like career rebounds.
Career.
She's on path to break it by the time she's 30 or something.
Truth is, she's just a little bit more Dennis Rodman than she is, traditional great starting center.
We've talked about this. She shouldn't be Caitlin Clark's rival.
Yeah.
They're entirely different players.
Animals, yeah.
And they're on different, ability levels. They play different positions.
Different roles, yeah.
But they had a beef in college, and so all of a sudden, it really does work out to Angel Reese's benefit if you want to know the truth. Because she's making all these all-star games, and she's getting all this attention as one of the WNBA's true stars, and her game doesn't really match that. She's getting more credit than she's probably due. No offense to Angel Reese, but there are, probably dozens of players in the WNBA that are actually
more skilled,
or at least more starish. Because I don't want to undersell her ability to rebound. Dennis Rodman was himself
a difference maker.
A difference maker for sure. But we don't talk about Dennis Rodman and Kobe in the same breath.
No, she plays the 4. She's an insane rebounder, and she shoots 41% from the floor. That's exactly what Dennis Rodman did.
Yeah,
absurd rebounder, couldn't shoot at all.
I bet his field goal percentage was higher than that, though.
Over the 42%? Now,
for a power forward?
Yes.
That is so bad. Now, I don't know how that might be a better number in women's basketball than it is in
But
men's.
considering he played around the rim his entire career, he shot 52%, which is really bad.
She's shooting 41.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing with her. Hey, look, his last 2 years in the league, now he didn't play that much. He shot like 35%. Flawed.
He was better at the beginning of his career. He had a 59.5% year with Detroit.
And the league wasn't as smart then. They let you take stupid shots, and your field goal percentage was lower. But yeah, she's more Dennis Rodman than she is Karl Malone.
Oh, big time. So. Yeah, I agree with you. All right, well, make those layups. Work on those layups. It's Jake and Ben. We'll have more straight ahead. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to Motley Crue with Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets at livenation.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a top new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at timdalysouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection, bigger savings, bigger deals. OACC dealer for details.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord, thank you for blessing me.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The football season is rapidly approaching. Let's get out of the zone phone. Our next guest, latest article up at ESPN.com is headlined BYU's Kalani Sitake, a favorite coach on the verge of the CFP. He's Adam Rittenberg with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Adam? Thanks for a few minutes.
Oh, you bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
What was the impetus for the article? Everybody who's ever met Kalani, we've covered him for a long time, loves Kalani. So this is a story that's been around. What kind of sparked your interest in writing this?
Yeah, it was really seeing how he'd interacted with other coaches over the years, and specifically the friendship that he has with Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, and how they're very different guys, but they're also very similar. And, right now everyone's chasing Texas Tech in the Big 12. Probably not a guy you want to be chummy with, but that's kind of who Kalani is. And so I was out there in the spring, talking with Kalani, and he just went on this great, speech about how, he's got this fan inside of him, and that he looks at these interactions not so much as competitor to competitor, but that he really just likes being around other football people and almost fanboys out when he's around guys like Deion Sanders, but even a guy like Sonny Dykes, whose father was a longtime coach. And a lot of this stems from Lavelle Edwards, and seeing how Lavelle Edwards interacted with coaches during a Hall of Fame career, that you can be a really successful coach without hating the people that you're competing with. And so you're trying to draw that connection to Lavelle Edwards, but then now looking at Kalani as maybe that coach who can elevate BYU to where Lavelle Edwards had it and being in the national conversation. I mean, they're the no other team that's won 23 or more games over the last 2 seasons hasn't made the playoff except for BYU. So they're right there. Not only is he channeling Lavelle a little bit in his interactions with other coaches and the popularity he has with other coaches, but he's also getting closer to his mentor as far as on-field results.
I'm curious what you learned from writing this piece about maybe Kalani or BYU or other coaches. What maybe something you learned that you didn't know going in?
Well, for me, it was my first chance to come to Provo and see Kalani in his element and talk to him about his connections to the program. And obviously, this is coming off of a off season late in the season last year where he nearly left. And so talking with him about why he stayed, what he thinks BYU can become, and then obviously his long roots there, having played there for Lavelle Edwards, and what the place means. So I think there was, it's obviously fine to talk to these people on the phone, but I found in my career that you learn a lot more and can usually produce better stories when you're meeting with them face to face in settings that matter. And certainly BYU and Provo is a place that matters to Kalani.
Adam, do you feel like there is a prevailing personality of coaches in today's college football landscape that is different with NIL? Do you think it's more varied than it used to be? Sometimes we can pawn these guys off as like used car salesmen, and that's obviously not completely accurate. It's far too broad of a brush. But are you seeing a change in who's coaching in college?
Well, I think you're starting. What's happened is that some of the coaches that just couldn't adjust to this era or didn't want to adjust to this era are filtering out, and that's nothing against them, but they tend to be older coaches who really embraced a period of time when coaches had pretty much complete control.
Chris
you didn't
Peterson
have to worry
from Washington.
Right, yeah, exactly. Where the players would listen to you, and if they left your team, there would be consequences. And obviously the compensation and the agents and the attorneys is not where it is right now. So I think there's a personality type, and it doesn't mean it's only young coaches or only guys that came from certain regions or certain programs that can succeed. But I think you have to have a willingness to embrace this era. Otherwise, it's, go to the NFL, retire, sell insurance, do something else, spend time with your family. And I think, Kalani's somebody who can have success in this era. So can Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State as a really young coach. So can a number of other coaches. But you can't be one of these people that is just constantly complaining about how chaotic it is or how great it used to be. Like those coaches, I can tell, are not going to succeed. They're not in it for the long term because they don't have the ability to adjust or the willingness to adjust to some realities. We're not going back to 1996. That's never going to happen in college athletics. And so the sooner that you figure out a way to work in this construct, I think the better chance you'll have of having success.
So I don't expect you to have been totally in the weeds about what's going on at BYU the last week or two, but there has been some internal conflict. I think that's fairly safe to say, right, Ben, between the football part of the athletic department and the other parts of the athletic department. And athletic director Brian Santiago has certainly gotten some heat. I'm curious, you talked to Brian Santiago and obviously talked to Kalani. Did you come away with any impressions about their relationship?
Only that Brian really wanted to keep Kalani and understood how damaging it would have been if Kalani had left for Penn State, which was the full expectation at Penn State. And talking to people there, he was their guy, and then BYU was able to keep him. And I have the quote in the story that Brian basically says, "Hey, the number one thing we had to do to sustain momentum was to keep Kalani, but in doing that, it's not just giving a coach more money or more years on his contract. Like there's a commitment level that neither Brian nor Kalani fully outlined when I asked him about it, but it was not just simply player compensation. Like there's layers to it that Kalani wanted to see and felt like BYU could achieve. And again, this is back in April. This isn't now. Clearly there's some frustration, as you mentioned, about meeting those demands. that were in a contract or agreed upon. Are they in writing? Are they not in writing? I mean, these things are really important because in Kalani's estimation, like, that's how you get further as a program. That's how you take a next step to not just contend in the Big 12, but become the team to beat and become an annual playoff contender and ultimately a national contender. And, it's challenging. BYU is a unique place, as you guys know. I don't have to educate your listeners on it. It's also a place that wants to be good in multiple sports, which is a harder and harder thing to be aspirationally. But I don't think that's going to change with Brian in charge there at the athletic department. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing goes. Again, he was a foot and maybe a few toes out the door back in early December. They brought him back. His comments recently suggest that he's not fully happy with the way things are going. So it's something to monitor, because I'll tell you this, guys, Penn State's not the last school that's going to come after Kalani Sitake if he continues on the trajectory that he's on, because of all these qualities that we outlined, plus the fact that he wins a heck of a lot of games.
How, Adam, have you seen teams balance, and I don't mean literally the balance sheet, but kind of handle the NIL era when they're trying to debate between football and basketball? What I'm asking is, have you seen conflict there? And I'm not trying to imply it at BYU. I'm just saying in general, as you've covered it. Have you seen that become an issue for athletic departments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's only so much money to go around. And, I think it's one of the reasons why there's such a push for some level of control, whether it's through the Protect College Sports Act or other measures, because you see how the cost of rosters is rising so rapidly, not just in football, but in basketball. So if you want to compete in basketball, you gotta have a certain number. And obviously BYU has made significant news on the basketball court with who it's brought in lately and the commitment that they've made there. But the football costs are not going down either. And again, BYU had a really good offseason, in terms of who they retained, who they brought in, guys like Kedu Olave, all-conference player from Cal. The way that they're recruiting right now is very encouraging. But I think Kalani realizes that those costs are not going to go down. They're going to keep going up. Meanwhile, BYU wants to continue to be competitive on the basketball side. So it's a lot, right? I was talking to an SEC coach about this recently, who was lamenting in a sense that our school wants to be good at too many things. It's really hard. It's expensive. Like you can want that, but it's going to come at a cost. And if you don't have the commitment and the donor base and everybody aligned to do those things, it's going to be harder and harder to win in football. And that's always going to be the most front-facing thing for BYU, just as it is for that SEC team I talked about and pretty much every program in the country not named Kentucky, Kansas, and North Carolina.
The vibe from down there in Provo coming out of camp, aside from the drama and the resources, which we've talked about on this show quite a bit, is really optimism. The optimism is really palpable from the coaching staff, and it feels like to me from the players. Did you get that same impression?
Absolutely. And again, they've been close, and now the opportunity is there to win the Big 12 and make the playoff for the first time, and being able to retain Bear Bachmeier, who has only been on campus for just about a year plus. LJ Martin's back. Some of those defensive players from last year's team are back with a new coordinator who is obviously familiar with the program and Kelly Papinga. And some real opportunities on the schedule. I mean, man, I cannot wait for that Notre Dame game. If my editors are listening, I'd gladly take that assignment because I cannot wait to see the Cougars go up against one of the best teams in college football and really show where they are in the pecking order this year. So, yeah, I'm really excited about the possibilities there at BYU.
Anything jump out to you today about the AP Top 25 surprise names? Maybe somebody's not there you would have expected or maybe higher than you would have thought?
It's just interesting to see Indiana sitting there at 6. I was kind of hoping the AP voters would, look at, hey, this is a team you really study. Yes, they have a new quarterback, okay? A lot of teams have new quarterbacks, and pretty much every year, Miami's got a new quarterback in Darian Mensah. Their lines of scrimmage to me are elite. Defensive line, especially with the players that they've regained now through this eligibility ruling, the players they brought into the portal, offensive line should be one of the best in college football, at least if they can stay healthy. So I think Indiana being where they are is a little bit lower. I was a little surprised the optimism on Oklahoma. Oklahoma has the potential to be good, but they need John Mateer to be a lot better at quarterback. They need to be a lot better on offense. Couldn't really run the ball last year. So teams like that, Oklahoma, Alabama, I'm kind of leery of until I see what they have and are they able to thrive at the line of scrimmage. So a couple of those SEC teams may be a little bit too high. Indiana, again, I would have put them in the top 5, but I understand Oregon, I understand Ohio State, certainly Notre Dame, having seen them practice a few times this offseason. That's a really strong football team with very few weaknesses. So I think you look at the top 6, 7, maybe 8 teams and say these are the ones that can win the national championship, and maybe there'll be a surprise or two that we're not talking about.
Could a Big 12 team be one of those surprise teams?
It's possible. They're going to have a much better results. You had a Big 12 team last year with an incredible defense in Texas Tech. Obviously all of those starters on the defensive line were drafted. You got Jacob Rodriguez, and they didn't score a point against an Oregon team that then got blown out by Indiana in the semifinals. So, that's the gap you've got to close. And I think that's why, quarterback play is so important. It's funny we're talking about this in the Big 12 because that was always the given. Defense was the problem, line of scrimmage play. I think some of the Big 12 teams have caught up as far as those areas. Are they where the Big 10 and SEC, and I'll throw Notre Dame in, and maybe Mensa at Miami, are they where those competitors are at the quarterback position? I just think it's very hard, guys, to win a national title in this era without being elite at quarterback. It's why Notre Dame is in that conversation finally. They haven't been good enough. It's why Indiana won one last year. It's why Oregon and Ohio State and Texas and some of these other teams are ranked as high as they are in the polls because they don't have really any questions at the quarterback spot as far as potential of being elite. So I think that's where the Big 12 contenders, whether it's Bear at BYU, now Will Hammond at Texas Tech, or someone else in the Big 12, can you have that elite quarterback? That's going to be the key to contending nationally.
He's got a great piece up at ESPN.com about Kalani Sitake, and is nice enough to give us a few minutes. Adam, thank you very, very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great stuff, Adam.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Adam. There you go. That's Adam Rittenberg. And very good, long feature about Kalani Sitake.
Big nose.
By saying very long.
Big news.
I'm not implying way too long. Sorry. Very good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's worth reading.
And yes, I got your reference. That's very funny. Very funny. But it is really good. And seeing all the quotes from the other coaches. And he did get some insight with Penn State on how close that was. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, it's fascinating to think the hypothetical that what would we be talking about right now if we were starting the Morgan Scalley and Jay Hill era at BYU and Utah this year. How strange that would change our coverage of college football. BYU coming back with Kalani and all the success he's had, but as Adam said, and why this feels somewhat pertinent, somewhat pressing as far as resources and whatever Kalani needs to succeed at BYU is he's right on. BYU wins again this year, which, breaking news, I think BYU is going to win a lot again this year. Other teams are going to come for Kalani. Kalani's a hot name. Kalani's a great name. Everybody loves him. In fact, there's entire articles, just talk to Adam, about how everybody loves him. He's going to get a glowing endorsement from absolutely everybody. Currently, it sounds like he may be gettable. He's the right age. He's unique amongst college football coaches and the success he's had, the pathway he's taken to get here. He does come from an excellent coaching tree, and he has proof on the field. So it's kind of a perfect candidate right now that might be a little willing to leave his current situation if he doesn't get more of what he wants. So it's fascinating. Kalani becomes one of the more interesting coaches in all of college football this season.
Well, and he doesn't have any baggage.
Correct.
You know what I mean? No baggage. He's got a lovely personal life, it would appear. You can read in Adam's piece, all the coaches are like, man, we go to these Nike camps or these Nike getaways and he's singing and being fun and dancing. He's so comfortable in his own skin. And He's not going to pull a Sharon Moore, I would guess, but I suppose you never know. But it would seem to me he's an easy person to hire. You know what I mean? You don't have to really talk yourself into it.
You think about some of the sexy hires recently. It's like Dion, who's facing a subpoena now, right? He's got to go testify at Shiloh's bankruptcy trial. Bill Belichick, believe it or not, hasn't succeeded all that well at North Carolina. Like, some of these names are just a disaster. And we haven't even gotten down into some of the further names, the lesser names that haven't succeeded. Kalani is a winner and is a good person, and that's really appealing. I mean, why did Miller just get Matt Campbell, just get hired at Penn State? It's like he doesn't quite have the success in recent years at Iowa State, though he's won a lot at Iowa State, that Kalani's had at BYU. But man, that dude is pretty no nonsense. That dude is pretty easy, seems pretty uncontroversial. I think a lot of teams are going to want that. Witt is uncontroversial. Easy hire for Michigan at this point. So I think there's going to be some teams that want that in addition to the winning. That's a selling point.
Well, you got to win, though. I mean, if you win 7 games this year, then the shine kind of comes off, doesn't it?
At Kalani? For Kalani? Oh, yeah, of course, absolutely.
Although Matt Campbell didn't have a good year last year and still got that job, but he wasn't their first choice now, was he?
But I do not think Kalani's facing a 7-win season. Now, you never know.
Well, you would have said that about Witt 3 years ago, and Utah sucked.
Yeah, they did. And it can happen. Certainly it can happen.
Yeah, the injury bug or people not living up or all sorts of issues. Heaven forbid.
You also have a very motivated Kalani right now.
Yeah, I would guess so.
I would think this is somebody who wants to, he always wants to win. Now he's got an even...
Now he wants to win so he can leave.
Or at least win to prove that he's a winner. To put more pressure on whoever he wants to put pressure on.
But see, I told you this the other day. If he does that, they're going to go,
correct.
Well, hey, you won with the money we gave you. So
what are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about, dude?
It's a weird spot.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday to a friend about the public education system, and we were talking about how Utah still remains in per pupil funding. I don't think we're last anymore, right? But we're in the last handful still. But our test results for our kids are really good, and so they justify, we don't need to pump any more money into it because it's working.
Carolina Hurricanes.
It's one of those things
never should have won the Stanley Cup.
Oh, yeah.
None of those players are ever going to get paid now.
Nope. And the Blazers either.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
He proved his concept.
I'm El Cheapo, and we win. It's the El Cheapo way.
It's tough. Did he reinvent it, or did he get lucky, or whatever? But he's taking it as a proven concept.
Yep.
So I don't know. Maybe it's not so good to win. Maybe you should lose and say, see, I need resources.
Start throwing games, man.
Have the Bear transfer mid-season.
Wow.
We didn't have enough money to keep him.
Didn't even save that for Hot Take Tuesday.
Well, I didn't say he should transfer mid-season. Kalani should make him transfer mid-season. That would be a hot take.
That would be a very hot take.
Intentionally submarining the season to prove a point would be really something.
Unique.
I'd do it. Why not?
Jeez, now I'm worried about it. You throw our show so I get fired? What are you going to do?
No, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
A wrongful termination lawsuit. We shouldn't be talking about any of this.
No,
Never mind. Let's just take it all back. Take it all back. Bear should stay for the entire year.
Yep.
Kalani should try and win as many games as he can.
Good stuff from
Adam. Adam's piece is really good. Check it out. ESPN.com. We'll have more next. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The westbound flow on I-80 past a crash just before the merge with the 201 highway is slowing a little, but a major improvement over the past 20 minutes if you're heading out to Tooele County. We also have slowdowns northbound on the 215 west belt in the usual spot from the 201 highway up to the airport area. I want to remind you about our friends at UTA. It's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, and we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And Wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit uccu.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, I don't know if you noticed, but 2 homegrown local quarterbacks had good, I can't believe I'm bringing this up, had good NFL preseason games over the weekend.
Okay.
Jackson Dart played pretty well for the Giants.
Got drilled. Saw that sack.
But did you see that Zach Wilson was slanging it for the Saints?
2 Utah legacy kids, 2 Utes legacy kids.
So I honestly, my mind got churning because I have this weird theory about how you should just mine the Jets' damaged goods quarterbacks, and that's how you win in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You wait for them to just flame out with the Jets because they're so incompetent, and then sign them down the road, and then that's the recipe for success. See Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Zach Wilson can be that next example. But it did get my mind thinking about this, Ben. Do we over credit the quarterback position?
Historically.
Because it's really easy to point at a good quarterback and say, well, that's the reason they're winning,
Mm-hmm.
right? But if you... The Seahawks winning is really interesting to me because they had an all-star team and they signed a quarterback to a reasonable contract so they could keep their all-star team. And maybe the quarterback wasn't Patrick Mahomes, but Sam Darnold turned out to be good enough.
Oh, you weren't talking about Rusty Wilson.
No.
Who did the exact same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Now, he didn't sign there. He got drafted.
But see, he was the rookie, so I want to differentiate. Because
still cost control, though.
It is cost control, but I think I would go the damaged goods before I went with the rookie. Because San Francisco did the same thing with Brock Purdy, and he didn't turn out to be good enough. And then they had to pay him, and now they're on the fast track to Sucktown.
Right.
Kansas City paid Patrick Mahomes and did get some success out of it, but now they're on the fast track to Sucktown. Dallas isn't going anywhere because they paid Dak Prescott way too much money. Would you be better off, because franchises fall in love with their quarterbacks, would you be better off going with a damaged goods guy that you could pay a fraction of the salary to make your overall team better? Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Kyler Murray might be super successful with the Vikings.
That's interesting.
Because the Cardinals are a joke of a franchise, couldn't put a team around him. Now he's being paid a more reasonable amount. He's surrounded by, 2 of the best receivers in the NFL and a team that is basically ready to go. They just need not J.J. McCarthy as their quarterback. Speaking of Sam Darnold, they were really good with Sam Darnold as their quarterback at a reasonable contract. I wonder if it's better to go with and again, I'm not a Kyler Murray guy, but go with a damaged goods veteran that isn't thrown to the wolves and surround him with an all-star team if that's not more likely to get you to a Super Bowl. And you can go back further and find other Super Bowl winners that are a good example of this. Go back to Joe Flacco before they paid him and Baltimore gets their Super Bowl, right? I wonder what the strategy is going forward, because I think teams feel arm twisted to pay their quarterbacks unbelievable amounts of money, and then they can't put a decent team around them to save their life. Now, maybe the Rams, I guess, are an example of this, or the contrary, maybe. But how much is Matt Stafford making this year, I wonder?
An absurd amount of money. Just, unfathomable amount.
So maybe that's an example of the contrary. But I wonder if, I don't know if Zach Wilson's going to succeed. He's making 55, or is it 40? I found 40 for some reason.
50. He's on par with Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen.
But I think Jordan Love might be in real trouble, right? What Green Bay had going for him is they had all these great players around him. Now they have to pay Jordan Love. Is that going to stunt his career because he's not good enough to make that much money? Because who is?
Okay. Here's where I will push back on you, because I don't know the answer.
Oh, this is my theory. I don't know either.
I don't think NFL front offices know either. Because if they did, they would have solved this and we wouldn't run into the situation. Because Joe Burrow makes a Super Bowl his second year in the NFL, and the team has stunk since, and they pay him, and now they're never going to win. Devin Witherspoon, right? That's actually on our TV right now. Just like 4 years, $132 million. Like, what we are watching is the Seattle Seahawks die in front of us because they're paying everybody, which is exactly what the Baltimore Ravens did when they won the Super Bowl, right? They pay everybody.
Well, they paid Joe. Apart. They couldn't pay everybody. That's the problem.
But everyone gets paid and leaves because, you were just on a Super Bowl winning team.
Uh-huh.
Go make your money elsewhere. Or you try to pay everyone and then you lose your key piece, your quarterback or whatever it is. Here's where I will, I guess, push back or try and work on the theory with you. Are we sure Sam Darnold just wasn't one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL last year? He's not one of the biggest names, but here, I'll just go through leaderboards. Now, that doesn't mean anything, but I'm just helping present an argument for you. He was number 5 in passing yards. He was number 9 in passing touchdowns, tied with a couple of other okay players, like a guy named Josh Allen, who's probably considered the best quarterback in the NFL. Now, he was number 3 in passes intercepted, so that's not a particularly great number. He was number 9 in passing yards per game. He was number 2 in yards per attempt. He was number 2 in yards per completion. And then we can just get in the advanced stuff, which I'm a little bored by. He was number 7 in completion percentage. Dude just might have been really good is actually the answer, and they got him for cheap. So
yeah, the contract is more my point than the production.
No, you're exactly right. So I think, but what's hard about that, and I think where your argument can get confused by people is get any old rerun, any old retread. That can't be true, because if it was that easy, you could just go get Josh Rosen and win the Super Bowl. And Josh Rosen sucked was his problem.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bad player. Maybe Kyler Murray's actually good. I don't know. Maybe he is. And yeah, the Vikings can go out and win. Now, ironically, the Vikings didn't realize that Sam Darnold was very good and gave up on him, and he goes and wins a Super Bowl the very next year. I think that is the problem, is like, it can't be just anybody. The truth is you probably have to get the player who's playing as a top 10 quarterback. Maybe he doesn't need to be Pat Mahomes or Tom Brady, but he can't be number 29 on the list of NFL quarterbacks and have an all-star team around him, because that's not going to be good enough either.
I guess my point is, don't trust others' evaluation of why it failed. How many times has Sam Darnold been cut? This is his 5th team. I guess what I'm saying is, just because the Jets came to the conclusion that Sam Darnold sucks, don't trust their evaluation. Did the Panthers truly give him a chance?
Probably not. I mean, they will say yes. So I guess what I'm saying, games, yes, but they probably. I mean, clearly he's good enough.
I guess what I'm saying is he was never as bad as they said.
That's right.
And so you get the stigma of being a pass-around quarterback just because a couple of teams cut you. Don't believe those teams' evaluation. Take advantage of the situation because they made the wrong evaluation, so you're getting a quarterback at a price. The Vikings watched Sam Darnold had a great year, make a couple of bad plays in the playoffs, and decided, oh, yeah, the Jets were right all along. The Jets were wrong all along.
Right.
The Vikings were wrong. Uh-huh. They were wrong not to pay Sam Darnold. He didn't all of a sudden learn how to play football. I would guess that his progression was steadily getting better. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. But he didn't go from a complete bozo to winning the Super Bowl. He was never a bozo. He was misevaluated by teams. He was misused by teams. Even when he was successful, the Vikings misevaluated Sam Darnold, probably because they believed deep down in their heart the other evaluations that teams made. We are guilty of this, Ben. How many of us, honestly, that just dismissed Zach Wilson as being crappy?
Yeah, everybody did.
Everybody did. Mm-hmm. And you know what? Maybe that still turns out to be the case.
Maybe he isn't good.
But he came out and he played well against New Orleans. And you know what? The Donks are a disaster. Who's to say they gave him a fair shake? Miami's a disaster.
Yeah, they don't know.
Who's to say they gave him a fair shake? Certainly we know the Jets. So all I'm saying is, just because a team moves on from you, don't buy. What's the stigma in the NBA? As soon as you sign a vet minimum contract, you can't move out of that because everybody thinks you're a vet minimum guy. It doesn't mean you're a vet minimum guy. It just you got that stigma. Zach Wilson has a bad stigma. Sam Darnold overcame a bad stigma. Kyler Murray currently has a bad stigma, and maybe we should give him more of a chance with a more serious franchise. That's all I'm saying.
Let me try to also add a little bit of nuance of why I think this is such a flawed system. First of all, it's just really hard to diagnose quarterbacks. I think it's just really hard to know what you have, in all honesty. Clearly, because you make mistakes as dire as Sam Darnold, and teams have done it over and over. It's not the only time we've seen. He's not the only quarterback who teams have had let slip through their fingers and go and find success elsewhere, or letting Tom Brady drop to whatever 199 in the draft. Clearly, it's just a very hard thing to diagnose. The other thing is all the politics that are at play when it comes to getting quarterbacks on the field to have success, and what a flawed system that is. Because if you have Zach Wilson, you're probably going to start him too soon, and that's not fair to Zach Wilson. And then when he doesn't have success, you replace him with somebody like Aaron Rodgers, and that was flawed as well. There are all kinds of issues where the young guy has to get on the field, so they replace Sam Darnold with J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy stinks. At least right now he stinks. Maybe in 4 years he will be good, but they forced him on the field way too early. Same with Michael Penix, same with all these players. That's one of the flaws that you're running into, and then we give up on them so quickly that they never get back on the field, or they have this stink on them that's so hard to shake. So I think the whole process of it is flawed. Now you have to play so early in your career that your developmental path isn't designed for you to be successful. And it's really flawed because we've gotten a couple of good young quarterbacks early in their careers, certainly fewer than there are greater. And I think that's the hard part of all of it. But no, I wish I knew the answer. Because if I knew the answer, and I think any GM knew the answer, they would know how to win Super Bowls more easily.
Josh Allen hasn't won.
Josh Allen's never won.
And he's making $1 zillion. Hasn't won. Lamar Jackson hasn't won.
Here's what I do like about the NFL right now, and it's even though I was a Tom Brady fan, I like the Patriots in that era. I think you can go pretty far down the list of QB rankings and say, I could see that guy being the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team if you were to put them on, let's say, the Seahawks last year, and maybe not even the Seahawks because, like you said, that was an all-star team. But a good team around him with the quarterback. I think there's probably like 15 guys that you could win a Super Bowl with at least. Because Sam Darnold could win one. Now, I just made the argument that maybe Sam Darnold was just a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, but like...
He didn't blow it.
He didn't blow it, but here, I'll go through this list.
Do you think they won because of him? Now, of course, he has some responsibility. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a...
Was he the most important piece? Did he win the MVP? Yes. Do I think he was the most important piece? No. It was probably the rest. He didn't win Super Bowl?
No, it was the running back.
Oh, that's right.
Who
it was
left?
The running back.
Yeah.
Apologies. I think if I had to place credit, I would put greater credit on the rest of the team than Darnold. So, no, he's not the reason they won. But again, we just go through this list and you can tell me this is just some Fox Sports ranking of quarterbacks where you think this guy definitely couldn't win a Super Bowl. Josh Allen, Matt Stafford, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love.
Well, it's probably not Burrow. Okay.
You don't think Burrow's good enough to win a Super Bowl?
No, he sucks.
Justin Herbert.
Jordan Love's not good enough right now, no.
Drake May.
Justin Herbert hasn't won a dang thing.
No, they haven't, but you put them on all-star teams like you just saw with Sam Darnold. You don't think they're good enough to win?
I don't know. See, that's the crux of the discussion. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy.
Nope.
Dak Prescott.
He already proved that concept that he's not good enough.
Yeah, he might be proving it.
Dak isn't either.
And they also has had some stacked rosters around him. Trevor Lawrence,
Nope.
Caleb Williams,
Nope.
Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts did win with a Super Bowl team, right? A super roster around him. That's where Sam Darnold's ranked at 16 on this list. So either the list is wrong, or you can win with a lot of dudes in the NFL. And here's the truth: I don't know, and I don't think the GMs know either.
What I don't think you could do is pay Brock Purdy too much.
No, that's your fatal
that's
flaw.
the mistake. Yeah, that's the fatal flaw. You pay quarterbacks that aren't capable too much, and then you're going nowhere. I don't know if Herbert's good enough.
Yeah, he may not be. Throw picks comes in at number 17.
That's too high.
Well, he was a snowstorm away from potentially being in the Super Bowl last year, right? Wasn't that the horrible snowstorm they played in?
Well, he shattered his ankle.
And then he broke his ankle.
They would have beat the Patriots, snowstorm or not, if his ankle was healthy.
Yeah. Right, he didn't even play in the Patriots game, right?
Correct.
He broke it on the final play of the game.
Softest player
Did that hurt
ever.
as a fan?
Yeah, it hurt really bad. As a fan.
But yeah, I mean, this list has a bunch of players that, according at least to this silly Fox Sports story, has them as middle-tier quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts and Sam Darnold, who have won Super Bowls on the right team. So I think there's a lot of guys you can win with. I actually would prefer you not have to have a generational quarterback to win, preferably. And that's why I like the NFL.
We'll see how Kyler Murray does. I'm kind of curious. Because I'm not in on Kyler Murray, but he also played for the Cardinals, who are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And the Vikings should be really good. They had a really good team, and they just had a...
You could have said that every offseason for the last 20 years about the Minnesota Vikings. They should be really good. And every year they're pretty good. And they screw it up, a la with Sam Darnold. So I've lost my faith in them. But I'm with you. They should be good.
Audio Vault's next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash involving a rolled semi-truck is causing problems for drivers on westbound I-84 coming out of Weaver Canyon and heading toward Riverdale with about 3 miles of slowdowns right now. Meanwhile, southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County is starting to lag in pace in the usual stretch between Murray and Bluffdale. Hey, if you're looking for a new ride, Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or online at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
You have made it through the desert of sports radio.
Yeah, and you know what? We had help. I want to thank Brendan Storsby for his contribution to this summer.
A lot of people have gotten us to where we're at today, and what we want to do is thank you.
The injunction definitely bought us another week.
A lot of judges have helped us throughout this summer.
Injunctions are the new rage.
You're not cool these days unless you have an injunction. They're handing them out like candy right now. Everybody's got an injunction for something.
Injunction. What's your function? Slowing down things we don't want to happen.
We've just spent a lot of time this summer talking about things that aren't necessarily sports, that would show up in a news headline instead of a sports headline. If you're a guy that got out of coaching, which you are, you couldn't have timed it any better.
No, I timed it
You
so
couldn't
good.
have timed it
I missed
any better.
COVID and NIL.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Listen, if school's back, my kindergartner had her first day today, amazing. But you know what? Family life is busy. And if you're looking for ways to free up your time and frankly your mental energy, Beehive Meals wants to be there for you. We love their crockpot meals, Ben, but now they have their brand new flat top meals. They're amazing meals specifically for your grill, griddle, or right there on a regular skillet.
Let Beehive Meals take one thing off of your plate. You've got to do a lot as a parent. Maybe you're a pickup. Maybe you're the carpool. You can't also be the chef every single night. You can't be able to go to the grocery store every single night, much less chop, prep, marinade, whatever you've got to do. Beehive Meals will take care of it.
You sounded
for you.
exhausted just saying it right
well,
there.
because everybody knows that feeling of, oh yeah, right. I love these kids. I forgot I have to feed them. Beehive will take care of it for you. All you have to do is thaw it, throw it on the flat top grill, and you're going to have delicious food right in front of you and the kids.
So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Christian, are you genuinely a Fleetwood Mac fan?
They've got some good tunes.
You just play. I'm not complaining. No, I love Fleetwood Mac, but I just noticed you play a lot of Fleetwood Mac.
I'm not super into it, but I know. I mean, obviously, they're a couple of their biggest songs. I know them. Yeah.
I tuned into the Saturday show a couple of weeks ago and even heard a Fleetwood Mac jam. So I was wondering if you just had an affinity for Fleetwood Mac.
I've got like a rotator of songs that I play frequently. I'm sure listeners might have deduced that. But then, other producers kind of pick it up sometimes, like the guys on the Saturday show. Sometimes Napolis borrows it if he needs some inspiration.
Again, I like it. I like Fleetwood Mac. Again, Rumors might be one of the, top 4 or 5 albums of all time. Yeah, Rumors is amazing. No question. All right, it's time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. I gotta go on the record before we do this, that this is Christian and Ben's doing. I had nothing to do with this Audio Vault. I don't want any sort of association other than I'm sitting next to you.
You had everything to do with this because you made this person a main character on our little radio show here.
Not my fault that it was on TV when we were in the midday.
However, you chose to acknowledge it and talk about it and, again, make him a full character. That is, of course, none other than ESPN's biggest star, Pitt McAfee.
Armpit McAfee, the most famous armpit in the world.
Because he always wore tank tops on TV until one time he got into a fight with the producer and wore a collared shirt for a week. And then clearly won that fight and went back to the Pitt's house.
It was it wasn't a producer. It was like the head of the network.
Yeah.
It was that Skipper guy.
Yeah, that's right. John Skipper?
Uh-huh. And then he got in trouble for something, and then all of a sudden he was wearing sleeves. And then Skipper got fired, and he went Pitt's out.
Full tank.
On day one.
Yeah.
And now he only pulls it out once in a while. But again,
Pits.
Ben, I think you're in this category, but certainly me. I've never heard that show once. Never listened to a second of it, but I spent hours watching it.
Right.
Enough,
You, me, and AJ Hawk.
enough to
Just
know
watching.
that AJ Hawk's only role on that show is to sit there and look dumb.
Watch other people talk.
You,
No, he did listen.
You, AJ, you sit there and look dumb. Can someone explain to me why he can't be in studio with them when they're in studio, but then they're on location and he goes into the studio?
He's right there. He's right there in studio every
Yeah,
time.
so he can't look dumb with
So
them
he
in the
must
same
live
room?
close enough that he can just drive in. But when Pat's there, Pitt, he doesn't come in.
He's in his stupid library?
Yeah. Do you remember when ska bands in the 90s used to have like a hype man that would just go out on stage and dance?
I still remember that idiot for the Mighty Mighty Boston.
But like didn't actually have a job. He just wore a zoot suit and like danced around on stage.
Yeah.
That's what AJ Hawk does.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
All right.
It's a good gig.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's not doing it for free. Like I can stand there and look, or I could sit there and look dumb. You want to pay me a bunch of money?
Do
Sure.
whatever you want. My headphones aren't even plugged in.
So explain this to me. Pitt has released an album?
He's got a new album out. I can't believe you didn't listen to it this weekend. I drove up to Bear Lake. I listened to it front to back.
You did?
Speaking of Rumors being one of the top 5 albums of all time, how could I miss Pat McAfee, NFL punter, and his album? How could I skip this? Anyways, it was so good. We need a sampling.
Do we?
Should we hear a couple of the tracks, Christian? Fire one up.
I'm looking at some of the names here. Are we going to hear Rich as S by Pat McAfee?
No, I didn't put that one in, no.
Okay. Christian, what do we have?
I've got 4, okay? I've got Pitbull in a Mugshot, Blue Collar Symphony, Good Times, or Polarizing Figure.
Okay. I feel like
where do you want to start?
With something.
Well, let's start with the lead track. Pitbull in a Mugshot was the first song in the album, so I feel like that's a good place for us to start.
All right.
Wake up in the morning, smoking coffee, no cream. Scroll the feed, see some tweets or some crazy ass scenes. Trying to get to some money with our Powerball dreams. Cause when bills start stacking,
is this even singing?
No.
And it still sounds auto-tuned.
Yeah, AI wrote all this.
Okay, all right, that's enough of that. Let's see if Blue Collar Symphony is any better.
Get the hell out the way.
Can he really write a song called Blue Collar Symphony when he doesn't wear a collar?
Is he playing guitar? Is he like
Why are you
recording all the
asking me?
pieces?
I don't know.
The Blue Collar Symphony.
He's auto-tuning.
It's way auto-tuned.
All working moms preaching an epiphany.
All right, that's enough of that one.
Okay. We're 2 for 2. We've got 2 hits so far.
So far, this is as bad as any athlete's rap album.
Yeah.
Like, we clowned Ron Artest for putting out a rap album.
Shaq.
And this is as bad so far as any of those.
What's our third?
Good Times.
Should be good.
All right.
Too long of an intro?
Way too long.
Not enough auto-tune? Not having a good time.
Yeah, I want a guitar and a fiddle too, and a big old drum so we can feel that boom. I want some whiskey in a smoky room. Yeah, I want good time.
This is better than the other two, but still way overproduced, no?
But it's odd, and it's
Yeah.
AI written.
Well, Pitt himself said he's been writing songs for 20 years, so I don't know if they
Going
are.
to Chat GPT and putting in some prompts.
It doesn't even sound like it. I guess I don't really know what he sounds like.
Yeah, we've never heard him talk before. Might sound exactly like him. All right, we have a fourth.
And this is, the album is called The Diary of a Polarizing Figure.
Okay.
And this next song is called
This is the title track.
Polarizing Figure.
Okay.
They all sound quite similar.
I'm so confused and chapters out there I'm living.
This doesn't sound like the same singer,
Everything
right?
that I do, some pumped and some shit. You see, there's some who will hide. and some
Why is this the
who
title song? This song is the worst of the four.
He's polarizing.
Is it all right?
All right, I can't. That's enough.
My wife observed this. Have you seen the cover of the album?
I think I've got it up in front of me. Hold on.
Can you describe it to our listeners quickly if they haven't seen it?
Is this it right here? Huh?
That's it.
It's Pitt standing there with his, I don't know, thinker.
So how are they
hand on his
signifying
chin.
that he's a polarizing figure?
There's like a rip down the middle. It almost looks like it was torn in half.
Okay, but generally when you do that, don't you have two different photos? One side is one side of a photo, and the other half is a different photo entirely to show the polarization?
This is the same photo.
It's the exact same photo with just a tear down the middle. It's like it doesn't even coincide with the title of the album. If you're going to be polarizing, have one of you in a suit and one of you in the tank top. One of you in an NFL uniform, one of you doing radio. One of you in a mugshot, one of you...
Has he been arrested?
Meeting the president. I'm just saying polarizations, juxtapositions. He has been arrested. Great. Have one of each of those.
He has a great mugshot.
You don't use the same photo and then just tint half of it blue with a little tear down the middle. I don't really understand what the graphic design here was.
I got to tell you, you have tapped into something that I absolutely have an opinion about.
Okay.
I tell people why I love collecting records all the time. Two of my main reasons that I love collecting records. One is it makes you listen to the whole album.
A+.
So with digital music or whatever, you're just listening to the hit, putting together a playlist or whatever,
skip.
and not listening to the whole album. And a really good album is art in and of itself, you know, how you put together the tracks and all that. Second of all is I love the album art. And with digital music, you don't really get the album art either.
How big is a vinyl case? It's more than 12 by 12.
Maybe a little bigger, yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's like a mini poster.
And inside, you get a lot of cool stuff with a bunch of it too, but specifically the front album art.
Totally. And we all remember iconic albums, but you don't really get that with CDs so much as with vinyl.
And it is this sounds way too artsy, but it is the visual art personification of the album, or at least that's what it's supposed to do. It's a communication in and of itself, which is why I love it.
By the way, what you got Wednesday? Album covers.
Oh, that could be good.
Throw that on the list.
But to have the same picture and the tear down the middle that doesn't send the message that it's supposed to, I agree. Huge album art fail on that front alone. If you're going to scream polarization, yes, have half be one side and half be the other. That's the visual personification of the album itself. Huge fail.
Yeah.
Huge fail. Rumors. We were just talking about it. Unbelievably iconic album cover.
Yeah.
Which screamed messages, right? Of actually what the band was going through at the time. You remember the breakup of
Lindsey Buckingham.
Yeah. And so it has a message in and of itself. This message really sucks. Yeah, I'm with you.
The message it sends is AI slop.
It's AI slop. And here's my theory. The only Pat McAfee doesn't know what polarization means. He just thinks it's when you wear polarized sunglasses and you take them on and take them off. So one side's a little darker when your sunglasses are on and a little lighter when they're off, because that's the only difference in the photo. Half the photo is a little darker, like you're looking at it with sunglasses. And he's like, yeah, that's what the word polarization means.
Speaking of my hobbies, sunglasses maybe being my other, or one of them anyway. I can't go back to non-polarized glasses.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
I can't do it.
Oh,
it's now a requirement for all of my sunglasses. Even though I can't read my phone.
Yeah.
I have to have
I didn't realize it until I went to Bear Lake that you can see through the water with polarized glasses.
That's amazing.
And then you can't with them off. I thought, okay, this isn't a scam. There's a real thing here. You know what? To bring back an old story, you remember how Ed Harris's big act got cut?
Oh yeah, they cut his number.
Yellowstone? What was
it? No,
it's
the Dutton Ranch.
Dutton Ranch. Somebody saved Ed Harris from becoming Pat McAfee, and Ed Harris owes that person a huge debt of gratitude.
Oh, by cutting his big number, did him a favor.
Because everyone thinks they can do it, and you can't get a yes to everything you want to do. And too many people have said yes to Pat McAfee, and now he's got this garbage.
Whenever an athlete releases an album because they think they can be a rapper or a musician or whatever, they are laughed at. I hope that Pitt gets the same reaction because that's what he did.
Well, we laughed at him, so.
All right. Live at 5 coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit Zero-Res.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees are off tonight, but they're back in action, hosting the Reno Aces in Game 1 of a 6-game series. Tomorrow night at 6:35, listen on 97.5 and 1280 The Zone. Real Salt Lake is back home Wednesday night, hosting FC Dallas. Pregame starts at 6:30. First kick at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach new potential customers and introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every moment just to keep a job, I gotta find my way through the hustle and mob. Sounds of the city pounding in my brain while another day goes down the drain. Yeah, yeah. But it's the 5 o'clock the world when the whistle blows. No one owns a piece of my time, and there's a 5 o'clock for me inside my clothes, thinking that the world looks fine.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for a winner for the Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend. Call now, 801-575-ZONE. Identify the play announced by DJ and PK earlier today, and we're going to hook you up with a $20 Amazon gift card. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You know, it's funny. I'm looking at a tweet right now, Ben, that says end of an era, and it has LeBron James. It's the meme of LeBron James sitting with Jeannie Buss and saying, first of all, happy International Women's Day. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It says end of an era, which is so funny. But we're finding out more drama about the Busses selling the last 17.6% of their ownership.
Per CNBC, Jeannie Buss is opposing the potential sale of her family's stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. According to Shams Charania from ESPN, she is the one of the 6 Buss siblings that voted against selling the remaining 17.8% of the team to the Iger and Josh Kushner buyers.
Uh-huh.
In a letter obtained by CNBC addressed to law firms representing Jeannie Buss's siblings, Jim, Johnny, Janie, Joey, and Jesse, sounds like the cast from Full House, her lawyer, Adam Streisand, said Jeannie Buss has not agreed to sell the team and that any vote suggesting the Buss family is selling would be and is void. That's because Streisand argues that in the letter that Jeannie Buss remains the controlling shareholder of the Lakers, pursuant of a 2017 court order, and that no sale can take place without her consent. So while there may be a majority of the siblings, she claims that she owns the largest percent of that. In fact, the controlling percentage of that group of 6. So if she says we ain't selling, her lawyer is arguing they ain't selling.
I'll tell you that Linda is shrewd. Shrewd. This is Jeannie not wanting to give up the spotlight, right?
Absolutely. She's got all the power.
Yeah.
She's been promised 5 years as the governor of the Lakers. They are going to want to get rid of that for her. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was vindictive. I've seen how families work. Families get vindictive. They were mad that they sold. The rest of the family was mad that she sold the team in the first place in a rushed deal to Mark Walters. She was able to maintain all of this power because she was still the governor. She's always been the only face other than Jerry Buss associated with the Lakers. And now they're happy to get rid of her, and she's mad about it.
Well, yeah, she won the knife fight for control.
Uh-huh.
And doesn't want to give it up. Sure. I don't know about the legalese. They say 5 out of 6 of the siblings voted against her. I don't even know was it reported that they're mad at her for selling in the first place? Because I would imagine that, like Jim Buss, for example, the one that she stabbed in the back to get the job in the first place, probably is more than willing to sell the Lakers. Take his cut of the billions and retire to an island, right?
First of all, this family is quite a bit. They're getting older, right? They're all in their.
Well, one's in their 30s.
How old's Jeannie?
Jesse's in his 30s.
Okay.
Jeannie's 64,
Okay.
Johnny's 69, Jim's 66, Janie's 62, Joey 41, and Jesse
I
37.
bet you a lot of these people just want their money, right? Be done with it. Get my cash.
That would be my guess. The reason that Gail Miller back in the day put the Jazz in a trust. And by the way, this is just me speculating. I certainly would never want to speak for Gail. But part of the reason was she was worried that the kids would decide one day, like, God, $1 billion sounds pretty great.
Yeah.
Let's vote this thing and sell it. And she wanted to, I don't know, and again, this is just me speculating, but protect the Jazz from that, protect the community from a decision like that. I would guess that all these siblings just want out because they want the money. And they're not associated with the Lakers. In fact, Jim, his only association with the Lakers is failure. Because if you remember when the old man died, when Jeannie was made governor in the first place, she was put in charge of all the business stuff and said, hands off basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Jim was so bad with the basketball side that Jeannie pushed him out. You think Jim wants to stay owner of the Lakers? Heck no.
Do you want to stay in business with your siblings if you don't get along with them?
Absolutely not. Or do you want to take whatever his cut would be, $2 billion or whatever? Then not as much for this last piece. But the original piece probably wants to take his whatever $1 billion and retire on an island.
Yeah, not a bad biz.
Where nobody knows who he is and clowns him about how crappy he was at running the Lakers.
See if I can separate this out really quick. And I don't know what the actual percentages are, but they own 17.8% of the Lakers that were just valued at $12 billion. So
12.578
times 12, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's $2 billion split between 6 people, right?
Mm-hmm. On top of what they already made.
On top of what they already made. Right. That's a huge amount of money. That's 17% that you're selling. And then, you divide that by 6. Again, 2.1 divided by 6. Yeah, you're talking about $350 million each. Yeah, at 65 years old, you probably want your share of the cash to dip out. This paragraph coming from ESPN.com regarding how we got to this point. Interviews with current and former Lakers staffers with direct knowledge of key events and sources close to and within the Buss family reveal the post-Jerry Buss era with the Lakers has been defined largely by sibling infighting and subterfuge, attempted coups, and deep familial distrust. Even after the sale closed, questions linger among some family members about whether the sale was in line with the family trust and whether a sibling quietly took financial care of her allies and friends.
Linda Rambis
At the expense of her own family.
Which she did.
Again, I talked about this last week, how you've made me have less faith in people.
Uh-huh.
So you brought up Linda Rambis being this like Rasputin of the family and her getting money. And I was like, well, okay, Jake's just being funny. It's just Jeannie's friend. Quite literally everything you said I think is happening is exactly what happened. That Jeannie sold out her siblings for Linda Rambis.
Uh-huh.
Linda is exactly what you thought. And it's why when I thought like, they're probably just buddies. It's probably just hanging out on International Women's Day with LeBron James. Things are all good. No, it's obviously quite, if corrupt isn't the right word, certainly not above board.
Do you think Jim was wild about Jeannie giving Linda $24 million?
$24 million of the cut?
Of the cut.
For what? She's my best friend.
She was basically running the Lakers.
So this is a mess. And that's why when we started the show talking about this, I thought this might be more interesting than the news of the Clippers today, which we can still talk about. This is hairy. This is not going to go away easily. Now, maybe they will just be able to say, hey, look, in the contract, it says if the majority of the Buss family wants to sell, you have to sell. But the fact that from last Monday, when this deal was announced and everyone was caught off guard that Mark Walters and Bob Iger were buying the team, or Mark Wahlberg was selling the team to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, and Jeannie Buss was going to stay on as the governor, to a week later, they're selling the remaining 20% that they've owned since 1979. That felt a little jarring to me.
I actually think the Clipper story is way bigger.
Okay.
Not that I...
Oh, big picture it is. I'm not sure what we learned today is all that much bigger.
I'm not sure what we learned today about the Buss thing other than, who cares about the minority owner of the Lakers?
But she is the face. She was still the face of this and was supposed to be for the next 5 years.
But she hasn't been running the team in a year since she made the sale. So maybe she's going to the meetings. But Walter stepped in and fired half the building.
He did.
And moved the G League team and did all these things that Jeannie I don't know. Maybe Jeannie has more power than I'm leading on because Rob Pelinka's still the GM, and I don't know how that would be a case if Jeannie didn't have a voice, I guess. But I don't know.
Well, that was the other part of it. Was this a bait and switch, which is what Mark Cuban accused the Mavericks and the Adelsons of, where he says there was a handshake agreement that I was going to be able to stay on as the governor of the team, or at least have a voice in the room. And then after they bought the team, they said, what are you talking about, handshake agreement? We never heard from you, or that's not what we ever organized. When Iger and Kushner, and I should reverse that, Iger has a very small percentage of the team, Kushner and Iger buy the Lakers and say, Jeannie, you can stay on as governor, and then a week later they sell, my initial thought was, oh, she saw she wasn't actually going to be empowered and decided to back out. And then we learned later in the day, she's the only one who still wants to stay. That's why the development of the story has been so funny.
I don't think Jeannie was ever a part of the future. If she would have made that 5 years as governor, I would have been surprised.
Probably right.
It took a little time for the Adelsons to push Mark Cuban out, and I would guess they would have pushed Jeannie out too. Why would you want Jeannie there?
No, yeah, absolutely. You clean house.
But that was probably part of the deal to get her to sell in the first place. It's because I'm sure Walter came up to her and said, listen,
well, clearly,
sell. We'll let you do your thing. We'll let you be the governor and all this stuff because I don't know what I'm doing. And then she sells, and that's not the case, which is exactly what happened to
She
Cuban.
clearly doesn't want to be out of power.
Yep.
So she agreed to sell only if they promised to keep her in power, thinking that they were going to honor that. Hey, look, I'm not saying it's always right. Clearly there are mistakes. The reason athletic directors want to fire all the old coaches is to bring their own people in.
Uh-huh.
Even good coaches. Well, look at what happened at the University of Utah. The Harlan Witt thing got really ugly really quickly because it became this power battle. Jeannie, was going to get into a power battle with, if not Mark Walters, certainly Kushner and Iger, about who's actually making decisions or who's the face or who gets to talk to ESPN or who's, at least gets to be the representation. So I get what they're doing. I get why they would want to push her out. It is surprising that she's the one fighting this.
I don't think I mean it's all about her. So I'm surprised that there's a ruling that says she can just void out the other siblings' votes.
If that happens,
that seems a little.
At least that's
bizarre.
what her lawyer is arguing. I kind of don't think that's going to happen.
No, I would guess, but then again, I don't know the deal the old man left when he died. I have no idea.
Sure,
because that would determine it, right?
You would think.
But I don't know. I think we'll see what kind of owners the Kushner group turns out to be. I do think the NBA has an owner problem on its hands, whether it knows it or not. I think ownership in the NBA is turning over rapidly, obviously. And I don't know if they're making the appropriate decisions on who comes in and buys these teams.
Certainly doesn't seem like they're vetting them well.
Well, Dundon, that's a mistake.
Clearly, yeah.
Ishbia is probably vetted well, and it's gone badly for them. For him. I don't know if you can hang that on the NBA, but they had to know what they were.
As soon as he hired Isaiah Thomas to be a board trustee, that's when you knew things were going bad.
I mean, I don't know. Ballmer, it probably seemed too good to be true,
Mm-hmm.
and now all of a sudden you have to give your league over to him. We can talk about that going forward, but Ryan Smith is turning out to be a pretty good governor, I would say. We'll see what happens, on the floor. But as far as management of the team, I think he's done nothing but right by the fans and community, and it seemed to be the NBA.
He's overseen a difficult 6 years, and I think he's navigated it very respectfully.
But the Adelson thing was ugly.
Yeah.
The take on, and then all of a sudden the Nico Luka thing became really ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got these new owners taking over that are controversial, to say the least.
Yep.
How long has the Memphis guy, the drone guy, been with the Grizzlies?
I feel like he's been there a while. He's a young tech guy, if I remember correctly.
So
drone guy.
Yeah, so making drones for the Russians.
Tech drone billionaire.
That's not a good look. But as all the old guard now moves on from the NBA, because it's become a billionaire's game instead of a millionaire's game.
Yep.
It's kind of been a little Russian roulette. What do you get from some of these dudes?
Mm-hmm. It's a smaller pool, so you have fewer good candidates to choose from, I'd imagine.
And now they burned one of those candidates on the Lakers instead of the Vegas expansion team. So I'll be curious to see where that goes.
I'll tell you, man, Ryan Smith being from Utah, liking the team, wanting basketball to be successful, and knowing enough when to get out of the way is a bit of a unicorn when it comes to ownership.
I agree with that, but I wonder if the threat to move the team would be as real now as it was years ago. Seems to me like sports wants to be coming to Salt Lake, not fleeing Salt
Agreed.
Lake.
Yeah,
Whereas forever, the attitude was, man, we should just be grateful that the Jazz are here. It's almost an accident that our little market got a big NBA team.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case anymore. I mean, we hear that the promo from DJ and PK running a bunch where they're talking to the guy who's highlights that Salt Lake has sprung up Forbes Sports, whatever list that is, all the way up to number 12, you know? I wonder if the threat of moving carries as much weight as it used to. Because I don't think, honestly, sports are fleeing Portland.
Right.
Nobody's going to Portland.
Right.
Sports are leaving Portland. Sports are coming to Salt Lake, not necessarily leaving Salt Lake. And if Ryan Smith were to threaten to move the Jazz, where would he threaten to move them to? Seattle, I guess?
If you get them to Vegas, sure. But no, they're going to get the expansion money in Vegas.
Vegas is valuable for like a different reason. Salt Lake really does have value as a market from like a support standpoint.
Yeah, big time.
So, I don't know.
The other funny thing about this with the buses and the other 5 is truly like, I don't know what money they have. As you have said, the buses' money comes from owning the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean there's a lot of liquid cash there. Now, do you know who probably does have liquid money coming out of it? Is Jeannie. Not only is she the governor, which probably is a salary job that pays pretty well every year, she's also got Jay Moore money. She's married to former funny man Jay Moore.
Wise guy's money.
But she might actually have a little bit of money that comes in. I don't know what the rest of the buses have.
Do you think the governor is compensated? I don't think so.
I bet she makes money. Yeah, I bet she has a salary with the team, and I bet you after considering how long she's been there, because when did the old man die?
2013.
2013. Okay, she's probably been making decent money for a while and getting bumps in pay. They may actually need the money, and she may not need the money today. She's also married to Phil, or dating Phil Jackson forever. Like, she's been around money.
But Ryan Smith doesn't make extra money for being the governor.
Well, he owns the team.
So does she.
She owns part of it.
Oh, well, now after last year, but she wasn't. I doubt she was making any money from.
You don't think Mark Walters was paying
her? Walter?
Mark
No.
Walter? Not Barbara's husband?
No. I don't know. But I don't think just because you're the governor, you make a salary. Maybe he was paying her a salary. I don't know.
I mean, generally you have to own 15%, and usually it's the majority owner that becomes the.
Right, but Tom Dundon isn't giving himself an extra salary to be the governor.
I bet he is. El Cheapo? Yeah, I bet he's putting more money in his pocket.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'll ask around. I'll try and figure that out.
All right, we'll have more coming up next. We can update you on the Clipper situation as well. This straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. Money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves, because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Amanda, every business needs IT help, and sometimes you've got that guy who already works for your company who knows how to do this stuff, but sometimes you don't, or the guy who knows the IT stuff, that's not his actual job.
Right. So Les Olson IT they can be your 24/7 help desk. They can support your existing help desk. They can do advanced cybersecurity protection. Maybe just come and take a look. Are you subject to phishing or ransomware or other things? What are the cyber threats you're facing?
And you've got to make sure that your data is secure, so both cloud and data backup solutions, they can help you with that. Plus, everybody's got to use a computer. That's where hardware comes in, infrastructure support. You don't have to know all this stuff because Les Olson IT knows it.
And most of the time, they can help you fix whatever's going wrong remotely, just off your computer. Plus, of course, they have copiers and printers. They always will at the very best price.
Les Olson IT is your trusted local IT partner. They've been in business for 70 years, and they've got 9 locations from Logan to Las Vegas.
Find out more at lesolson.com. Isn't it something, the homes that they built in the state of Utah years ago that would have beautiful views because they're facing the mountains, but the whole side of the house facing the mountains has like 2 or 3 small little windows. And I think, why don't you want to see that magnificent view? We can fix that. Peach Windows and Doors. Peach Windows and Doors can put in larger windows that will bring in more of the beauty of the view outside your home. It'll make your home feel so much newer and more beautiful, just changing out those windows with custom windows. Of course, it will help your energy bills because they can do triple pane windows that are so much more energy efficient. But you know, one thing people don't realize is how much it cuts back on noise. Do you hear every car, every lawnmower, every dog barking? You'll be blown away at how much quieter and more peaceful it is inside your home once you get new windows from Peach Windows and Doors. They even have payment options that'll make your project happen sooner rather than later. I recommend stopping by the showroom because you can really see all the options at 2940 South 3rd West, or go online to peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One of the more iconic voices ever, I'd say. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, former Utah Stevie Nicks.
Yep.
But yeah, one of those voices, you know it immediately when you hear it.
In your neighborhood?
Was she Skyline? I thought she was East for
a
some
stretch.
reason.
I think she went to junior high and high school in this area. So I think she was junior high in your area.
Is that what it was?
Correctly, yeah.
Anyway.
But also, I believe it was East High School, yeah.
Wasatch Junior High.
Oh yeah, right in my area.
Yeah, right, your area.
One of the more random Salt Lake City or Utah, I should say, connections. Not more random than Roseanne Barr, however, who was born here.
I was in Ogden yesterday driving back from Bear Lake and made a quick detour and drove by the school where they shot This Boy's Life with Leonardo DiCaprio, and they have since torn that school down. But the most random neighborhood in all of Ogden to be like, yeah, Leo and Al Pacino were just hanging out in this. Such a random neighborhood in Ogden to be like, let's put two of the bigger stars on the planet right here.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Isn't Ogden High the scene of several movies?
Yeah.
Because of its classical architecture.
It's a great building. It's one of the best in the state.
One of the oldest in the state, right?
Mm-hmm. It was a what do they call that? Alphabet soup building built during the New Deal, not the Green New Deal.
Okay.
That never got passed. The New Deal.
No, the Green New Deal is
Didn't quite make it.
Is something different.
Yeah.
Ben, the other big NBA news today, ESPN has published an article saying they have talked to 3 different sources, 3 people with knowledge of the discussions between the Clippers and the NBA. And ESPN is reporting the NBA has found no evidence of Steve Ballmer or the Clippers funneling money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. An indication, Ben, that nothing is coming down. But I might argue, because the NBA does this, and Adam Silver admitted that he does this, sometimes they just float news to see which way the wind's blowing.
Well, yeah, we know Adam Silver's addicted to Twitter.
Do you think he's floating this to see what the blowback would be if they do nothing to Steve Ballmer?
So this report comes out from ESPN, and immediately Mike Bass, who does the basically PR, he's the guy you reach out to in the NBA if you have an issue locally, he issues a statement on the NBA PR communications social media pages that says, this article is filled with inaccuracies.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN asked us to cooperate or offer quotes. We declined. They published the story anyways, and it's wrong. So I will be curious to see where this goes, though that would be funny if the whole thing was Adam Silver being one of the 3 people leaking info.
Yeah, threw up
to
a
see
test
the
balloon.
response. And then when people are mad about it, he says, I guess I got to come down with a heavier punishment than nothing.
Honestly, I almost guarantee that's what it is.
And then he puts Mike Bass out there as a crony.
All the stuff that leaks out of the NBA is all intentional. Remember the all the tanking that came out of the tanking stuff that came out of that one meeting? That they were like at the annual blah, blah, blah meeting, which you and I have never heard of before ever. And then this news is leaking out.
The GM meeting right before the All-Star game.
Right.
You'll never see tanking again. Literally the first Thursday game after the All-Star break, I think the Wizards did the identical thing the Jazz did, sitting Jaren Jackson Jr. in the fourth quarter. They did the identical thing. Not a single fine the rest of the year.
Nope.
Brilliant work.
So the NBA leaks stuff all the time. It wouldn't surprise me if this was, let's see how they react if we say we're going to do nothing.
Run it up the flagpole.
Let's see how mad everybody is.
Salutes.
And at very least, 1, you see if you have to actually do something. And 2, you actually prepare everybody for nothing coming down. Honestly, though, considering that they've fined the Clippers for this before with the same player, there's no way nothing's coming down. They're going to do something. But it's strange. They say no evidence.
No evidence is different than beyond a reasonable doubt, I guess. So,
they don't need a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, they don't need a reasonable doubt. Well, that's the thing. Adam Silver can make this up as he goes, as he just did, finding the Utah Jazz and the Indiana Pacers for saying the Pacers actually hit the quote-unquote rules that you need required for tanking. The one with the Jazz, he just said, it's bad for the league, so we're going to fine you $500,000 or whatever it was. He just kind of made that rule up, and he says, I have the power to do it. So, yes, to this point, he could seemingly do this to the Clippers, but yes, they come out with the statement, or at least the ESPN came out with a report that the NBA doesn't have any connection, that the sponsors were paying Kawhi to circumvent the cap, which would let what's the company? Aspiration. Off the hook, where at least per Pablo Torre and his enormous paper trail, there is plenty of evidence that Ballmer was putting money into a failing company, and that failing company was taking that money and paying equal money to Kawhi Leonard, the star of the Clippers, to keep that deal going, even though Aspiration was basically no longer in business and was fledgling at best or failing. And then there's another no-show contract, at least with the company that built the Jumbotron for the Clippers, also paying Kawhi Leonard money.
Pablo did not connect the Clippers to the scoreboard company.
Okay.
And he admits that he did not connect the Clippers to the scoreboard company. Now, it's really curious because, again, Kawhi didn't do any work.
Mm-hmm.
And the Clippers contract saved that company. So we can all speculate that of what that was all about. Again, considering that Kawhi did nothing, zero, as far as endorsements go. But the aspiration thing is a different story entirely. There is plenty of evidence that connects Steve Ballmer and the Clippers to aspiration to Kawhi Leonard. On top of Ballmer buying into the company and that amount of money going to Kawhi Leonard, it also happened again with a minority owner in the Clippers, the very same thing.
How many minority owners do the Clippers have?
One. And
This guy.
That's the guy that invested in aspiration. Now, Ben, I know that you do not necessarily, nor do I, have a complex investment mind.
Uh-huh.
Trajan Wealth, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. But let me ask you this. If you were investing millions of dollars into a company that's saving the planet by planting trees, and you want to give them whatever, $30 million, would you look at their accounting?
Probably.
Would you see how many trees they planted?
Probably.
Did Ballmer do any of that?
Doesn't sound like it.
Did his minority owner do any of that?
Doesn't sound like it.
I don't understand how you could believe that Steve Ballmer says he was just buffaloed like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Or the rest of whoever. It's like, dude, you didn't have your CRO look into the books of the business that you were investing in? I mean, I don't know. So not to go down the evidence rabbit hole, but to say that there is no evidence, that means you just did not want to find any.
Again, the investment is Dennis Wong, who's the minority owner of the Clippers. His daughter worked for Aspiration. And Wong made a $2 million investment into the company during its financial struggles. Now, maybe he was
toward
just
the end,
towards
at
the end, when it was dying, when everyone knew it was dying, and everyone was apparently jumping ship.
And the CEO was under investigation and could have gone to jail. The founder.
Again, this is part of where all of these questions come from. But again, this story comes out from ESPN, and until we actually hear more from the NBA has said this thing's full of inaccuracies. So I don't know what to trust here yet, and I can't. It's not fair to try and pull out a solution, or not a solution, but a final thought on this, because the NBA has simply said this isn't final. We haven't finished our investigation, or at least what they are saying we found is not what we found. Do I think this means the NBA is a little bit closer to ruling on their judgment or issuing their judgment? Probably, but I don't know what to expect until then.
But Don Van Netta Jr., Baxter Holmes, and Ramona Shelburne, who made this report for ESPN, that the spokesperson is calling full of holes, they're probably sitting there going, "It was you that told us." It was Adam.
It was Adam
himself who told us.
A. Silver. No, that's too obvious. Adam S.
I bet that, honestly, dude, I bet that's what's happening. They're floating this story to see what the blowback would be, to do as little as they possibly can. That would be my guess. Because they're really not all that offended by the cap circumvention. And the other owners aren't going to raise a stink, even though they should, because either one, they're doing something similar, or two, they're all afraid of Steve Ballmer.
And remember, again, it's easy to hear this stuff. Remember, Aspiration signed Kawhi to a deal. He's not the only celebrity they signed.
No, not even close.
But
he's making 10 times what those other celebrities.
What other people are making.
People like
George
Leonardo,
Clooney, right?
Leonardo DiCaprio, I think, was one too.
And Kawhi, who plays for the guy who donated, how much did Ballmer give him? $50 million? Something like
it might have been more.
Crazy. Gets $28 million from Aspiration. $28 million for an endorsement deal, not for a shoe company, not for, hey, yeah, I'm going to be the face of your product, for a company he never showed up for.
Never did a thing.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Plenty of evidence on the aspiration front. I'm trying to bring up what celebrities. Leo DiCaprio, Robert Downey Jr., Orlando Bloom, Drake, Cindy Crawford, I haven't heard of this one. Oh, it's Cindy Crawford's daughter, also a celebrity spokesperson. And Kawhi was making 10 times what any of those guys were.
Just happens to play for the guy who's funding our entire
and then didn't do anything. Again, all of this could have all gone away if he would have done something. A tweet, a picture, a video, a commercial.
Yeah, anything.
Something.
Absolutely.
Anything.
Picked up a tree.
This would not be a thing. But he didn't do anything. We'll get to voicemails coming up next.
Hopefully this wraps up soon.
If you have anything to say, leave a voicemail. Go to the KSL Sports app, download it, hit the voicemail feature, leave a message, send it right to Christian in the control room. We'll get to that next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero-Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero-Res. Visit zerores.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen to the heartbeat.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the Turbo Max engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
It looks like science fiction.
This is metal and plastic and sensors.
But for one man, it is very much real.
It changes the game of being able to use a prosthetic.
Connecting man and machine with cutting-edge AI, giving him something he lost decades ago.
I'm known to be able to actually feel with my hand. That's an insane concept.
Technology of touch, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Hi, this is Devin. This is for Jake and Ben, a long-time listener via the future. Love the podcast, fellas. Just listening to Friday's show about who could play whom in a movie. I think if you're looking for the perfect Lloyd Cole casting, you need to look at the actor Shea Wiggum, who you might know from Boardwalk Empire. But then again, Jake probably doesn't know half the actors we could recommend, right, Jake? Now, if you're going to cast for Lloyd, you got to cast for everybody. So here's my suggestions. Paul Dano for Jake, Matthew Good for Ben, and last but not least, for Christian, Anthony Ramos. Anyway, think about that one, guys. Maybe make an interesting choice of casting. Catch you later.
Jake and Ben, I know you've covered this topic recently, but I just saw that the Score posted on Facebook that after an 11-month investigation, the NBA has found no evidence that the LA Clippers have funneled money through a third party to circumvent the salary cap. Love to hear your thoughts on this one.
Your producer really sucks. I can't stand every time someone says like that, he has to play that stupid drop. That is so annoying and so old and so childish. Thanks. Keep it up. I'll be switching stations.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That was Devin, then Paul, and then Kevin, who doesn't think Christian's doing a good job because he's playing drops like that.
Like that?
Is it that old? I don't think it's even that old.
No, I don't think it's that old either. But
Also,
I do.
Not exactly Christian's fault.
I do love that Christian is getting the blame for it, though. That makes me happy.
And unfortunately for that caller, who was it?
Kevin.
Like the likes for the drop that was just played there outweigh the dislikes, seemingly 50-1.
More people have been playing into it, yeah.
Yes, the number of call-ins we get or voicemails we get with people playing into it seems to imply there's some enjoyment of it.
Should we play the whole clip again? Maybe Kevin just doesn't know where it came from.
Do we have it?
Because it is a nod to the greatest play-by-play, I don't know, sequence of all time.
Yeah, it's not sophomoric. It's insensitive.
Very much.
But it's not sophomoric.
Not at all. Do we have it?
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
Huh? Talking about my dog getting run over in the driveway, meaning a family member did it. And you see a kid get dunked on?
Like that? I mean, come on, that's funny.
I'm with you.
I'm sorry, Kevin, but I find that funny. And yeah, no, insensitive, not sophomoric.
Yeah, he says it's like an old thing. Like if that's something anyone else has ever done. I don't think anyone else has ever done this.
Okay, on the casting, yes, you're right, Devin. I had no idea who you were talking about by name, but then I Googled and I got it. Like I remember Shea Wiggum from Boardwalk Empire very well. He could play Lloyd.
Uh-huh.
He could play Salazar. He could pull that off. Then he threw out for me Paul Dano, which is your guy, the There Will Be Blood guy, who didn't somebody like
Quentin Tarantino said he's the worst actor in Hollywood.
Harsh.
Yeah.
But he could probably play me. I'm not a very complex character.
Okay.
And then who did he have for you? I missed it.
Matthew Good.
What's he been in?
I don't know.
And what did he have for you, Christian?
Anthony Ramos.
I don't know him either.
He's in the new Twisters movie.
There's a new Twisters movie?
2024. Yeah.
It was watchable.
Was it?
Yeah, he plays Matthew Good, my guy.
Uh-huh.
Plays. You probably never saw the new Watchmen movie either. Now new, I mean, it came out in 2009. It's now 17 years old. He plays Ozymandias.
Who's that?
King of Kings. That's who Ozymandias is.
Is this like a...
It's a comic book.
Yeah.
It's a graphic novel. Sorry, it's
That
probably
movie's
not
awesome.
a comic book.
I could see this dude playing you, this Matthew Good guy.
Sure.
That's not bad. Who are you, Christian? Ramos?
Anthony Ramos.
Anthony Ramos.
What's he been in?
Looks like he was in a Transformers movie.
Oh, yeah. He's in...
Oh, I know that guy.
He plays Usnavi in Brooklyn Heights. What's that? In the Heights. It was the other play by Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Yeah. He was in Hamilton, too, apparently.
Yeah, he was the second Hamilton.
Oh,
but
okay.
I think he was one of the other characters, and then when Lin-Manuel left, he moved into playing Hamilton.
Because he was in the 2020 movie.
Yeah.
So, all right. Hey, good exercise there.
Yeah, nice polls.
Devin. Yeah, nice job.
Creative casting.
And I had to Google it all, so.
You're right. He
Deep
didn't know
cuts.
who anyone was.
I did not. I do once I saw them.
Uh-huh.
I know that Paul Dano was in that There Will Be Blood movie because I didn't like it.
No, you're Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson is your ideal cast.
That works for me.
Yeah, it's the best.
All right. If anybody else has casting, though.
We'll take it.
And again, PK is Walter Matthau, 100%. DJ, that's more of a...
Who did I see the other day that was a DJ? I was watching somebody. I was like, that is David James. It was an old 80s movie. And I'm like, that's who DJ is. Oh, I'll have to think about it. I'll bring it back tomorrow.
All right. Rick Moranis.
I was watching To Live and Die in L.A., and there was somebody in there that was exactly DJ. Not William Peterson.
Kurt Russell.
Not in that.
Oh.
Different movie.
Okay. We'll have the 6 o'clock hour for you coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to Motley Crue with Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets at